Bloodborne. Okay, that's it, folks. That's the video. Thanks for coming out. Good night. I don't know about you, but when I look up at the moon on a clear night sky, two thoughts immediately flash into my mind. One, how the fuck did we even get up there? And two, that shit looks just like Bloodborne for real. The way my perception of reality has been warped by this one video game always takes me by surprise. In fact, there was a blood moon on March 3rd this year, and I drove up to a nearby footy oval, leaned on the railing, and craned my head up towards the cloudy, overcast sky. No moon in sight. I got there at 10 PM and waited for half an hour. Still nothing. But just as I decided to call it and walk back to my car, the clouds parted, revealing a singular red dot. The lunar eclipse was at its peak, the blood-washed surface gleaming ominously against the dark, and I stared at it for the next hour or so, entranced, as the Earth's shadow crept away almost imperceptibly, and the sanguine hue slowly faded from its quiet companion. What is there to say about Bloodborne that hasn't already been said? Its reputation precedes it in such a colossal fashion that its legacy has very much taken a life of its own. Undying debates about 30 FPS, PlayStation exclusivity, secret remasters, a clear desire to not revisit it from its creators. The discourse around this classic is never left well alone. In many ways, Bloodborne is the real Dark Souls 2. Hold on now, you already know how much I love Dark Souls 2, just go watch my video. But I think there's an obvious evolutionary bloodline expressed through Hidetaka Miyazaki's vision, from Demon Souls to Dark Souls 1 to Bloodborne to Sekiro, and then back again in Elden Ring. There's an inherent desire to experiment, to sharpen that magical FromSoft formula into new shapes, one that isn't afraid of reinvention, to innovate and forge something with both lineage and novelty. Dark Souls 2 is often regarded as an entirely separate entity under the creative direction of Tomohiro Shibuya and Yui Tanemura, riffing off the foundation set by Miyazaki's original, and it was a troubled sequel that landed on a palpably different yet genuinely fun game spurred on by a unique, adventurous spirit. Bloodborne, on the other hand, is Miyazaki through and through. The same oppressive charm found in Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1 saturates the horrific world of Yharnam, omnipresent in its brutal gameplay, esoteric narrative, and straight-up unmatchable atmosphere. This game feels like the natural next step after the dark fantasy masterpiece that is Dark Souls, waking in an ethereal gothic dream world defined both by the presence of beasts and the beast of industry. There is an unshackled nature to Bloodborne, a game that Miyazaki and his team were able to labor over and coax into existence without the pressures of creating a straight sequel to one of history's most influential games, though they would be tasked with that not long after. Here, they could craft an experience truly unlike any other, refining some elements, adapting new ones, and shedding old chains in their earnest pursuit for true perfection in the medium. And it would be an understatement to say their efforts didn't pay off. As usual, this video is part retrospective, part critique, but most importantly, it's a love letter to one of the undisputable best video games of all time, and an undeniable peak of fiction. A lot has been said about it, but I'm still drawn to add my voice to the choir. I want to explore what makes Yharnam so damn captivating, sing its well-deserved praises, critically analyze a few elements here and there, and gain true insight as to why this game continues to stay with me as it does so many others. This is my attempt to unveil a great one, to pull back the curtain and seek its true nature under a pale blood sky. A hunger to be fed and a curiosity to be sated. After all, a hunter must hunt. This is why I can't stop thinking about Bloodborne.
We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open. Fear the old blood.
I don't typically default to character role-playing games. In real life, it's a different matter. But when I saw the option to choose my character's origin as a lone survivor, the only remaining remnant of my hamlet that was razed to the ground, I can't lie but feel a bit of excitement at the idea. So here's our protagonist, Sir Shuang II, a far descendant of Sir Shuang of Drang Lake, who became that true monarch so many ages ago. This scholarly-looking fellow is haunted by a dark past, the sole survivor of the massacre in his home, and has come to Yharnam under the pretense of receiving blood ministration to cure his disease. But he is here in this accursed city for one thing only, to uncover the truth and seek vengeance against the healing church and their vicious actions that happened so long ago, in a distant fishing hamlet by the sea. This opening cutscene is fitting for Bloodborne's vibe. It's short, punchy, and doesn't play up the drama. There's more visual storytelling than there is spoken exposition, with a creepy Yharnam doctor administering your blood as you sign your life away to undergo this procedure. A ferocious beast crawls towards you, snarling, before being repelled and set aflame. Your subconscious fighting back the feral urge for now, before your body is claimed by the messengers, these chill little guys who have chosen you to become a hunter. Waking up in Yosefka's clinic, we get acquainted with our controls, and then I go and finally beat this monster first try after 5 minutes of dodging and retaliating. I've never done this before, so I expect some congratulations in the comments. Exiting the building and pushing open the gate brings us into central Yharnam proper, where the sun is hanging low in the sky and the entire world is bathed in an orange glow. Lighting the first lantern, we can return to the Hunter's Stream, a separate reality that houses a slumped-over doll, and Gurman, an old wheelchair-bound man who simply welcomes you and tells you to go kill a couple beasts, just like the good little hunter you are. Exploring this small space, consisting of a modest church and a couple gravestones outside, the dream is no Majula, but it is definitely a bit more aesthetic than the Firelink shrines. The overgrowth, the flowers, the way the moon beams down overhead, even the colossal arch trees that encircle this little island. It is all beautifully serene, literally set apart from the chaos of the outside world. The dream is a comforting reprieve, and you will spend a lot of time here, though its only inhabitants will forever be Gurman and the doll, who for now lies dormant near the steps. It is a lonely place, but a calming one. For now, we choose our weapon, and of course, a distinguished man must pick a distinguished weapon, and so we go with the threaded cane, my beloved. A stylish and iconic choice. I also go with the blunderbuss this time because I always choose the pistol when I wanted to use the shotgun for once. Sue me. With a gun in my left hand and my Trevor Belmont whip in my right, we are ready to touch the first headstone and head right back into this beastly scourge to get our hands dirty. Central Yharnam is easily one of the best levels FromSoft has ever made. Just like Undead Bug and DS1, this first brutal gauntlet embodies what these games do best, a multi-layered approach that grows in complexity and builds up your pathfinding skills. In fact, I argue that this map is basically Undead Bug 2. The verticality here is striking, immediately communicated by the vistas of great bridges, spiraling towers, and claustrophobic stratification. Yharnam is a city of industry, dense and layered and crowded, with buildings and structures built atop each other haphazardly. This lends itself to the confusing yet satisfying traversal of its environment, across main thoroughfares, up and down staircases, passing through residential apartments, crossing large bridges, descending down into its sewers. Unlike in Lordran or the lands between, where the world has effectively ended and fallen silent, the inhabitants of Yharnam are living through the onset of the apocalypse. There's a lived-inness that is so vivid and tangible, further enhanced by the presence of the city's residents, cowering behind closed doors and barred windows, cursing you or blessing you or clinging onto their sanity as this long night of the hunt begins. Even the way certain citizens have mobilized together with pitchforks and torches to patrol the streets, shouting at you to stay away before chasing you down with bloodthirsty intentions. There is a madness that is beginning to choke this city, and you are right in the middle of it. Central Yharnam is constructed in a way that encourages you to investigate every side path while retaining a sense of place, since each area is visually distinct by geography or architecture, actual districts of the city that have been clearly carved out. Dropping down the beams into the sewer system, only to climb this extraordinarily long ladder that leads you across a small bridge and up another ladder, bringing you to the window of a little girl's house and a gate that opens back to the first section you explored. Its peak FromSoft level design. Physically linking the whole area together while mapping it out in your brain is grueling, and a perfect example of how the absence of a map pushes you to engage with the world in a cerebral way. You have to rely on your own internal compass, balance the cognitive load of traipsing around Central Yharnam while staying alive. It is deeply immersive, and this introductory level is a masterclass in how effective the lack of hand-holding can be in video games. You are pulled in by force, forging onwards with care and trepidation as to what you will find, knowing that linearity is not promised and thoroughness is rewarded. And this deep exploration is built primarily around a single lantern that you light at the start of the level. That's some classic Demon Souls shit right there. Another unsung feature of this area is the organic way in which it introduces the primary enemy archetypes you'll be facing throughout your journey. You have the standard human enemies that mob you close up or pelt you from range. You have animals to maneuver around in the form of diseased rats, fast-moving dogs, and loud fucking crows. Seriously, why are these birds so damn loud? You have the prowling beasts and the deadly lycanthropes that you engage with patience, and you have the lumbering, heavy-hitting brutes, whose movements incentivize you to interrupt and eliminate them quickly. This initial roster of foes forms the backbone of what you face throughout Yharnam, growing in strength, lethality, and transfiguration. Bloodborne's enemy diversity is impressive and extends all the way to the end of the game, embracing its horror tropes of fiends and ghouls and entities, but we're taught here the fundamentals of how to deal with them in a subtle and unobtrusive manner. Central Yharnam is an effective stage not only in how it prioritizes deliberate navigation with its looping design, but also with this diversity of enemies, a combination that is surprisingly complex for an opening area. This priming is reinforced again with the two bosses of the level. The first is the Cleric Beast, who ambushes you on the Great Bridge, and is your introduction to the hardest type of enemy to deal with in the game, your camera. These large beast enemies, typically several times larger than the player, take up a lot of the screen, and can be incredibly hard to track due to the way the camera spazzes out when you're locked in or pushed into a corner. This boss fight quickly teaches you another core combat mechanic, unlocking your camera, which allows you to reposition yourself better without randomly snapping in the wrong direction. Although this de-emphasis of the lock-on is a habit you build throughout the game, I can't give this one too much credit, as this issue could be largely solved by zooming the camera out a bit, but FromSoft's dedication to keeping you close to the action, becomes a big part of the fight's difficulty as well. Despite that, the Cleric Beast is a fun and mechanically engaging first boss, its bestial form relying mostly on swipes and smashes that you can easily evade, as long as you don't lock on, get too close, and the camera is in your favor. With a bit of oil urn and Molotov combo, you can also deal a large chunk of fire damage to this monstrosity, and it isn't long before this overgrown mutt goes down, netting you an extra lantern in its arena. The second boss is already one of the game's most iconic, and quickly establishes how goated the boss roster in Bloodborne is. Father Gascoigne is a human, a seasoned hunter with access to the same tools as you, which means he will pepper you with bullets and stun-lock you with his trick weapon if you're not careful. We get a cold introductory scene for this veteran. Beasts all over the shop. The first phase of this fight rewards you for learning to parry, where you can interrupt Gascoigne's relentless attacks and punish him for huge damage. He is a great litmus test for your grasp on the combat so far, spacing and sidestepping between cover before closing in with aggression. Things take a turn when the beast erupts from within, transforming him into an animalistic terror. No longer a man, his movements are now feral and unpredictable, clawing and kicking his way through your health bar. If you play the music box that the little girl gave you at her window, you can stun her father for a moment, reminding him of his once human condition, but you show no mercy as you tear into him. Just as Gurman said, hunt a couple beasts. It's just what hunters do after all. This duo is genuinely fantastic and a strong start. It's the right amount of challenge while also dripping with lore, demonstrating the beastly scourge overtaking even the most zealous of hunters. Father Gascoigne is representative of the second boss archetype in this game, sad humanoids that you must put out of their misery. With the father put down, we get a moment to breathe amongst the gravestones as we light the lantern in the tomb of Erden. And while this first mandatory boss fight was a brilliant showcase of the tense moment-to-moment gameplay, let's take a detour here and really dissect what makes Bloodborne's combat flourish. Building upon the fundamentals of Dark Souls 1, Bloodborne is some of the best action combat of any game ever. There's a clear direction and a palpable sense of refinement in FromSoft's approach here. While Sekiro eventually sharpened the formula to an absolute knife point, refined to its essentials, Bloodborne is still mostly familiar to its Souls brethren, but with a newfound focus on fluidity. The Soulsborne games tend to be defined by their dedication to friction, which presents itself both in the world with its constant obfuscation and lethality, as well as in its gameplay systems, like cycling through items and managing equipment load. In this franchise, there's a distinct level of discomfort and intentional mechanical awkwardness that forces you to grit your teeth and meet the game on its own terms, which in turn fosters a deeper sense of engagement. Here in Bloodborne, I argue that some of these rough edges have been sanded away for it to shine even brighter. That's not to say that all friction has been completely lost, as it's still very much baked into the level design and cruel runbacks, as is tradition. Rather, there's been an obvious streamlining in the core combat mechanics to allow for a tighter, more responsive gameplay loop. It still retains that same feel, but motivated to match the power fantasy of being a seasoned hunter. It is a natural evolution from the clunkier, weightier combat of DS1, utilizing the same broad strokes but adjusting the dials for a faster, more aggressive pace, and it works brilliantly. Bloodborne's combat and character movement is responsive, tactile, and satisfying. Rolling is still present, but sidestepping is prioritized as your main repositioning tool. And with the increased speed at which you execute all these abilities, Bloodborne has a much more frenetic yet precise pace. This desire to innovate on the formula while preserving certain fundamentals is an intrinsic part of Bloodborne's identity, and why it is so beloved, even when compared to the more complex Elden Ring sandbox or Sekiro's pursuit of pure action combat ecstasy. It exists in a sort of middle ground, one that is familiar and accessible, while increasing the intensity and speed of execution. Bloodborne still retains that core element of patience, embodying that turn-based groove from DS1 and DS2, but introducing volatility with interrupting and rallying, where you can cut short an enemy's turn by pushing the offensive. No longer are you a clunky knight lumbering through with sword and board, weighed down by your control scheme and legato movements. Instead, the approach here is more staccato, encouraging you to take quick steps and respond almost instinctively in return. This organic speed ties directly to the hunter's intuition, to your intuition, in how to move, how to space yourself, when to go in for the attack and when to hand back. There's a skill expression here that shortens the room to breathe and wants you to rely a bit more on instinct and reaction time, which is an obvious change of pace from something like Demon's Souls or DS1. The lineage of games can really be traced in this way, and it's clear that Miyazaki designed Bloodborne with this tightening of call and response in mind. FromSoft could have easily made Dark Souls in London and retained the slog, but instead they matched the combat rhythm to the power fantasy of the hunter, quick on your feet and navigating a gothic jungle full of predators and prey. The seeds laid here with Bloodborne's combat, the focus on that staccato style, the fluidity of the movements, and expanded sandbox of abilities, would all eventually grow into the sometimes clusterfuck nature of DS3 and to a lesser extent, Elden Ring. This DNA is present here in Bloodborne, but I argue that it's much less annoying in its nascency, due to its more forgiving enemy and encounter design. It introduces large open areas with dense mobs of enemies, but presents them in a manageable way that relies less on them overwhelming and swarming you. Off-screen ganks are also kept to a minimum, and stun-locking combos feel less prevalent here than they do in later entries, and by that I mean Dark Souls 3. I want to go a bit further in depth with the new gameplay mechanics that Bloodborne introduces, and how they elevate the combat sandbox. The first thing to discuss is shooting, because now on your left hand you typically carry a big-ass gun. One primary resource you rely on throughout the game are quicksilver bullets for your secondary weapon. These bullets are items that you must collect in the world or purchase with blood echoes, and they are deemed so vital that you're given the ability to sacrifice a chunk of health to conjure temporary blood bullets for you to use. This ammunition is key to your success in Yharnam, since shooting an enemy at the right time during their wind-up staggers them. This is Bloodborne's famous gun parry, or interrupt, and is denoted by an audible ding, a cue that brings with it cathartic satisfaction in a way that confirms your success, as the enemy falls to their knees and becomes vulnerable to a follow-up critical hit, known as a visceral attack. Interrupting is a vital skill.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, run by this dweeb, is now officially investigating the missing scientist cluster that has stricken the nation.
You stack the names together, NASA, MIT, Los Alamos, Caltech, and it looks like a pattern. It feels like something. It feels sinister.
I made a video about a part of this last month and how it sort of has gone back through history, but the story and the situation has developed to a level that I didn't quite foresee. So that's what today's video is about. There's 5 categories of frontier research that American scientists have been doing quietly for decades. Nickel-based superalloy research. Those are the metals that let rocket engines burn hot enough to leave orbit. Nuclear thermal propulsion. These are the reactor-powered engines that would let us get to Mars and then come back, like in Kerbal Space Program. Asteroid characterization, which is the work of figuring out which space rocks headed at Earth we will actually need to do something about. Also, plasma fusion. Have you ever seen the Fallout television show? Horrible example of scientific accuracy in a television show around fusion, but it is the path to limitless, clean, awesome energy, and it is incredible. Then there's a smaller, weirder, more bizarro family of theories about how you would build a craft that doesn't push against gravity the way that things usually do. When I think of that, I just think of UFOs and aliens and shit, but that's something that people study, smart people. And now, potentially, if you're one of the people who spent the last decade doing any of those 5 things at NASA, Los Alamos, MIT, Caltech, or potentially the Kansas City National Security Campus, the FBI is now looking at whether or not what's happened to the cluster of people who you've worked with, whether or not it's a coincidence or random or something dark and sinister and evil, like what the internet is speculating. I honestly don't know which camp I fall on. I've seen a lot of crazy shit, and I'm, after the Epstein files, not willing to look past anything. And just the fact that the FBI is actually investigating it, is that like good or bad? Because the FBI didn't investigate. Anyways, we'll move on. As of last month, there was a list with 11 names. 6 of them are dead, 5 of them are missing. That list has gotten bigger over the last month, but this past weekend, the chairman of the House Oversight Committee, a congressman named James Comer, went on Fox News and said, "Once you see the facts, it would suggest that something sinister could be happening, and it would be a national security concern." Days later, the director of the FBI, this guy, this dweeb, this cross-eyed freakazoid, confirmed a formal federal investigation. I will never stop the Kash Patel slander, just so you guys know. Same with Dan Bongino. We're gonna run through each one of these cases and try to paint a picture based on what's publicly available and empirical evidence and maybe form some kind of rational opinion. I'm gonna do my best not to be a conspiracy idiot, okay? Even though I am one. I apologize. Yes, we'll figure it out together, okay? We'll start with case number 10. It's kind of odd to start with case number 10, but this one has been a conspiracy for quite a while. It's about Ning Li. She was born in 1943 in Shandong, China, and she came up through the physics department at Peking University and immigrated to the United States in 1983. By the early 90s, she was at UAH working out of a lab called the Center for Space, Plasma, and Aeronomic Research. And then she co-wrote 3 papers with a physicist named Douglas Torr that put her name on the map. She's a genius, just to be honest with you guys. The 1991 paper ran in Physical Review D, and a year later, Physical Review B. What do those mean? I don't know. They're words to me. But the 1993 one landed in the Foundations of Physics letters, which sounds really good. Either way, all 3 were arguing essentially the same thing, that a rotating superconductor under the right electromagnetic conditions could produce a measurable local gravitational effect.
Well, fucking kill me right there.
You could create gravity? If you don't speak physics and smart people shit, like I don't, I'm gonna translate it for you. They were saying anti-gravity might be a real thing that mainstream physics could actually build. That's how I had to repeat it back to myself to understand it. It is incredibly interesting, and I recommend going down the rabbit hole genuinely. If you are interested in science, learn about this. It's so cool, and I wasted an inordinate amount of time researching this, just looking into that. Between 1996 and 2000, Ning Li worked directly with NASA Marshall Space Flight Center under a cooperative agreement called NCC 8124. Her co-authors on the 1997 follow-up paper were 4 NASA staff, a guy by the name of David Nover, Tony Robertson, Ron Coxer, and Whit Brantley, which sounds like the name of a cowboy. Then in 1999, she left UAH and founded a company called AC Gravity LLC, and in 2001, she got a Department of Defense grant for $448,000. By 2003, she wasn't publishing anymore. Now, this is where some speculation comes in from the internet. Tragically, in 2014, a car hit her on the UAH campus, and she suffered permanent brain damage and developed Alzheimer's disease. Then her son, a physician named Dr. George Min, became her caretaker. She lived that way for 7 more years. Then on July 27th, 2021, she died at home, surrounded by her family. Her obituary, which was written by her son, is on the website of Berry Hill Funeral Home in Huntsville, Alabama, and her cause of death is listed as Alzheimer's, which is extremely tragic, obviously. Now, the reason that she went quiet in 2003 wasn't that someone silenced her, it was because her research was classified. Then 11 years later, she was hurt in an accident on a college campus, allegedly. But it seems like that's what happened, based on public record and what we have so far. That is the official story. That all being said, the FBI still put her on the list for investigation into this cluster. Because in the disclosure community, the story about Ning Li is that she knew something and then was made to disappear because of what she knew, which has happened before. People, you can't control scientists. They're at the frontier of research. They're doing what they are being paid to do. Their minds are working in a way that 99.99% of the rest of the minds on Earth are not. They care about things that most people don't care about. They're really hard to control, and they have been killed before. That's why a lot of people sort of lean towards conspiracies. What I'm trying to do is not imply that. I'm trying to lay out the information as clearly as I can and the facts that this has happened before, and we have an official story, and now the FBI is reinvestigating. Why? Is it just a big mess of confusion? I don't know. I'll let you be the judge. There's a forum archive of an anti-gravity talk given by a young researcher named Amy Eskridge in December of 2018 at the Huntsville Public Library, and during the Q&A, an audience member shouts, "Lightning Lee."
So what about the innovator who's afraid of disappearing?
That's a whole other problem. I think doing it in the public is better in that case. But that's a different.
It still doesn't mean you won't disappear. Even if you do it in the public, it still don't mean that the inventor won't disappear for lots of reasons.
Like Ming Lee.
I've seen that clip now 24 times since all of this has been breaking, and especially more information about Amy Eskridge, who we'll talk about more in a little bit. Amy Eskridge is one of the first on the list that the FBI is now investigating, and they opened a holistic review, which means all systems, all aspects, all parts of the whole will be reviewed as completely as possible. A holistic review is great for an investigation. I would love to see something like that for the Epstein files, I guess, but Todd Blanche, I'm pretty sure, represented Ghislaine Maxwell at some point. So anyways, when the FBI started pulling names that kept showing up in scientist disappearance coverage, Ning Lee went on the list with the others. Now, let me tell you about the woman who was giving that talk in the clip that we just showed. Amy Eskridge was born in 1987. She got her double major in chemistry and biology at UAH, then stayed there for a master's in electrical engineering, and her undergrad years were roughly from 2005 to 2009. So Amy and Ning Lee were never together in a room as researchers. Ning had left UAH a decade before Amy got there. Either way, Amy was studying similar physics, and she and her father co-founded two organizations, a nonprofit called the Institute for Exotic Science and a private company called Holocron Engineering. Her dad, Richard Eskridge, is a retired plasma physicist at NASA Marshall and not a disclosure guy. He's got a very real long-term publication record on plasmoid thrusters going back to 2003. What a family of smart people. In her interviews and her private conversations, she talked about things that to a normal person who's not really into disclosure or the internet or conspiracies or this type of thing probably sound like insane things. They probably sound crazy. To me, it's just another Tuesday. She talked about ultra-terrestrials, which in her framing meant humans from the future.
Have you heard of the P-52s and the P-47s? They're us from the future. P-47 is present plus 47,000 years. P-52 is present plus 52,000 years.
Two populations of human descendants who survived an apocalypse, one of whom went underground.
Right, so there's like a apocalypse scenario in the near future, and there's the ones that go underground and survive, right? And then there's the ones that somehow stay on the surface and miraculously don't die.
She said Hal Puthoff, the physicist who ran the DIA's UAP program, came to her house multiple times with an investor to talk about this type of thing.
This investor brings Hal to our house 3 times. I was present for one of the times. I happened to be home from Seattle at the same time that Hal came over.
And that's most of the information we have in regard to that. By the way, Hal Puthoff is a massive UFO disclosure guy. He's like one of the biggest names in that whole world, and that world is dog eat dog, very aggressive, and honestly vicious. I've never really seen such viciousness amongst themselves, just kind of infighting. It's really sad to see, because I would love to see disclosure, but there's just division everywhere. It's just normal. It's just normal, guys. It's just seemingly normal for everyone. And it is still tragic either way. But Amy also believed that she was being targeted by what she called a directed energy weapon, a DEW. There's a video where she shows red burn style marks on her hands.
My hands have been burned to hell and back as I've been typing. Because you can beam me through there and through there. And you can get a 3D image of what I'm typing. So like we just did that and did that. My hand's still burned because there's damage, but it's like my body relaxed when we barricaded.
And she showed those marks to a friend named Frank Milburn and described what she called as Bluetooth attacks, seizures at her desk, and break-ins at her apartment. Congressman Eric Burleson has since said publicly that what she described sounds like Havana syndrome, which it does. It really does. It's really odd. There's like all these different links with all this frontier hyper tip of the spear, scary sci-fi, CIA, alien shit, Havana Syndrome, I recommend looking into that, guys. Amy's father, Richard, has been on the record to News Nation rejecting the conspiracy framing of his daughter's death, which obviously doesn't stop conspiracy theorists. He is quoted as saying, "Scientists die also just like other people," which is totally true because scientists are just people. And to me, it's sort of upsetting to see every single time that one of these things happens, it's just like this big conspiracy. What is it? What's happening? What does this mean? What is it? Where are we pulling? I like that mindset of just not accepting the official narrative, but at the same time, there's a lot of reaching for a lot of different things, and those things don't really make a lot of sense or really fit any kind of motive or rationale. But I will say this entire cluster is objectively suspicious and deserves to be investigated because scientists are really important, and I love human progress, and I want it all to keep going forward as fast as it possibly can, and as effectively as it possibly can, and I want these people to be safe. And like some of the people coming out and saying, "I'm not suicidal," probably a good idea for some people. For me, not a good idea. I'm not under any danger or threat of duress. Everything I'm talking about is purely public record. I'm not a cutting edge conspiracy researcher or anything like that. I'm just talking about stuff. On May 13th, 2022, Amy Eskridge texted Frank Milburn, and she said, "If you see any report that I killed myself, I most definitely did not. If you see any report that I overdosed, I most definitely did not." And 29 days later, she was dead. On June 11th, 2022, she was found with a single gunshot wound to the head, and the Madison County coroner ruled it as self-inflicted, and the case was closed. Her body was cremated within days, and her friends still bring that up. The reason is that it means nobody's ever going to run a second autopsy. There will be no public autopsy report. There's no public police file. She warned people that she was going to die and then said that she was never going to kill herself. And it seems really suspicious based on those things. But objectively, if you watch some of the content that she put out there, she did not seem to be in a very stable state of mind. And she seemed to be stricken with some kind of illness mentally, and that in and of itself is a tragedy and deserves to be taken more care of. If you guys are struggling in any way, reach out to somebody. I know that it feels like a burden to do that type of thing, and there's a concept of when you offer someone that, "Hey man, just reach out anytime you need me, I'm here for you." That in and of itself is you saddling that person with more of an expectation, and it's almost worse. But as someone who may be struggling, you have to reach out. You have to. You're not burdening anybody. And if you're not struggling and you know someone who might be struggling, please reach out to them, genuinely. Just play a game of Arc Raiders, share a Dr. Pepper, go to Applebee's, order an app, all right? Just little simple shit to remind you what we're all here for. Going to Applebee's. No, I don't mean it like just talking to people. That's what we're here for. Social creatures. All right, guys. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyways, all of it is incredibly tragic and sad, and probably should be investigated further, I would say. And however you interpret her state in words and things that she was saying, she literally in text gave a reason not to believe the eventual ruling. She said it explicitly. And if that were my friend, and if I were in that situation, I would believe them. I mean, I would just stop at nothing, basically. So, what are you going to do, I guess? So that's two women in the same city with a link in regard to one of them being told that scientists disappear and referencing one to the other one many years ago. That's really freaky.
So what about the innovator who's afraid of disappearing?
That's a whole nother problem.
Ning Lee has an official explanation. Amy Eskridge has an official explanation, but people are investigating either way because this is, high stakes stuff. The next three names on the list all worked at the same building, NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena. About 5,500 employees work there. It's Caltech operated. It's the place that runs most of the planetary missions that you've ever heard of. Three scientists 3 years in a row, mysterious, very mysterious. Michael David Hicks was 59 years old when he died. He spent 24 years at JPL, and he worked on the DART mission, the one where NASA slammed a spacecraft into an asteroid on purpose to see if we could deflect it, which is really cool. He also worked on Dawn, on Deep Space One, on the Near-Earth Asteroid Tracking Program, and he published more than 80 peer-reviewed papers on the physical properties of comets and asteroids. Genius! When he wasn't working, he was shredding on the Uke, and that was between observing runs at Palomar, which is this thing. Very interesting. We'll talk about it a little bit more later. He was also a printmaker and painter, and he did metalworking on the side. All these people are so interesting and just complex. On July 30th, 2023, unfortunately, Michael Hicks was found dead at his home in Sunland, California, and his cause of death has never been released publicly. It's not in the medical examiner's report, not in a NASA statement, not in his obituary, but his daughter, Julia Hicks, told CNN this month that her father had been struggling with known medical issues. She also told them this: "From what I know of my dad, there's no train of logic to follow that would implicate him in this potential federal investigation." In my opinion, that one is like kind of not. I mean, that's a family member there, but then what if she's a plant? What if she's an alien from 52,000 years in the future? I don't know, dude. There's nothing you can say. They can't then be reasoned out into some line of nonsense. The best thing, I guess, is to settle on intent. And the intent is that we don't want to see our scientists murdered by unseen mystery forces. That's a good intent, I guess. That's a healthy intent. But at the same time, it seems like this one is just a human tragedy. A lot of the coverage of Hicks connects his asteroid characterization work to Blue Origin's new NEO Hunter program, which was announced this March. NEO Hunter is Jeff Bezos' planetary defense system, which is crazy. And the claim in some articles is that Hicks' methodology was foundational to this system. Blue Origin has seemingly never named him publicly, but his work sits in the lineage of any NEO characterization mission that it could possibly draw on. So that is also true of every working asteroid scientist of his generation as well. So it's like, you know, a little unclear, but we got to be honest about it. So file that one under very real, impressive research that's has massive, far-reaching consequences, asteroidal impacts, and so on, and also file it under the file of him having a family that's tired of speculation and wants it to die. So I apologize for speculating further. Frank Maywald was 61 years old and was a principal scientist at JPL, which is a title that the lab reserves for outstanding individual contributors. He had a PhD in applied physics, 25 years, genius. His best-known work was a 2014 paper in the journal Icarus, proposing something extremely clever. The idea that Jupiter gives off decametric radio emissions that are strong enough to cut through the ice shells of its moons. And if you put a spacecraft into orbit and listen for the echo, you can measure how thick the ice is and whether or not there's liquid water underneath. It's called passive radar, and it's one of the few tools we have for finding the subsurface oceans on Europa and Enceladus, where life could plausibly exist, even if it's a little baby protein. On July 4th, 2024, Frank Maywald died in Los Angeles. Once again, no cause of death was released. There's no public autopsy, and when reporters contacted JPL to confirm his employment, JPL declined to comment. The only public record marking that he died at all was a single online obituary. NASA never said anything. So Hicks died in July 2023. Maywald died in July 2024. Same lab. A year later. It's bizarre, but also not really an anomaly. That is 2 deaths in the same month across 2 years at a 5,500 person lab. That, in my opinion, is inside the margin for a mathematical coincidence. The anomaly seems to be that neither cause of death has been made public, but I don't know if that's the expectation for normal deaths. Neither got a statement from NASA or sort of any internal investigation that we can find. I assume the FBI will be able to dig that type of stuff up. The third JPL name on the list is the one that is very bizarre and I covered in last month's video. That is the case of Monica Reza, who was 60 years old. She had a 37-year career that started at Rockwell in 1988. She moved with the company through the Aerojet Rocketdyne acquisitions and ended with her running the materials processing group at JPL. She's very important, okay? And I'll explain why. In the mid-90s, she and a colleague named Dallas Hardwick co-invented a nickel-based superalloy they called Mondaloy. The name is portmanteau of Monica plus Dallas. Mondaloy solved a very specific problem, along with it just being fun to say, that had been killing American rocket engines for 30 years, and also ended our reliance on Russian rocket engines, by the way. Another rabbit hole I recommend going down: oxygen-rich staged combustion. If you run an engine fuel-rich, it's simpler, but if you run it oxygen-rich, it's more efficient. But oxygen-rich also means the metal parts burn up unless the alloy can take it. It's a very unstable, chaotic, evil environment. It's evil. It's like that. Mondaloy could take it. Mondaloy is confirmed in the AR-1 engine, which is the domestic replacement the Air Force built for the Russian RD-180, which is, you know, what we relied on for a long time. And I didn't realize we relied on it for such a long time, and we were using Russian engines, and Russians were so good at space stuff. I didn't know they were that good at that shit, to be honest. The alloy that this woman helped invent is used in American next generation rocket engines.
If we didn't land on the moon, how come the Russians never said anything?
Pretty epic. And last year, on June 22nd, 2025, Monica Reza went hiking on the Mount Waterman Trail in the Angeles National Forest, elevation 7,500 feet approximately. She was there with two friends. Both were experienced hikers, and around 9 in the morning, one of the friends had gone ahead to the car. The other one was walking maybe 30 feet in front of Monica along a ridgeline section of the trail. That friend turned around, saw Monica behind her, smiling and waving, then turned back forward and turned back. A few moments later, Monica was gone, and she was never seen again. Helicopters went up, K9 teams went in, search and rescue teams came in from as far as San Diego and Talar, and plus you had volunteers from Ventura, Riverside, San Bernardino, everywhere all around the area. From towns closer, people were looking for Monica. The only item they still have yet to ever recover was a hat in rough terrain where the dogs lost her scent. They even used this crazy aperture thing to scan the surrounding ground. And it's not, you know, tall pines or whatever. It's pretty open terrain. It's ridges and stuff like that. They didn't find a body. They didn't find a phone, no pack, no fall site, nothing. It's truly a mystery, and it's truly still tragic. And on June 30th, 2025, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department moved the case from missing persons to the Homicide Bureau. And as of today, she is still gone. Out of all the ones we've covered so far, that is definitely the most suspicious one. Now we go a bit further east. 4 people on this list either lived in New Mexico or worked for the nuclear weapons ecosystem that is centered in New Mexico. Los Alamos, Kirtland Air Force Base, Sandy National Laboratories, the Kansas City National Security Campus. These are very important places in and around frontier science and those fields we talked about in the very beginning. The Kansas City National Security Campus has a satellite facility that's southeast of Albuquerque. The ABQ, Breaking Bad type areas, all right? It's very yellow around there. And also, if you are a cleared technical worker in this country in one of those fields, there's a good chance you've rotated through at least one of these places. They're, you know, the epicenter for these things. Now, 4 of these people on the list vanished within a 15-week window. Anthony Chavez was the first to go missing, and some coverage calls him a scientist, but he was not. He was a construction foreman at Los Alamos who retired in 2017 and was 78 years old at the time he disappeared. A construction foreman isn't just a construction foreman when they're a construction foreman at Los Alamos. A construction foreman at a nuclear weapons lab is a cleared construction foreman. So, scientist or not, he's still in and around very, very tight-knit things. He lived on 37th Street in a neighborhood of Los Alamos called Denver Steels, and the houses there were built in the 1940s for Manhattan Project workers, which is also extremely cool. He was a hiker, he did Pueblo Canyon regularly, and he did not carry a cell phone. A friend named Carl Buckland described him as very fit and slender, healthy and clear-headed. And on May 4th, 2025, he walked out of his house and never came back. Inside on a table, he left his wallet, his keys, his cigarettes, and his phone. His car was locked in the driveway. There was no signs of forced entry, no struggle. His banking activity stopped the next day, and his family reported him missing on May 8th. Los Alamos police opened case 2025-0254, if you want to look it up, and Detective Sergeant Ryan Wolking got it. They ran cadaver dogs through Pueblo Canyon, which was his known hiking area, and they found nothing, and he has been gone for almost an entire year. 7 weeks after his disappearance, Melissa Cassius was gone. She was 53 years old. She worked at Los Alamos as an administrative officer. Her niece, Jasmine McMillan, went on CBS to correct some reporting fairly directly. She said, Melissa was an administrative assistant. She did not have high-level clearance. Her husband, Mark, is a superintendent 3 at Los Alamos. He still works there, and on the morning of June 26, 2025, she dropped Mark at the lab, came home, worked remotely. By 12:30, she dropped off a Subway sandwich at her daughter Sierra's cafe in Taos Plaza. At 1 p.m., a security camera at the John Dunn shops downtown captured her leaving. At 2:15, a family acquaintance saw her walking eastbound on New Mexico 518 alone, and about 3 miles from her home in Ranchos de Taos. And that is the last confirmed sighting. Inside her house that afternoon, the family found her car, purse, wallet, cell phone, her cash, and her paycheck all sitting on the kitchen table. Now, something very odd is that both of her phones, her personal and work phone, had been reset to factory defaults before or around the time she disappeared, which is really weird. That seems so strange. It's like people don't just randomly just do a day's work. I feel like they don't just go about their day normally and then come home and reset their phones and just they're gone forever. I don't know, dude. A witness reported a blue Dodge truck following her on the highway, and state police located a matching vehicle and concluded she did not enter it. Shoes matching what she was wearing were recovered in the Carson National Forest, with the DNA results still pending, and that was quite a while ago. Her husband and her daughter believe she left on her own. Her parents and her sister believed something happened to her. So there's a split down the middle of the family there. Stephen Abel Garcia disappeared 2 months later. He was only 48 years old and disappeared 2 days shy of his 49th birthday. He was a government contractor working property custodianship for the Kansas City National Security Campus, specifically the Albuquerque satellite down in Kirtland. KCNSC manufactures over 80% of the non-nuclear components of the United States nuclear stockpile. So pretty important place. Newsweek quoted an anonymous source, very important sentence. Newsweek quoted an anonymous source who described his role as a very high level overseeing positions for all the assets. Tens, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars in equipment and assets, some of which are not classified, others of which would be classified. He had a top security clearance, and on the morning of the 28th of August 2025, a security camera at his home on Cattail Court Southwest caught him walking out at 9:03 a.m. He was wearing a green camouflage shirt and shorts and carrying a handgun and had nothing else. His wallet, his phone, his keys, and his car were all at the house, and that footage is not publicly available, but has been referenced by investigators, so that's very important to mention as well. After he was reported missing, his employer, from an anonymous source, apparently ran an extensive internal investigation. Once again, it's from an anonymous source. It's very difficult to find much more than that around this. Probably because everything is so classified and people will face very real consequences if they talk. So sure, it makes it a little suspicious from the rational side, but also from the rational side, of course you can't say anything. People don't talk about horrible stuff because of just NDAs. Imagine a government NDA, basically an indefinite prison sentence if you leak something you're not supposed to. Unless you're Bob Lazar, I guess, but he's been missing for 8 months and no body has been recovered. The fourth New Mexico case is probably the most talked about one, or it was at least when this first started all breaking, and that is the case of William Neil McCaslin, or Neil McCaslin. We covered him in the March video last month. If you haven't seen it yet, you should go check it out. I'll give a quick update on what's changed since that video aired. On April 22nd, the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office released a statement saying, "We have not developed evidence establishing that Mr. McCaslin's disappearance is connected to his classified work." Meaning the official statement is that it had nothing to do with any kind of classified alien stuff or anything like that. They also found a gray Air Force sweatshirt that researchers found 1.25 miles east of his home. That came back with no blood, and investigators now say that the sweatshirt does not appear to belong to him at all and is just a coincidence. There's a new detail in the briefings that didn't make it into the March coverage, and that is that McCaslin had been experiencing mental fog for several months before he disappeared, which contradicts the official line that he was in good health with no cognitive impairment, because that's what they said last month, and his wife said that maybe he had some anxiety and stuff like that. But he went missing, left all of his important stuff that could be used to find him behind, and took his .38 revolver, which is also still missing with him. So that's 4 cases, 4 cleared workers in the same radius, the same city, and all working kind of in the same world there. All of them left their phones at home. 3 of 4 left on foot. All 4 left their wallets. 3 of 4 vanished inside 15 weeks in the summer of 2025. 0 have been found. They don't really share anything aside from a level of adjacency in their careers and what they worked on. They have a commonality in the kind of access that they were granted from their jobs and their careers and what they did. So, you know, they're You know, they all sort of had access to very scary, bizarre stuff, potentially. Or just normal things that happen to be classified and are born secret. I don't know, dude. There's not that much good info. There's not that much good info. It's up. It's really crazy, because the way it is made to seem is that there's all kinds of crazy information. But there's just a big fog of war, and that's it. Now we have 2 more cases before we get to this week. Jason Thomas was 45 years old. He was the assistant director of chemical biology at Novartis in Wakefield, Massachusetts, and he worked on cancer treatments. Both of his parents died within an hour of each other in November of 2025 from separate medical events on the same night, which is horrific. Weeks later, on December 12th, 2025, Jason Thomas walked away from his house and just did not come back. On March 17th of this year, when the ice finally melted at Lake Quannapowitt, a detective searching the shoreline spotted him in the water. And the medical examiner hasn't released the cause or manner of death, but police have said at the time of recovery they did not suspect foul play. The tragedy of losing your family and then, you know, losing your will to live is probably more common than we would all like to admit. And there doesn't seem like there has to be that much of a conspiracy behind this one, but I totally get it. He's one of the ones that has been found. And with that being said, Jason Thomas is on the FBI's list anyway, because he did work on DoD contracted research at Novartis. Now, the other case is one that sort of came to headlines this week. Around 4:30 in the morning on July 22nd, 2025, Joshua LeBlanc's family reported him missing. He hadn't shown up for work. His phone and wallet were both still at his apartment, and his dog was there as well. His family told a local TV station in Lafayette, Louisiana, a station called KLFY in his hometown, that they had believed he'd been abducted. It doesn't seem that there's any evidence that someone pulled him out of his apartment by force, but what actually happened to him is not any less strange than that. Joshua LeBlanc was 29 years old. He was an aerospace and electrical engineer at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama, which you might remember is Rocket City. It's the same city that Amy Eskridge lived in, and a bunch of these people are connected to. He'd been at NASA for about 5.5 years and team lead on something called Space Nuclear Propulsion Instrumentation and Control Maturation, and a team lead on DRACO. DRACO stands for Demonstration Rocket for Agile Cislunar Operations. It's a $499 million program run jointly by NASA and DARPA to build and fly the first nuclear thermal rocket engine in American history. Big deal! The idea of a nuclear thermal engine is that you run hydrogen through a reactor, heat it to wild, obscene temperatures, and shoot it out the back. And you get about twice the efficiency of the best chemical rocket we've ever built. It's how you move big payloads to Mars quickly and how you move military assets around the moon, to the Nazi moon bases, of course. Joshua LeBlanc was the guy at NASA running the control systems for that reactor. And on May 30th of 2025, the fiscal year 2026 president's budget request killed DRACO. DARPA terminated the program, and the technical knowledge base got transferred back to NASA, and 53 days later, Joshua LeBlanc was dead. This is what investigators pieced together from his car. LeBlanc drove a blue 2021 Tesla Model 3. The Tesla Sentry Mode data shows the car sitting in a parking lot at Huntsville International Airport for approximately 4 hours on the morning of July 22nd. Nobody knows what he was doing there. Nobody knows who, if anyone, he met there. But at some point after those 4 hours, somebody got behind the wheel and drove the car 2 hours west into Walker County, Alabama. And at 2:45 in the afternoon, the Tesla hit a guardrail, then several trees, and burst into flames. The body inside the Tesla was burned beyond recognition, and 3 days later, the Alabama Department of Forensic Sciences confirmed that it was Joshua LeBlanc. No one has ever released the Tesla's autopilot data or its full self-driving data or any mention of whether those systems were engaged. The Sentry Mode data is the only forensic artifact that anyone really has been told about that we can find online publicly, obviously. Ask Elon Musk! Joshua LeBlanc was added to the FBI's review list on April 23rd of this year, 9 months after his death. Then there are 2 other men on the list that we already covered in the last video. That is Nuno Luriero at MIT and Carl Grillmeyer at Caltech. If you watched the March video, you know both of those cases have named suspects. Luriero was shot by the Brown University shooter, and Grillmeyer's shooter is still in custody. Both of those men were murdered. They are still on the FBI's list, either way. The Carl Grillmeyer one is really interesting because there's also this observatory that he worked as a filter for the information from the telescope, looking at all these asteroids. If you have anything that looks at space, there are particular assets in space that are very confidential and important that not everyone can just see. So all these big telescopes, they go through a filtering process so the government can classify and redact and do whatever to prevent sensitive information from ending up in the wrong hands. And Grillmare was kind of adjacently involved in those things. And it's weird that all this stuff is just like connected in a way that seems satisfying. It seems like something, but it's almost like that concept in the human mind where you just see faces from nothing. You just apply meaning to absolutely nothing because that's what we do. We search for meaning. It's what being a human is. And then you have logic and rationality to kind of walk yourself back out of that. And that's how you designate truth based on facts and rationality. So this guy was just shot by a random carjacker who was just like on his property before. It's really suspicious. Both Grillmare and Luiero's situations are very odd. And then the whole cold fusion.
BRB.
Trump acquisition and merger. Oh my God, dude. There are 20 conspiracies within this grander, larger conspiracy. Either way, Lou Riero and Grillmare both were murdered by people with guns, and the explanations and motives behind both, to me, don't make a lot of sense. You can check out the first video if you want to learn more about those. So you might be wondering, how does something like this, with arguably no real smoking guns, sure, a lot of very bizarre, somewhat anomalous stuff, how does it lead into the actual government being like, sure, yeah, we'll go ahead and investigate this, when something like the Epstein files hasn't actually had a proper investigation? There's no co-conspirators in spite of mountains of evidence. How? Is it just a distraction? You gotta wonder, guys. You gotta wonder, is this just something that they're able to jump aboard to distract people? Honestly, seems like it may be. So let's keep that in mind. Anyways, a reporter named Peter Doocy, potentially one of the worst names of all time, asked the press secretary of the United States government about a Fortune story that had just listed 10 dead or missing scientists with security clearances.
They all reportedly had access to classified nuclear or aerospace material. Is anybody investigating this to see if these things are connected?
I haven't spoken to our relevant agencies about it. I will certainly do that and we'll get you an answer.
But not the Epstein files, though, Carolyn Levitt. Okay. On April 17th, 2026, two things happen on the same day. The first one is the president saying to pool reporters, I just left a meeting on that subject. Pretty serious stuff. Some of them were very important people.
I just left a meeting on that subject, so pretty serious stuff. Some of them were very important people, and we're going to look at it over the next short time.
He promised an update within the next week and a half. Haven't really seen anything happen, but in the last week, we saw a plane crash. A Mooney M20P single-engine aircraft went down in a wooded area near Union County Airport in South Carolina. Everybody on board is killed, tragically. That's what happens when a plane crashes. The pilot of the aircraft was James Moffett, a 60-year-old man and 21-year Army aviation career, commissioned as a math major in 1987. He was a graduate of the U.S. Naval Test Pilot School, which means he'd been certified to fly experimental aircraft most pilots have never even touched or seen. He'd logged flight time in 32 different types and had a master's in aerospace engineering from Georgia Tech. Another name added to the list, it seems like. His son was also aboard, but we'll get to that. After the Army, he went to NASA, Johnson Space Center Astronaut Office, payload and flight crew support on 14 Space Shuttle ISS construction missions as the International Space Station. Then he founded a company in Huntsville, Alabama called Moffett Systems Incorporated, which was an aerospace and defense consulting firm. And until 2024, he was a principal research engineer at the University of Alabama, Huntsville, UAH, same as multiple other names on our list. His wife, Lisa, was 61 years old and a learning coach at a local school. She was from Carthage, Missouri. What a tragedy. Their son, Andrew, was 30, and he worked at UAH's Research and Engineering Support Center. His specialty was unmanned aircraft system autonomy, drones, essentially, and how you defeat adversarial drones. Their son, William, was 28 years old as well, and at the time of the crash, he was a cloud security administrator for a home care company. Before that, he was a vulnerability analyst at Summit 7, which is a Huntsville firm that does CMMC compliance for the defense industrial base there. 3 other Moffett children are survived as they were not on the plane crash. The reason I'm talking about this is because within hours of the crash, the internet put the Moffetts on the scientist disappearance list because they lived in Huntsville, because Tony was NASA, and because their sons worked in defense. And it was multiple people on one plane that went down, and it's all sort of seemingly involved in this cluster on the outside looking in. For sure, the Moffetts were scientists and engineers. They're not frauds by any means, but their research areas, autonomy, test piloting, defense, cybersecurity, they're not the research areas that are on the FBI's official list right now. Either way, we have to talk about it here because over the next few weeks, you're going to see their names circulated with Amy Estridge and Joshua LeBlanc in, every thumbnail on this topic. We also don't know what happened to the plane. We don't know why it crashed, and that preliminary report is 12 to 24 months out, which seems really suspicious, but at the same time, that's probably normal. I don't really know, though. Now, another tragedy and another name on the list is a man by the name of David Wilcock. He was not a scientist. He was a paranormal writer and YouTuber. He was 53 years old and a 2 times New York Times bestseller with roughly 500,000 followers. He'd spent 20 years as a voice in the UFO disclosure community. I've seen a bunch of his stuff, in all honesty. But on April 20th, he went live for more than an hour. The topic of the stream that day was researchers tied to classified programs vanishing and dying under unexplained circumstances. He was talking about what we're talking about today. A little while later, he called 911 from outside Nederland, Colorado. And what he said on the call, according to local reporting, was this. He said, "I'm sorry to put you through this." And then as deputies showed up, he shot himself before they could get to him and stop him. 3 days later, his family released a statement through the Boulder County Sheriff. They said he'd taken his own life after a long struggle with depression and overwhelming financial debt. And they said there was no foul play. That's what his family said. That seems to be a consistency with the quite a few names that people are lumping in here. By the way, he's not being investigated by the FBI, but he's being thrown in here as just another death. This area of study, at the very least, this area of thought, if you're putting a lot of time and energy and thought into it, even if it isn't dangerous and you're not being offed by, you know, some kind of dark force, it's dark either way. Being at the very forefront of human progress is a lot of pressure and responsibility and seems bad. It seems like there's a lot of just confusion and sadness and just speculation and just conspiracy. It's just everywhere. Even with David Wilcock not being on the list, a lot of people are pointing to tweets and things that he said publicly as reasons for him to be on the list, insinuating that he was, you know, murdered like these other people or disappeared like these other people. There's a tweet from 2022 that's being shared as evidence of a cover-up. It says, "I plan on living, not suicidal at all." It is needless to say that this is a complete and total tragedy, and I hope that his family rests, and I hope that he's no longer struggling, just like anybody else on this list who happened to just be struggling and is now being speculated upon by millions of people. I think that it's from good intent, and I hope that, you know, overall, this isn't just a massive disrespect, but there are certainly more disturbing cases among the list. For example, Michael David Hicks, Monica Reza, and William Neal McCaslin. Those are the most high profile and strange objectively. And Grillmere, Carl Grillmere, all those are really weird. And also Joshua LeBlanc. I mean, there's some really, and Amy Eskridge. I mean, there's some really strange stuff. Now we have to talk a little bit about the mythology and what people are hanging on to and why there is so much wild speculation. The FBI just started their investigation, but the internet has been on this for years. Mythology is better than reality in almost every direction in every situation. It's more entertaining, it's more fun to think about, and some of it is pretty rational and seems to be sound. I will lay out what I believe are the 4 big theories that people are actually putting forward about who or what is behind this. First theory is that scientists are being taken off the board by something non-human. This is the framework most in line with what Amy Eskridge was working inside, Puthoff's crypto-terrestrials. Humans from the future, the ones who survived the apocalypse and have a reason to suppress the technology that caused it. It's the 3-body problem. If you read Cixin Liu's novel series, The 3-Body Problem, or if you've watched the Netflix adaptation, both are really good. I've listened to The 3-Body Problem, all 3 books. If you've read that or watched that, you know the general idea of this theory. It's the dark forest theory. You may have even seen the memes. Maybe you haven't read the book or watched the show. Imagine the universe as a forest at night. Any civilization that lights a fire gets picked off by someone older and more advanced and quieter. The scientists who see too far stop being safe to leave alive. What's that? I'm getting a message from their Anuki beast.
I ponder on whether sufficiently transformative physics is itself a national security problem, and whether the people who can see it coming are the ones who start making lists about who else can see it coming.
That was really deep, Anuki beast from Spooky Island. Sorry, I thought it'd be funny to do something funny in this like mythology part of the video because it's so dark, and I'm like inherently I like funny stuff. I like comedy to like lighten the mood a little bit. I apologize if it's disrespectful or whatever, but it's just kind of who I am, so you know. Anyways, you're not going to hear me endorse the ultra-terrestrial theory, but it's fun for sure. In the shape of it, the people who actually understand how reality works are the ones who are disappearing. It's not an X-Files thing. There's also a reason that, you know, it's one of Barack Obama's favorite books, The 3-Body Problem, and lots of people high up have read it for quite a while, and it's been studied as an example of kind of understanding the Chinese mindset. It's interesting. but I don't know if it's real. The second theory is way less fun, but more supported. Congressman Burleson, who has been the loudest voice on the Hill about this, told Newsweek last week that the pattern has all the hallmarks of a foreign operation, which, to me, makes a lot of sense. He named China, Russia, and Iran as the plausible actors. Shit, might as well throw Israel in there. They love killing scientists. Only Iranian scientists, though, of course. The precedent for this theory is not speculative. Between 2010 and 2020, the state of Israel killed at least 7 Iranian nuclear scientists with magnetic car bombs, motorcycle assassins, and a satellite-operated machine gun mounted in the back of a parked pickup truck that killed Mohsen Fakhrizadeh in 2020 with 0 Israeli operatives on the ground. That shit is insane. So it's possible to just kill scientists, is what I'm saying. Former Mossad chief Yossi Cohen went on Israeli television and said that if a man constitutes a capability that endangers the citizens of Israel, he must stop existing. That's crazy. Just in general? What? Former CIA Director Michael Hayden called the program the most effective method employed to stop the Iranian nuclear program. So it works. Governments do kill scientists. Obviously, Iranian scientists are not the same as scientists elsewhere. It's not like Iran is exactly the center of scientific contribution in the world. But period, though. People kill scientists. Just because you're science person doesn't mean you just take the perspective and you flip it. Does the work that's being done in Huntsville, Alabama endanger someone? You know, that's the idea. It's not like a statement. I'm not endorsing or condemning it or whatever. Also, in December 2025, a U.S. congressional report documented that China has spent the last decade exploiting American Department of Energy research partnerships to move nuclear and dual-use technology back home to China. The 2026 annual threat assessment ranks China and Russia as the most persistent intelligence threats to American research. The Ministry of State Security in Beijing has been recruiting and targeting American scientists for more than 20 years. The question is not whether this happens. The question is whether any of the 11 names on the list were potentially caught in that crossfire. That's a pretty realistic theory, if you ask me. Now, the third theory is that the call came from inside the house, that the American security state has learned what it learned from Malov, which we covered back in March, and applies it now as policy. When a scientist knows too much, or threatens to publish too much and cannot be controlled, or becomes too visible an embarrassment, something happens, they die. This one also plausible, very plausible, and probably the least dramatic of the 4 theories because the amount of evidence that we have looks like the evidence that you would get from a cover-up. So we'll see. You know, it's really hard. I get why people are speculating. The 4th theory, and the least good one, in my opinion, is that it's all a coincidence. Avi Loeb, the Harvard astrophysicist, told News Nation last month that it's hard to believe that material retrieved from many decades ago would be a reason for taking him out now. Many science people and bloggers have said that it's probably just a coincidence, like Avi Loeb said that old alloys are not that crazy, and Steven Novella ran the base rates and concluded that this probably is not a real cluster at all. There's plenty of antagonists to the idea that this is a big deal. A retired FBI agent named Jennifer Koffendorfer ran a missing or dead in a single year for a profession and found 850 missing or dead for truck drivers. So lots of professions can give you alarming lists if you cherry pick. Anyways, the Marconi cluster we talked about in the last video also mathematically wasn't that much of a stretch. There's a ton of employees for that company, and that's, if you don't know, it's like a bunch of mysterious deaths and disappearances around a single company in the United Kingdom. It's not really possible to truly know or understand, and if someone does say they know and they know exactly, they're probably full of shit, to be honest, unfortunately. And that is a tragedy in and of itself, because confidence will always win when people are willing to listen. And one thing that's unfortunate to me that I'd like to talk about for a moment here is a lot of the people who really are caring about the scientists, and they care about science and they care about all this stuff, also think that these scientists are the ones who lied and have faked like the moon landing and think the Artemis 2 and all this bullshit. I love scientists, and I hope that they're not being systematically targeted by some kind of super future humanoid race or foreign intelligence governments, which they definitely are, for sure. It is dangerous, absolutely. Or our own government. I hope that's not happening, and I would like to sort of signal boost this entire thing for that reason and try to hopefully provide evidence across the board and ideas across the board so you guys can make up your own minds and not just believe the most confident person, because that's not usually the reality. And also, unfortunately, on top of that, the official information we're going to get from the FBI, who the could possibly trust that given the experience we've had with the FBI over the last year in regard to the Epstein files? So there's no winning. Basically, continue doing science. It's very important for humanity. I have not really been more moved by something than the Artemis 2 of humans going around space and listening to them talk about it and filming it on their iPhones. Proud to be a human from that moment. Literally one of the few proud to be human moments I've had in a really long time. So you got to love science. You got to care for the scientists. That's hopefully what all this is about, and not just random conspiracy bullshit. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed this, press the like button down below, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hey, it's me, the soy pill. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And carry the 1. Yeah, it's been long enough. We can joke about Charlie Kirk now. No, but let me be completely honest and heartfelt here. I was joking about Charlie Kirk before we even knew if he would make it. The only reason this video didn't come out the day he died is because I had to write it and record it. But why would others, or more importantly, me, a calm, kind, empathetic guy...
So now that we know that you have the mental fortitude of a 5-year-old, can we just disregard like this stupid fucking retard, like
make jokes about someone who had people saying this afterwards?
Charlie was fearless, he was not defensive, and there was no hate in his heart.
If that's a question that needed answering, welcome to the internet, 4-year-old baby with an iPad. On your left is copious amounts of Japanese erotica, and on your right is the filing cabinet where we keep stingray death jokes about Steve Irwin, one of the most wholesome people in entertainment history. But Charlie Kirk was no Steve Irwin. Sure, he was a hog whisperer in his own right, but there's a reason a lot of people didn't mourn, and instead joked or even celebrated his passing. So let's dive into this Charlie Kirk fellow, his life, his views, his methods, and what reactions are allowed under our new regime. Like most Americans, Charlie Kirk started his life modestly, as the son of wealthy Republican donor parents. He grew up on Rush Limbaugh Republican talk radio, and by 17 was already writing for Breitbart News. He tried to get into West Point and was rejected, dropped out of community college after 1 semester, and forever touted college as a waste of time for no related reason. And just like you and me, by the time he was 18, was connected to wealthy Republican billionaires who decided to fund his crusade in the form of his right-wing propaganda movement, TPUSA. And other than dying, this is the main reason anyone has heard of Charlie Kirk. Turning point events where he went to colleges, debated these students, and tried to spread his views far and wide. So let's look at some of his passionate views. Namely, his titular racism. Yep, we're jumping right into it this time, since I got a bunch of comments on the Matt Walsh video for leaving all his worst racism till the end. Now, was Charlie Kirk a Klan member? No. He even kicked people out of TPUSA for being too racist. Like this employee who said, "I hate black people. Like, fuck them all. I hate blacks. End of story." Or this guy.
What's your opinion on racism?
I'm actually racist. I do feel bad for the American Negro.
Only the
they
American
do have somewhat
ones.
of a plight after slavery, and so I do support reparations, but I also support remigration, sending them back.
Huh, I wonder why this keeps happening to TPUSA. But as far as we know, Charlie wasn't that bad. See, look, he's sitting next to a black guy, but he was racist. In this famous clip, Charlie says that he gets nervous when he sees a black pilot.
I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm gonna be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Pretty cut and dry racism, right? Well, no. He says the only reason he thinks this is because of this DEI program from United. The implication being that United may have lowered standards in the name of diversity.
You wouldn't have done that before. That's not an immediate... No, you wouldn't have done that before. That's not who I am. That's not what I believe.
It is the reality the left has created.
And that's more reasonable. No one wants pilots who can't do their job. But wait, what was the program that he's talking about? Turns out the statement that Charlie is referencing is a push by United to have women of color admissions in their flight school. Unlike any sort of hiring quota, this is in line with countless other organizations that do similar outreach and promotion campaigns to appeal to women and minorities who are historically kept out of these fields. See, it turns out that even though Martin Luther King ended racism and then disappeared under mysterious circumstances, keeping large demographics out of fields for centuries doesn't just change overnight. And sometimes women are told their whole life that girls can't do math, despite their ability to do it well, and they need a little extra encouragement to pursue their strengths in fields dominated by nerdy, socially awkward men who drool over the 10 smart girls in their class of 400 like a pit bull drools on a toddler dunked in honey. So is Charlie racist for looking at a black pilot and praying he knows what he's doing, or sexist if he does the same with a woman? Yes.
I don't want LaQuisha James, and she's just like, hi, ladies and gentlemen, pray for me.
But let's give him the benefit of the doubt and assume he's just ignorant, and like any other ignorant people, now understands what the purpose of DEI
damn, I
is.
suck.
You get it now, right, Charlie? Oh yeah. Now, did Charlie substantiate his worries with statistics on underperforming minority pilots?
I hope he's not a Harvard-style affirmative action student that has points for, and he landed half of his flight simulator trials.
No, he just made something up about half of them failing. Seeing as it's his job to substantiate his statements, maybe he could do a cursory Google search and find that there's no research justifying his fears, or that flight is one of the most regulated things on the planet, and to even fathom that they would let someone be a pilot after failing half their flight simulations is so ridiculous that only someone with a predetermined position on race would say it. Okay, did he acknowledge that he was judging current-day black pilots on a program for students who aren't currently pilots?
Wait, hold on a second. You're gonna remove my appendix and you're a black lesbian?
No. So he's judging someone based on the color of their skin, either based on complete ignorance or purposefully lying? I don't know. Sounds like racism to me. But what does his frequent co-host, Jack Prosobiec, say? The man who posts Nazi dog whistles all the time.
This is an incident that actually happened. The pilot allowed his 15-year-old son and his 13-year-old daughter to take the controls and were flying the plane itself and literally flew the plane into a mountain in Russia and killed everyone on board.
Oh, he compared black and female pilots to children. Any pushback there, Charlie? No? Well, this dovetails nicely into Charlie's comments about prominent black political figures. Charlie referred to prominent black women like Michelle Obama, Joy Reid, Kamala Harris, and Ketanji Brown Jackson, saying,
If we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously.
Affirmative action, regardless of whether or not you think it's currently justified, was meant to rectify past injustices for people like Jackson, someone who was born 6 years after the end of segregation and 4 years before women were allowed to have a credit card. Now, maybe Charlie didn't like these black women just because of their politics. I hate Condoleezza Rice and Colin Powell, but never once when I criticize them do I say, hey, fuck you, Colin Powell. You lied us into the Iraq war and got hundreds of thousands of innocent people killed. And furthermore, you stole that position from a more qualified white guy who would have lied better and gotten more people killed. That's because Colin Powell has several degrees and years of experience, and not once did it cross my mind that he's only there because he's black, because I'm not a racist. And just in case you had any doubt, here's all of those people's qualifications that are being ignored by a dipshit college dropout. It's like that only thing that Martin Luther King said that Republicans will quote. Judge someone by the content of their character and not the color of their skin. Right, Charlie?
Kirk describes King as, quote, a bad guy. It's true. As we note in the piece, Kirk has previously described Kirk as a hero and a civil rights icon. It's true. I used to be wrong.
You know what? I gotta give Charlie props here. At least he's being consistent. All those other Republicans pretend to lionize MLK, but at least Charlie realizes that MLK would have hated the current day Republican Party and everything they stand for, speaking his true beliefs instead of using MLK as a prop. Oh, wait, actually TPUSA did do that because they used to sell MLK shirts and stickers. There's no need to look at this deeply. Charlie finally decided to read past that one quote and realized that MLK would have supported DEI and socialism, so he doesn't like him. And this isn't really racist on its face. He's actually judging MLK's views. Sure. But one of those views is his support of the Civil Rights Act.
And Kirk's self-described very, very radical view that the country made a mistake when it passed the Civil Rights Act. Also true.
Yeah, so Charlie often said that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake because it led to things that he doesn't like today, like affirmative action and DEI.
MLK, in my personal opinion and based on every objective analysis, he actually gave us more race focus and less emphasis on character and conduct. His core driving philosophy was not about a colorblind society. That is a line in one of his speeches. He would actually be closer
to a race Marxist, almost akin to a DEI type philosopher if you go deep into his writings, especially later in his life.
But you know what I'd do if I thought the Civil Rights Act led to downstream effects that I didn't like? I would say, hey, I don't like those downstream effects. Let's change those. Not the legislation that ended segregation was a mistake.
Once a week we talk about why the Civil Rights Act was a mistake.
It's like me complaining that anime exists by saying that rebuilding Japan was a mistake, but we should have dropped more bombs. So yeah, these are some of the bigger examples of Charlie's racism, and we can casually throw in forcing his employees to go to work on a federal holiday because it's one that celebrates black liberation, confusing a Sikh person for Muslim in his Islamophobic rant, a thing you do if you're only judging them on the color of their skin, or saying that Zohran Mamdani getting elected is akin to the 9/11 attacks, and basically everything else he said about Muslims. And for all you guys saying that Islamophobia isn't racism, sure, technically, but show me the Republican rant about Albanian Muslims, and then I'll believe you. Before we move on, I do want to talk about women for a second. You may think I'm going to bring up that clip where he says women should be forced to carry their rapist's baby. But you know what? I again respect that take from him. And not because I agree. Obviously, abortion restrictions put women in danger and are horrible and have made the strip club way more expensive for me. But at least he has the intellectual consistency to say what other Republicans won't. If you think abortion after millisecond 0 is murder, then why would it be okay to murder a baby just because the father was a bad person? All the Republicans who make exceptions are saying, well, it's okay to kill babies sometimes if the mother is upset enough. Also, please support my campaign to free Casey Anthony. No, Charlie's view on women that I want to highlight are these.
This is something that I hope will make Taylor Swift more conservative. Reject feminism. Submit to your husband, Taylor. You're not in charge. Interestingly, I think there is an argument to bring back the MRS degree. And no, seriously, just be clear that's why you're going to college, right? Don't lie to yourself, I'm studying sociology. No, you're not. We know why you're here. And that's okay. You will find a husband.
Ultimately, Charlie advocated for a world where women are subjugated by men, abandon any freedom and independence, and are as educated as he is. Now, maybe that's because he spent his life around Republican women, including his wife, but at the very least, he should have judged them like me, as equally vapid and moronic as the rest of the party. But seeing his wife in a position of power as the TPUSA CEO must have Charlie rolling in his grave. Luckily, as per his philosophy, one brave man just needs to marry her and she'll submit to his will, so he can tell her to make TPUSA progressive. I think I have the perfect volunteer. Let's talk about Ezra Klein. Oh, you thought this was a exclusively shit on right-wingers video? Well, what would a left-wing stance be without some left-wing infighting? I'm not an Ezra Klein hater by any means. I actually liked Abundance, and a good deal of his liberal takes, but his Charlie Kirk stance was not one of his good ones. Clearly, we've seen that Charlie had some pretty abhorrent views on some of the most mistreated non-gamer demographics in our country. Charlie didn't have disagreements on how taxes should work, but rather open contempt and ill will towards millions of people. So what does Ezra say about this? Well, he wrote a piece in the New York Times called "Charlie Kirk was practicing politics the right way." Kirk was practicing politics in exactly the right way. He was showing up to campuses and talking with anyone who would talk to him. Ezra contrasts this with a bunch of examples of horrible political violence to show what the wrong way is. Essentially, giving Charlie brownie points for not throwing Molotov cocktails at people. It's a pretty low bar there, Ezra, especially considering Charlie bussed people to the January 6th events and continued to support the president after his attempted steal of the election. But I don't know, maybe Ezra's not a journalist who needs to keep track of these things. But let's actually look at the low bar that Ezra set. He was showing up to campuses and talking with anyone who would talk to him. I don't know how Ezra hasn't caught on to this gimmick that has been happening for a decade, but let's talk about these Republican pundit debate tactics. I don't like the narrative that college kids aren't smart. Most of them are smarter than any of these Republican pundits, but these debates aren't a battle of wits. They're a battle of rhetoric, and college kids usually aren't prepared for that. It's not your idea versus my idea. It's how can I make you look as wrong as possible and then clip that for propaganda. This is what Charlie did, and that's why anyone under the age of 25 knows who he was. Reels, TikToks, and clips meant to exclusively make Charlie look good. When he loses debates, he just lies in the title about his opponent insulting him, which never happened, unless you count being made to look like a moron an insult.
What would your example, because I have 50, of a single Christian country that you would say mistreats women right now?
America.
Oh, really?
Yes.
We had a female woman vice president. We had a female vice president, a female speaker of the House. Women earn more than men in America.
In Rwanda, female representation in government supersedes the UK by quite a lot. Did women get treated better in Rwanda?
Okay,
He also took down the clip of him losing a debate to a Republican vegan. Crowder took down his debate of losing to a socialist, and Knowles, to my knowledge, never aired the after show that I went on, presumably because I made him look dumb. Because they don't care about letting the best ideas win. They want to manufacture the environment to ensure that their ideas look the best. It's not the marketplace of ideas. It's like if Walmart put a black bag on your head and walked you into a specific aisle and then said, this is the only fruit we have. All the other fruit is rotten. Don't go check and see if the other fruit is rotten. Just take my word for it. And no, Ezra, he wasn't talking to anyone who would talk to him. He blacklisted the Unfuck America tour from attending his events.
Turning Point has cancelled all of UNF America's credentials, and now they're trying to sneak in Destiny so he can debate inside here.
Because when rhetorically practiced people talk to him, they make him look stupid.
The Senate is technically DEI in a certain sense for like small states.
Is the Electoral College and the Senate based on race?
It's predicated off of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
So your argument is that the U.S. Senate is a DEI? I gotta be honest, I've never heard that argument. I think it's a little silly, but...
How is it silly? Argue against it instead of just saying it's silly.
Let me ask you a question. Is there a single instance in corporate America where DEI is implemented where diversity means anything other than skin color diversity?
Diversity?
No, it's not about viewpoint.
Women.
What? Fine. How about chromosome or diversity or skin color?
So skin color, there's gender. You have to move the goalpost a little bit because you got destroyed there.
So yeah, if this is politics the right way, only because it's not violent, congratulations, Charlie, you didn't punch anyone. But I think we should have higher standards than being a total propagandist who will lie, omit, and obfuscate to spread their message, regardless of what that message is. But on the note of his message, let's talk about political violence and whether or not calling Charlie a fascist incited it. Because people are blaming his death on the rhetoric from the left.
Fascist regime.
Look, are they a threat to democracy? Yes.
So how did America confront fascism in World War II? We went to war.
Actually, Jesse, we kind of ignored it for 6 years and then tepidly supported our allies for another 2 before a completely different country forced us into the war. Now, ignoring the fact that the right wing calls the left fascists all the time,
destroy our Second Amendment, attack the right to life, and replace American freedom with left-wing fascism. Left wing, we're going to left wing all the way. Fascists. They are fascists.
And the fact that fascism isn't a light switch between democracy and 1944 Germany, so calling someone fascist doesn't justify D-Daying them. Is it even accurate to call Charlie Kirk a fascist? I think the more important question is, does it even matter? We could go through the tenets of fascism and meticulously explain how Charlie matches up with them, but ultimately it feels a little fruitless. Because every time I try to define fascism, someone always jumps out of the woodwork and points out that Charlie wasn't literally Joseph Goebbels, so my definition is wrong. Does it matter that he supported all of Trump's authoritarian power grabs and attempts to overturn democracy, that he frequently called for a Christian theocracy?
Again, there is no separation of church and state. It's a fabrication. It's a fiction. It's not in the Constitution. It's made up by secular humanists. Of course, we should have church and state mixed together.
That he was vehemently anti-intellectual or idealized a mythical American past. That he opposed legal immigration and promoted the racist Great Replacement theory.
The Great Replacement strategy, which is well underway every single day on our southern border, is a strategy to replace white rural America with something different.
People are going to attack me just for saying he's racist, which I think is demonstrably true. But since he's not as racist as someone else, now it's my fault for using words correctly. If I call David Duke or Nick Fuentes racist, which they objectively are, I'm not calling for them to be attacked. So it's irrelevant whether or not my analysis of Charlie's fascism is accurate. Of course, Charlie Kirk isn't Joseph Goebbels. That's Stephen Miller. That said, I'm not going to refrain from accurately describing someone's politics just in case some crazy person decides to reenact a bot-filled TF2 lobby. And it looks especially inane when you see the way Republicans were calling for civil war after the Charlie incident.
The left is losing the battle of ideas. Violence is a last resort. They're trying to silence us.
Hey, buddy, I want you to shut the fuck up, but I'm not gonna hurt you to make it happen. Because if there's one thing in that article that I did agree with Ezra Klein on, it was that political violence is a virus and shouldn't be normalized. That said, while I think celebrating or encouraging more political violence is bad, it's okay to be happy that bad people are gone. As we've seen, Charlie spread some of the worst ideas to millions of people. He is responsible for making the country worse for all of the aforementioned groups. So when leftists or trans people or black people or women or anyone who had to listen to this guy or his fans or deal with the legislation that he helped pass celebrate when he's not doing it anymore, yeah, I get it. If you had a bully who made your life worse in every way and he was killed by a drunk driver, that doesn't make drunk driving okay, but you don't have to pretend to be sad that your bully is gone. You're even allowed to be happy.
Charlie Kirk is horrible?
Yes, I'm glad he's not here.
You're glad he's dead?
Yes.
I do the exact same thing. Would you be glad if I would die?
Maybe.
Your friend just said she'd be happy if I died.
And God forbid people joke about it, like the right hasn't been spamming George Floyd memes for 5 years, or Trayvon Martin, or Paul Pelosi, or trans people, etc., etc. What you shouldn't be happy about is political violence. The reason political violence is bad is because it creates an environment where people don't believe in democracy as an institution, and where violence is the only meaningful form of communication. Who cares about voting if your preferred candidate might die in office? Who cares about the marketplace of ideas if the marketplace is as dangerous as an American school on the same day that Charlie Kirk was shot? You shouldn't want to live in a world where opinions are expressed through violence, because no one is insulated from the consequences, and we may as well not have politics at that point. This killing did nothing for the anti-Charlie Kirk movement, in part because it helped radicalize the very people that Charlie supported. They tried to use it to take gun rights away from trans people, and to pass intrusive hate speech laws. But it also did nothing because Charlie Kirk was not uniquely interesting. Rather, he was shockingly mediocre. Sure, he was successful, but what makes him better than any other billionaire-funded Republican pundit? They're already trying to replace him with Brylan Hollyhand, and other than having a name like a gay British duke, I don't think he's much different. I was gonna include a section comparing right-wing incitement of violence to left-wing incitement, and how the right is overblowing things in comparison, but by the time I finished writing, no one's really talking about Charlie Kirk anymore. He came and went like a fart in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament room. Powerful and moving for a moment, but ultimately inconsequential. The right was wrong. This killing didn't create a million more Charlie Kirks. There's always been a million more, and there always will be, because it doesn't take a lot of talent to get up in front of a camera and say dumb shit. I should know. Some people make it to the top and kick the ladder away, while I make it slightly above the bottom and extend as many ladders as possible with my segment, Oops, All Ladders. Today's ladder is Thomas Skeen. He made a hilarious and well-researched video that will help you explain January 6th and how awful it was to your ADHD Ritalin-addled peers. Go check out his video in the description. If you want to be on ladders, email me at thesoypill@gmail.com with the subject line, ladders, and a link to your channel. As always, thanks to my patrons, and especially my top tier patrons, Ash, Nipple Fisting, Died Famous, Church, Anita Bonghit, Astra Cosmos, Omega Omelet, Bo the Banana, Engulf, Horton Grew, Marche Taylor, Big Mac 1906, Broke Gemini 1907, Babowski, Dr. Pepper Lover, Take Mamoru, Mr. Blonde, Keandre Dorsey, Rip Fluffy Man, AIO, Sniping Cow, Ash Again, Dean, Banana Earth Theory, Mr. Thoughtless, Elusive RG, Shri Kumar, Joseph S, Chris T, Mad, Toby the Robot, and Evan A. And don't forget to type 1 to end the deep state.
Ladies and gentlemen, since one of my last videos called The Dangerous Lie Behind BMN, apparently that video struck a nerve to a lot of people. The video had roughly 140 or 150,000 views. A lot of people agreed with me. They gave their genuinely helpful input. A lot of them, they thanked me. They said that I didn't know I was carrying this until we put a name on it. However, some of them were genuinely angry. A lot of people felt threatened by the video that I posted on YouTube. And look, I've been sitting with some of the comments for a while because they had a pattern. And once you see it, you cannot unsee it. I'm going to try to keep this short, okay? So I apologize for my yapping session, but I'm going to go for a couple of examples. So, first example, guy number 1, he spent 6 replies telling another viewer that vulnerability is weakness, that survival of the fittest is just reality, and the moment you show weakness, you lose respect. You know, he was very confident in his words. He called the video toxic positivity and virtue signaling. He was basically saying that it was just empty content for naive people. And then 2/3 through the argument, 2/3 of the way through the argument, he quietly admitted that he opens up to his partner. So he basically moved his entire position. He moved his entire position without even noticing. He walked into a comment section to argue against emotional suppression and spent the whole conversation suppressing. Guy number 2. He wrote, I think, 3 or 4 paragraphs, and he was very analytical. You know, he was very analytical. He called the video quite feminine. You know, he said that therapy is inherently feminine because most therapists are women. He even had a number. He said that 75 or 76% of the therapists are women. So he went and found a number. He talked about duty, strength, honor, rationality, and then someone in the comment section asked him one question. Not a philosophical challenge, but just an observation. He said, "You call this video feminine, but you just spent 3 or 4 paragraphs emotionally reacting to it. Marcus Aurelius kept a private journal processing his feelings for decades. Was that feminine too? Or are you just putting a gender label on your discomfort so you don't have to actually sit with it?" His whole framework folded. He said, well, in the right context, obviously. So, one question. That's all it took. Guy number 3. Yeah, guy number 3, and wait, let me read this directly.
Shit has happened before.
Yeah, guy number 3 said this. "I've had to cut off multiple longtime friends because they kept wanting to talk to me about their own fuck-ups and feelings. Just stop being a pussy, own your shit, and shut up."
Oh, hey, some friend that is. Jesus
So
Christ.
there was no argument, no framework.
What a guy.
This was just pure detonation.
What a pal.
You know, he couldn't just leave. He had to perform not giving a shit to strangers on the internet, which is, and I say this with genuine compassion, the least stoic thing a person can do.
Stoic.
And then example number 4. If you guys, if you want, go and read the comments and check the comments, like the new comments or the ones that don't have that many upvotes, so you guys see what I'm talking about. So guy number 4, he spent several comments explaining that emotions aren't real. Emotions are just chemicals, just trained responses. He said that emotions are meaningless noise that weak people mistake for truth. He was very detached on his words, you know. And then buried in one of those comments, almost like it slipped out by accident, he said, "It took me months to be courageous enough to be vulnerable. And what I got was the opposite of help. I almost ended up dead alone." So there it is. The philosophy isn't a conclusion. It's scar tissue. He tried, he got hurt, he nearly didn't survive. And the only way to make peace with that, with being failed by the people who should have shown up, was to rebuild a worldview where needing people was the problem. Where the lesson learned from almost dying alone is never ask again. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that's not strength at all. That's a wound that learned to walk upright and call itself a position. Now, look, I want to be honest, because honesty is the only thing that makes this conversation worth having. Some of what these guys are saying isn't entirely wrong. The world does punish vulnerability in certain contexts. That's real. That's real. There are environments, certain friendships and certain family structures where showing the real thing genuinely does get used against you, where openness generally does invite exploitation. I've lived that. I'm not telling you the fear is irrational, because sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it's the direct result of something that actually happened to you. Something with a name and a face attached to it. And the point about emotional regulation, about not being controlled by every feeling that passes through you, about developing the capacity to not fall apart in every difficult situation, that's not wrong either. That's actually closer to what real stoicism argues than most people realize. And we'll get there. We'll get there. So I'm not here to dismiss the pain underneath the position. I understand where it comes from because I came from the same place. But here's the thing. Understanding where a belief comes from doesn't make the belief true. You can arrive at a conclusion through completely real, completely valid pain and still be wrong about what that pain is telling you. The fact that you believe something deeply, that you've built your identity around it and that you defend it against any challenge, none of that is evidence. Conviction is not the same as correctness, especially when the belief perfectly justifies the armor you're already wearing. Especially when the philosophy conveniently makes the damage look deliberate.
He communicated that he got the FBI, who is now involved with this situation, and saying that he got a threat in his life in the mail. Kiwi Farms and others are encouraging this. Please tell me, people telling me to not take it serious or that is just jokes. Explain this as well. So he's saying that he's receiving death threats, and he's I'm not going to read the statement. Why? So Clover said, talk about the shooting incident at the Donald Trump dinner thingy. I think this is like the best way to summarize it. Like, did you guys hear that somebody was shooting at the Donald Trump thingy over the weekend? I did hear, and there are a lot of people making jokes about the shooter missing and another assassination attempt, and there's other people joking about the fact that it's another setup. You know, that it wasn't real. The first shooting wasn't real. And all these assassination attempts are just, you know, set up by the administration themselves, you know, the conspiracy theories. I'll go over a little bit with you guys just in case you guys don't know what happened. This article by NPR talks about what happened that Saturday night. It happened on Saturday night, but it also talks about the shooter as well and some updates that we've been receiving since this morning. And it reads, just minutes into the dinner, attendees in the ballroom heard muffled popping noises and saw the president, first lady, and top officials hurried away from the head table where journalists representing the White House Correspondents Association were also seated. Other attendees throughout the room, including lawmakers, cabinet officials, and hundreds of journalists, fell to the floor as they awaited an all clear from law enforcement. Law enforcement then later revealed that the alleged gunman was apprehended right outside the ballroom after he attempted to charge past a security checkpoint. I'm pretty sure there's a video of him literally running through security. In case you guys haven't seen the footage, this is a close-up of it. That's Trump and Melania. They're talking. And listen, I think they're talking with this guy. I forget what his name is, but I think he's like a mentalist. They're, the modern age jester, kind of showing off his ability to basically play with people's brains. Nothing so far. And then this is when the action goes down. That's JD Vance getting escorted immediately, by the way. It looks like JD Vance got taken out first. Trump and Hillary just still chilling there. Vance is already gone. And I think as they try to escort Trump out, he falls down. My man's legs probably gave out and then, got back up, or maybe he tripped or whatever, but then they finally got him out as well.
That was kind of funny.
Okay. And yeah. Pretty scary, bro. That you were sitting here at a ballroom on a Saturday night and you hear some gunshots going, and apparently the guy, I think his name is Cole Allen, was equipped with a shotgun. He had a knife, and he might have also had a pistol as well. I'll find out more for you real quickly. So it reads here that hours after the gunman attempted to breach the White House Correspondents' Dinner, details are slowly emerging about who He is. The alleged gunman has been identified as Cole Allen, according to two sources familiar with the matter. The sources spoke on a condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly. He is believed to have been targeting administration officials, as acting Attorney General Todd Blanche told NBC's Meet the Press Sunday morning. The incident brought America's commonplace gun violence just feet away from a room full of lawmakers, top officials, and journalists. It also may add to a string of troubling political violence in the U.S. that includes 2 assassination attempts on President Trump. It also injects more chaos into what was already a turbulent time for the Trump administration, which is attempting to negotiate an end of the war in Iran that the U.S. started at the end of February. And here's the latest information that they pulled as of this morning. Okay, it said that Allen had written what a White House source characterized Sunday morning as a manifesto. And Allen's brother notified the New London, Connecticut police of the writing just minutes before the incident at the dinner. Allen's sister spoke to Secret Service and Montgomery County, Maryland police. That's me. Wait, they was at my spot? Oh my God. Saying her brother had a tendency to make radical statements, and his rhetoric constantly referenced a plan to do something to fix the issue of today's world. According to the White House source, who was not authorized to speak publicly, she also confirmed that Allen had purchased 2 handguns and a shotgun, storing them in his parents' home without their parents' knowledge. And then finally, speaking to Fox News on Sunday morning, Trump said the quick response from the Secret Service and law enforcement is evidence that Democrats should vote to fund the Department of Homeland Security. Right, so easily quickly turning this into how can we make this a political thing about why the left sucks and why you need to do what the right says type shit. A partisan stalemate on Capitol Hill means that DHS has been shut down for nearly 2 months. Obama tweeted and said, although we don't have the details about the motives behind last night's shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, it's incumbent upon all of us to reject the idea that violence has any place in our democracy. It's also a sobering reminder of the courage and sacrifice that the U.S. Secret Service agents show every day. I'm grateful to them and thankful that the agent who was shot is going to be okay. And finally, here's a popular trending clip from a 60 Minutes interview with President Donald Trump talking about the assassination here. Just a minute and 20 seconds, but so it was very trending like several places. So you guys might want to see this. I don't even know what's got to say.
Mr. President, he appears to reference a motive in it. He writes this quote, administration officials, they are targets. And he also wrote this, I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people, horrible people. Yeah, he did write that.
I am so confused. I think maybe he heard what the person wrote, and then the fact that she read it out loud, and he said, was waiting for you to say exactly what this other guy said, because the fact that you mentioned it, you're a horrible person, you're horrible people. What? I also think he made like an side comment when he heard the word pedophile. At that point, he stopped responding and said, I'm about to respond exactly to the fact that you just said that. Even though I didn't, even though he said it. Oh man. Anyway, let's just continue. Let's continue.
Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person.
Oh no. So she was basically saying what the person said. And then Trump said, that's not what I am. And then she said, wait, are you believing that this is what that he was referring to you? I didn't say this was about you. Now, clearly, I think a little bit of mind games going on here. I think clearly if there's an assassination attempt, then my guess is people are going to assume that it was on the president of the United States, but also she's just reading out what the guy said. And it also sounds like it was towards the administration, but that's be silly to ignore the fact that it's probably also a message towards Donald Trump because of the narrative with the Epstein files and him being involved in it.
Crap from some sick person. I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of the plate are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things. But I said to myself, I'll do this interview, and they'll probably, I read the manifesto, you know, he's a sick person, but you should be ashamed of yourself reading that, because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I
these
was
are
never,
the gunman's words.
Excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead, let's finish the interview.
The other thing that he wrote
I love he's so
Dang,
fucking...
so he's just upset that she's literally just talking about what the manifesto said, right? She's giving the factual information, and he's pissed off at her for doing her job because of how it makes him come off. It is what I feel is happening here. It seems like one of those situations where they're more annoyed with the fact that the person's reporting what was objectively said. Like, this is literally what the manifesto was. Could there have been intent for the journalist to spin this in a way to make him look bad? Yes. But also, like, I guess she is still just doing her job by talking about what was exactly said, the situation. To ignore it or not to report it would be poor journalism on her end, in my opinion. But yeah, that's the situation that's currently happening with the gunman, Cole Allen. He's in custody, and I guess we'll figure out what's going to happen going forward. You know, I'm guessing he's going to be literally disappeared. So, Loki, a couple of you guys asked me to talk about the David updates, including the interview with the detective of the case that Gideon did. What do you mean, bro? Gideon, the YouTuber, he is involved in this situation in some way, somehow. I did hear that there have been updates when it came to the David situation, specifically the fact that it was announced that they found a large amount of CSAM on his computer or his phone, and I think it was either gigabytes or terabytes of this type of information. Let me find out for you, and then let me figure out how Gideon was also connected as well. Yeah, it looks like according to TMZ and a lot of people, they're saying that David reportedly had tons of CSAM on his phone, according to prosecutors, who also revealed they have 40 terabytes of evidence in the case against him. What in the absolute disgusting hell do you mean that this person has? Do you know how much a terabyte is? Do you know how much information that is?
Okay.
God damn. 40 terabytes of CSAM on his phone. Oh my God. What a sick individual. This guy, we might need to bring back the electric chair. We might need to bring back public stoning. They might hang this man. Bro, what an... Oh my God, disgusting. As of yesterday, an update is that Spotify is basically facing the pressure to scrub the alleged murderer's music. Okay, again, I don't think I've actually ever heard a single David song. This is the... I don't know. Sometimes there are certain people who are musicians that kind of just fly under my radar. Maybe I don't really listen to a lot of mainstream music, so I don't even know any of David's songs. But yeah, what do you do when... I mean, I guess, do you delete the music? Then it starts to bring up the whole conversation of separating the artist with the music. But how do you do that when David quite literally made music admitting to the actual crime that he did? He literally integrated his music with the actual murder. What a sick and twisted... Oh my God. Spotify and Apple Music are under growing pressure to yank David's music off their platforms, completely after he recently charged with sexually abusing and murdering a 14-year-old Celeste Rivez just over a year ago. The advocacy group Industry Blackout launched a change.org petition calling on Spotify, Apple, and other streaming services to axe all his music from their catalogs, writing, quote, "When an artist has been charged with sexual abuse and murder of a minor, a child who was drawn into the orbit through his music and public persona, continuing to stream, promote, and profit from his catalog is a choice. It is not a neutral one. It's sending a message." That specific petition has under 1,000 signatures so far, but it comes as artists have distanced themselves from the singer, whose real name is David Anthony Burke. Rolling Stone reports his former collaborators, Kali Uchis, I recognize this name, Kali Uchis, Holly Humberstone, Lofty, and Demonio David have all cut their collaborations from streaming platforms with the help of UMG. David was signed to Darkroom Interscope under the UMG umbrella, but as we reported, he was quietly dropped from the label last year, months before he was ever charged. is this when they discovered the death of Celeste, but he wasn't charged until more recently? So they were kind of like, brother, we are getting out of this right now. Almost forgot to talk about this as well, but yeah, Gideon basically did an interview with here, an hour video. I interviewed the detective working the David case. One day ago, 300,000 views. I didn't even know you can do that. I thought that when it came to this information, usually you got to keep things silent or the hush, or I don't know. But man, somehow literally got the detective that's currently working on the David case and talked with him for over an hour.
Dogs had died. We started getting this horrible smell. She's like, so we thought didn't bury the dog deep enough. So if they smell it, he really can smell it. I don't know why he didn't just get rid of the body. The only thing I can think of is was a trophy of sorts for him.
Do you think the family is as quiet as they are because they knew who David was?
I mean, yes. I have proof that family members have been to that rental house before, have been with David and Celeste. There's evidence that he met her, interacting with her in like a creepy way when she was 12.
So do you think David had help?
I think he had help.
Yes.
I think there's gonna be other people that go down.
Yeah, again, this whole situation, there was so many people that knew about David and his relationship with Celeste, the family, friends, discords, all of it. They knew. So to also, you know, for him to get rid of her, and then suddenly they're all just like, hey, where's your girlfriend? Where's your girlfriend? No. There was parties at play. There was exchanges. There was money. Some people suggesting that the family might have gave her up, you know, which is not foreign. I've heard of plenty of families who literally use their children like cattle in exchange for money or for clout or for many reasons, but they kind of just use their kids as bargaining chips to basically better advance their own lives.
I think there's going to be financial transactions that come out in this that are, if this goes to trial, they're going to show that there were people that were getting money, and it's going to look really, really bad.
And people were getting paid. So guys, if you want to watch the full interview, I interviewed the detective words, Gideon Premium. Okay, come and watch the video. I don't have time right now to watch a whole as hour on this, and to be honest, I don't even think I could stomach it. To be honest, like this case is so nasty, bro. Absolutely disgusting. This guy is they're going to create a documentary. The what he did felt so romanticized in terms of like, again, fiction. It does not sound like this is a story that is real. This man's mind was absolutely disgusting and plagued, and he played out what he did in real life and channeled it into his music. Absolutely demonic. And I'll let you guys know, you know, some more updates as we find out what's going to happen to this man. My guess, though, they might hang him, bro. He might get actually lynched on public TV. All right, guys, that's all for today's video. Okay, if you made it to the end, drop a like, subscribe if you guys haven't already. I love you guys. I'll catch you guys on the next episode. Take it easy, peace.
Plain fact of it is that in Europe and in the United Kingdom, where I'm from, the age of consent is 16. And
what's going on? I'm gonna go get food real quick. Ooh, I did good. I was on top of my game, bruh. Shit. All right. All right, baby.
plain fact of it is that in Europe and in the United Kingdom where I'm from, the age of consent is 16, and I did sleep with a 16-year-old when I was 30. But when I was 30, I was a very different person. I was a lot younger, and I was an immature 30-year-old.
All right, so Russell Brand has been doing a PR tour recently before his trial for sexual assault charges.
I feel like when you're 30 years old, you should be old enough not to feel the need to sleep with a 16-year-old, even if it is legal. Like, what? But I don't know.
So I guess he wanted to address things and try to prove his innocence by admitting to having sex with a 16-year-old, which is an interesting move. I guess since it's legal in the UK, he thought he might as well admit it before it comes out during trial or something, because I don't know why he'd want to admit this. Or like maybe he thought if he's honest about this, then people would believe he has nothing else to hide. I don't know, but I'd say if you get accused of rape by a bunch of different women, and your response is to talk about how you're an immature, sex-addicted, famous 30-year-old that was sleeping with a high schooler, it's not looking too good. Like, these appearances he's making aren't doing him any favors, but he's also there to promote a book titled How to Become a Christian in 7 Days. And I think he titled it that because that's how quickly he became a Christian after the allegations were made against him. Like, now everywhere he goes, he's carrying a Bible and wearing a cross, which obviously some people think is just a grift to try to pander to people who'd be more sympathetic or more forgiving towards him after the allegations were made. Like, during Piers Morgan, he questioned Russell about the grifter accusations, and I don't think it could have gone any worse. Like, all these appearances Russell's making just feel like comedy skits. I mean, you couldn't write something this funny.
Some would describe it as a grift. It's like, come on, Russell. You change your mind about stuff and a sixpence, right? And
no, that's what they say about you, actually.
Well, sure, but I'm interviewing you, right? Other people have said that it's all a grift, and they would actually include. And this is for you to actually, in the end, only you know. But you've got this new book, How to Become a Christian in 7 Days. People say, look, you only became a Christian 7 months after the allegations were made public, and that this is part of your thing, that you worked out that this could give you some kind of cover. You're a born-again Christian. Was that the one you took into court?
You're the very one.
Okay. What was your thinking of taking it into court? And what you were seeing, looking at some passages, what were the relevant passages for you?
All right. Thank you for asking me.
Thank you. That didn't hurt, did it?
A little bit. It was this from Isaiah. And you're right, Bear did say, be chilled. Sometimes I lose the chill, man. It's pretty...
Come on.
It's this.
Get on with it. God damn.
They don't like that, do they, in the old gallery? But remember, you just said it's a hired spot. This is from Isaiah. Excuse me.
Why not, put tabs on it and then highlight? That's what I've been doing with this book. If you've actually seen something, if you're actually reading it, and you see something you actually like, why not put a tab on it and then fucking highlight that shit? What? I don't know, but...
Man, I'm not in a market before.
I also did that with this book. I don't understand why people don't carry this book around because why? Because you're just a fucking grifter. You're a LARPer.
The verse that I was looking at that day was not this. I can't actually find the verse that I had that day. But this is good enough.
So he really proved those grifter accusations wrong, and he was getting really frustrated with Piers because Piers kept asking him tough questions, and this interview was pretty contentious and got really awkward by the end. It seemed like Russell was on the verge of just snapping at Piers. Like, everything Piers asked him, he took as an attack. But Russell should have expected this. This is how Piers' show is. And Russell started talking shit about it at one point for being too much of a spectacle. And then Pierce is like, well, why'd you want to come on here then? But Russell probably thought since him and Pierce have known each other for a while, he'd go easy on him. And also the other shows Russell did were friendly interviews, like Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, and Candace Owens. They're all helping him do damage control, and they're going with the narrative that Russell's just under attack for speaking out against the COVID vaccine in the mainstream media. But Piers is like, a lot of people would think that's a bullshit excuse.
This sense that you were somehow singled out, targeted deliberately, that all these allegations are only because you, Russell Brand, was saying stuff about a COVID pandemic or whatever. A lot of people think that's, honestly, bullshit. I was like, come on, Russell, it's not that. And when they hear you I wouldn't say you're dismissing it, but when you say but when you say
absolutely not,
but
it's
when,
really
when people say also,
I also think that's quite reductive, if I may say, the way that you've sort of framed it, because it is not just me. I mean, the idea that there is not a set of powers that manipulate the public conversation in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder.
Wasn't it?
Sometimes I also think you're not listening. Like that's why. Like I
did. You're literally talking about.
But what I mean by that is that this might sound a bit, I don't know, woo-woo or hippie, that the energy is a kind of like, you talk this Bible into court, and I feel like I already know where that thread's going.
Where's it going?
It's going to go, like holding in there, what did you think that was going to be achieved by that? And it's sort of like, I tell you what it is, it's cynicism. That's what it is, it's cynicism.
Why are you preempting
I think
my
you're
question?
cynical. I don't think you believe that you're capable of greatness. I don't think you're...
I've already achieved greatness.
Oh, God, darling. I don't think you think you're capable of participating in meaningful change or even meaningful conversations. I think you...
Oh, God, darling, bitch. Be a little more asinine, huh? Be right back. I'm gonna get more food because I'm a hungry fat bitch.
I think the best that Piers Morgan can do for himself is to host hideous spectacles of conflict about real serious, awful, dreadful stuff.
Why are you here then?
Well, I'm here actually because I don't mind trying to learn a little bit from you. But in that trial, in the hardest times, I found him. And it's not like a sort of a palliative. And I suppose the reason I feel difficult around you is because I feel like there's a cynicism that if I talk about something that is very beautiful and certainly robust enough to withstand any of us...
I'm not questioning your faith.
I'm not saying that you are. I'm not saying that you are. But it's...
So this interview was really uncomfortable, and by the end, went completely off the rails. Like, Piers kept asking Russell questions about his faith, which you could tell Russell would get more and more offended by. And eventually, at the end, Russell just started crashing out after Piers mentioned how he used to be an atheist. Then he accused Piers of working with Satan. And afterwards, on Twitter, Piers kept making jokes about the interview and Russell looking through his Bible. So Russell probably feels like this interview was a setup and Piers was trying to make him look bad.
What kind of Christian are you?
I'm like a kind of Christian that has to hang by a thin thread of faith, knowing that I am broken, that you are broken.
Do you have a denomination or not?
Why?
That you are broken.
No, I'm very...
It's not an allegation.
I just treat everything as another allegation.
I know you do. If you don't mind me saying, you're
Was everything okay in that interview we did in 2006?
Yes. But it's, you are slightly hypersensitive to that kind of thing. I think because you don't really do many interviews, if I'm honest, you don't do... This is the first interview you've done with any Brit, for example. But most Christians have no problem saying what denomination they are.
It's not like I've got a problem with it. I've got this challenge.
And I'm a Catholic. I've got no problem telling you.
I know, but you're very different. You're very different.
But why? Why is it so difficult to answer?
It's not difficult to answer. I'm really interested in Catholicism. Really interested.
Because you were an
I
atheist.
kind of love it.
You then were a Buddhist.
Don't see that's like that.
Oh,
Like,
these are facts.
that's antagonistic.
No, it's not. It's factual.
Like,
you were an atheist.
what are you going to be next?
You were a... Well, yes.
Muslim?
That's what some people...
Jew? A Scientologist?
That's what some people think.
Hitler. What do you think about Hitler?
That's what some
Was
people
he okay?
think. That's what some people
Should we
think.
get the jab?
Russell,
have you vaccinated your own children?
Take Bear's advice and calm down.
No, you take Bear's advice and be a good man.
I am a good man.
Be a good man.
These are basic facts. You were an atheist. You then became a Buddhist.
No,
now
they're
you're
not.
a Christian.
Good. They're not basic facts. They're information being tailored and collated.
Is it not true?
Yeah. You are attempting to create, using a collage of language.
But you're the one who told us these
You
things.
told us that.
You were. You told us you were an atheist.
Israel's got the right to protect itself.
Yeah.
This is a genocide. Don't take that COVID shot. Take the COVID shot. Ah! Something.
We're talking about your profound belief in God. And as a Christian...
No, we're not talking about my profound belief in God. We're talking about the actuality of God. And we're talking about the fact that you have been doing water carrying for Satan. That's what we're talking about, Piers.
Who's Satan?
Water carrying. The fallenness in this world.
Who's
the fallenness.
I've been carrying water for Satan.
Satan is the epitomising object of the realness of evil. The evil is not some abstract moral idea.
Who's the Satan I've been carrying water for?
I suppose it's a... And I'm trying not... I don't mean to be mean.
So it was a wild interview. I'm surprised Russell agreed to go on there, but he must have just not known what it was going to be like. And the other shows he did were much friendlier, like Tucker Carlson. He did a puff piece for him. And Megyn Kelly, too, which was really strange for her because when the allegations first came out, she was totally against Russell. She was leaning more towards believing the alleged victims. And she said she was done with him if he had sex with a 16-year-old. Which, looking back on, is crazy because then Russell ended up going on her podcast and admitting that on her show, and she didn't even care. So I don't know what happened here. I mean, she was like really passionate about it too. She'd get fired up. But now, of course, she's like, well, I didn't understand the full picture. Now that I've looked into it more, I realize a lot of it's BS, and Russell's just being targeted because he was outspoken about the COVID vaccine. So this lady is all over the place. Like, now she says she didn't look into the details enough. But when it first came out, originally, she said the people that were defending him didn't look into the details enough. So I don't know how anyone could take her seriously. And she said if he slept with a 16-year-old, it doesn't matter if it's legal where he was, she's done with him. But I guess now she thinks it's not a big deal and people only care because Russell's outspoken about how COVID was handled.
My limbs are trapped underneath him, and I just thought, why are you doing this? It can't even be any sexual gratification in this. And then he held my mouth shut and made me swallow it, so I was just gagging and crying. Can I just tell you guys, I realize that the knee-jerk instinct now by so many is Russell Brand is wrongly accused. These women are all liars. I'm sorry, this is extremely detailed. And in the case of the other woman, there's an actual set of medical records after she went to a crisis center the day of the alleged encounter, plus apologetic, begging for forgiveness text from Russell Brand. Could you please, for a second, stay open-minded to the possibility that the women are telling the truth? We don't need to so overcorrect from the Me Too movement that every woman gets completely disregarded and called a liar when she finds the guts to come forward and make an allegation. They may be telling the truth. I'm just pissed because what I've seen is like a rash of guys coming out to be like, it's bullshit. You don't know whether it's bullshit or not. Did you read the report of this woman? Did you read the alleged rape details? Did you read the text message that she has from Russell Brand begging for forgiveness? And then the more I looked at it, the more I started to recognize I might not know the full story, because since then I have seen what the British government has done to certain figures that it doesn't like. And I have an enormous amount of open-mindedness to you are being railroaded and attacked by people for reasons having nothing to do with actual facts, but with your right-leaning stance on certain issues. I'm done. If he had sex with a 16-year-old when he was 31, I'm done. I'm not his fan. I'm perfectly comfortable condemning that full force. If he admits to just that alone, it's over, and I don't care how many sponsors he loses.
And the plain fact of it is that in Europe and in the United Kingdom where I'm from, the age of consent is 16, and I did sleep with a 16-year-old.
And the craziest part is Megan still seems to think Russell's going to be found guilty and convicted, but not because he actually did anything wrong, but because it's God's plan for him.
Okay, but I actually have a worry that they'll send you because maybe what if it is part of your path? What if you're supposed to be like ministering to men in jail or changing the lives of the least fortunate among us, and this is part of God's plan for you?
Well, if it's God's plan, then there's no point resisting it, is there? If it's God's plan, then off I go, and I will serve him there.
Oh.
If that's God's plan. I don't like that idea much because I'd much rather be with my little children
How old are
and
they?
my wife.
Predicting. I'm not predicting a guilty.
I don't predict it.
I'm worried as
How old are they?
I'm looking at the cross on the cover of the book, and I'm thinking, well, where does this journey go next?
Do we want him
So
to
even
be
his
around
biggest
them?
supporters seem to think there's a good chance he gets convicted, so it's not looking too good, but we'll see what God's plan is. Let me know what you guys think about it all down in the comments, and make sure you check out the Patreon. I recently posted a big video about how out of touch Dave Chappelle has become. That dude is something else. His ego is out of control, so make sure you check that out, along with over probably 200 exclusive videos. There's so much to go through on there. So if you're a fan of the channel and you want extra content, want to stay up to date and everything, make sure you check it out. It's definitely worth it. There'll be a link in the description.
The very first line is super bizarre to me. It says this. He says, administration officials, not including Kash Patel, they are targets prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. So he's only after the administration, but Kash Patel, for some reason, is the one person of the administration not on the list. Okay. Welcome back to the channel, everybody, and we have some updates on the White House Correspondents' Dinner debacle. Everything from new security camera footage being put out that's AI doctored, which is very, very bizarre, to the attacker's manifesto has been released. Of course, they always have one, and that's also got some very bizarre stuff in it, too. And then I also have some questions about how this suspect was actually apprehended, because I've started to look at the pictures and some very curious things about that. So we're going to talk about all that in this video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, helps the channel. All right, let's just jump into it. Let's talk about it. Okay, so Jesse on Fire, my buddy Jesse, put out this video yesterday where he showed a video that Benny Johnson put out that is security camera footage, but it was very clearly AI doctored. Now, this was the actual original. Donald Trump posted this mere minutes after this event had happened, which was a little odd that they were able to pull this security camera footage and get it out to the media almost immediately. But anyway, again, we've seen this before, right? We see the suspect come out the door and then just literally sprint across to everybody. Now, we're not going to show the last part just because it's YouTube, but we saw that, right? Well, then this happened. All right, so what Jesse found is that some of the, we'll call them Trump administration influencers, right, the ones that, again, obviously what they put out is pretty much straight from the administration, started putting out this, which is the security camera footage, but obviously enhanced through AI, which, again, why would you need to do this when we have the regular footage? I'm not sure. But this is what Jesse found. First thing I want you to notice, up here in the top left corner, it literally says, again, it's cut off a little bit, but that says CapCut AI. So this was obviously made with AI.
So, to be clear, this is on Benny Johnson's X account. He's holding a sign, right? You can zoom in on that and make it a little bit easier for everyone to see, right? He's holding a sign, okay? And now he's running with the sign. Here he comes, guys. He's holding a sign, and his face swallows it. Where did his sign go? It's not on the ground. It's nowhere. His face swallowed the sign.
Now, again, Benny Johnson, obviously one of the script followers, he's not going to post that unless probably directed to by the administration. So, again, just very bizarre. Like, why introduce that into the mix on a event that everybody is already questioning? This very clearly AI slop rendition of the security camera footage that we really didn't need. And now this is going around on the internet. People are going to see that and think, okay, what the hell is this, right? The guy's got a sign in his hand. It disappears into his face. He's obviously not carrying any weapons, which, as far as we know, suspect was carrying both a shotgun and a pistol and some other weapons like that. But again, why do we have this AI slop footage being put out? I don't know if it's designed to muddy the waters and flood the zone with bad information. I mean, maybe it is, maybe it's not. But again, the fact that a bunch of the big Trump administration influencers are putting that video out is just very, very bizarre to me. Next, we got to talk about, yes, the manifesto. There's always a manifesto, right? And this one is got some really weird things going on with it. We're going to read through it. Again, these are always weird to me because they always have one of these. They always find it immediately after these events. But again, let's look at this. All right, so first 5 paragraphs are him just apologizing to everybody, his family, his coworkers, etc. Then he goes on to why he did this. He says, I'm a citizen of the United States. What my representatives do reflects me, and I am no longer willing to permit a PDF, artist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. While I'm discussing this, I'll also go over my expected rules of engagement. Probably in terrible format, but I'm not in the military, so too bad. Again, very bizarre that you would decide to write all this down and let... I guess all of us know your rules of engagement, but okay, maybe. The very first line is super bizarre to me. It says this. And again, rules of engagement, what he means by this is who he's going to actively target. He says, administration officials, not including Kash Patel, they are targets prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. So he's only after the administration, but Kash Patel, for some reason, is the one person of the administration not on the list. Okay. Secret Service only targets if necessary to be incapacitated non-lethally. Then he says, I hope they're wearing body armor because center mass with shotguns messes up people who aren't. And then why this is so weird is because, again, we found the only person shot was, I believe, a police officer who was wearing body armor who he shot center mass. Very bizarre to forecast that. Hotel security, not targets if at all possible. Capitol Police, same as hotel security. National Guard, same as hotel security. Hotel employees, not targets at all. Guests, not targets at all. In order to minimize casualties, I will be using buckshot rather than slugs, less penetration through walls. Now, this is bizarre to me, too, because if you're coming to an event to try to take the lives of a bunch of people and officials, but you're using buckshot, for those of you who don't know, what I mean by that with shotguns, there's typically 3 different types. You've got birdshot, buckshot, and slugs. Okay, birdshot is really tiny pellets. Then you have buckshot, which is bigger, thicker pellets. And then a slug, which he's saying what he's not going to use is like one big bullet you can think of that the shotgun is firing. Now, the reason he's saying this is because a slug is most likely going to go straight through low-vis body armor on someone, whereas buckshot is going to get stopped by that. So he's using something that he wants to be non-lethal, even though he's going into a lethal situation, which again, okay, to me, and Jesse on Fire had a great point, and he talked about this. If you're trying to minimize casualties everywhere across the board, the best way to do that is to just not do this to begin with. Because again, the juxtaposition of these two things at the same time, where like he doesn't want to hurt anybody, but he's very specifically has the very specific people he wants to. It's just, again, very, very odd. But then he says at the end, I'll still go through almost everyone here to get to the targets if it were absolutely necessary, based on the basis most people chose to attend the speech by a, you know what, but I really hope it doesn't come to that. So again, just like another bizarre manifesto that details exactly what happened after the fact, because that's pretty much what happened. He just ran into the event, apparently didn't shoot anyone else other than one police officer in the center mass body armor, and then was apprehended with 0 problems without anybody. It looks to me that he wasn't wounded in this, and that's where I'm kind of going, wait a second, how was he apprehended while running through the lobby with a shotgun and no real casualties happen here? Now, this is the picture that made me first start scratching my head a little bit. When we very first saw this on the news media, when we were watching this, my wife asked me, why is he shirtless inside the lobby? And made perfect sense to me. I figured, well, he probably got hit as he was running through the lobby, went down, and then, yes, in trauma medicine, the first thing you're likely going to do is cut somebody's shirt or clothes off, so that way you can make sure you find any of the wounds. And so that's why he would be shirtless. But then I noticed, looking around, There is no blood anywhere on this individual, not on him and not on the carpet as well. So I'm assuming he was apprehended without ever taking a round, which again, okay, I'm not sure how that happened, seeing as how we saw him sprint into the lobby. But at some point, he was apparently taken down with non-lethal force. And then here's another picture taken of him. And again, maybe he was a casualty. I'm not sure, but he's underneath a space blanket to be kept warm as if he was a casualty and was, you know, losing blood. This is typically what we would do. But again, I don't see any blood whatsoever, which again, typically when someone is shot, blood goes everywhere. It would most likely be on his body or on the carpet somewhere. Again, I'm not saying that he wasn't. I don't know, but just from what I'm seeing so far, and there's another picture, doesn't appear to me that he's taken any major wounds here. And then one final one. And here's more of a full body one. And again, I don't see any blood or anything here. So apparently what happened here is he was allowed to just run into the lobby, ran straight past all the security guards and Secret Service, and then I guess took one shot at an officer and then maybe was tackled. Again, I have no idea how with that many police officers, SWAT team members, Secret Service in that lobby, and he's running through it with a shotgun, that nobody put him down and they were somehow able to bring him down without lethal force. Again, okay, maybe, but and this is one of those things, just like the Charlie Kirk situation, where there's just so many bizarre things that are going on with this story. All right, now let's get some takes from the internet.
I don't have time to put an aluminum foil hat on this morning, but you mean to tell me that the Supreme Court, the supremest of courts, the American supremacy of the court system said that Trump can't build his Baal room because he needs congressional approval, and then like within the same week there's an attack at a meeting, the correspondence dinner, and the first thing that they think of is all of these influencers think about the ballroom? I mean, I didn't score the highest on the IQ charts in school or in aptitude test, but I'm not that fucking dumb, you know what I'm saying? Ever notice that everything that happens in the Trump administration's just a coincidence? It's just a coincidence that the same week the Supreme Court says no, they have a attempted assassination at a correspondence dinner, which might require a Baal room.
Yeah, and that's just kind of how everybody's feeling. It's just so many coincidences happening. We know that there was a massive lack of security. Whether you believe this was real or whether this was staged, there's one thing you cannot deny is that this was a massive failure by the Secret Service and the security teams here to allow a guy literally to just run into the lobby armed to the teeth and not doing any due diligence ahead of time to maybe find out who the people who are staying in that hotel that you're going to have a dinner with, that literally every single person in like the top 10 of succession of leadership in the United States of America was in that building, and you had basically no security according to the people there and the journalists there. Again, yeah, people are going to have some questions about this type of thing. And you had Dana White, who, if you guys didn't see, literally just kind of stood there, just watching the event, laughing the entire time. And here's what he had to say.
Inside, they started up. All of a sudden, it just started getting noisy. Tables getting flipped over, guys running in with guns, and they were screaming, "Get down!" I didn't get down. It was fucking awesome. I literally took every minute of it in, and it was a pretty crazy, unique experience.
Okay, so as Dana said there, you know, people started running in, and I just stood there and just kind of laughed and took it all in. It was awesome. Like, wow, I mean, that's typically not how you react to an active shooter event if there's a real threat there. But again, I don't know. I wasn't there. And of course, this is literally just minutes after a potential active shooter event. Just stealing booze off of tables. Everybody is all smiles and all laughs, taking selfies together. Again, just doesn't really seem like there was a care in the world for just so many people that were there and involved in this. And again, to my point, these type of situations, typically, this is not how everybody reacts. All right, so where are we at 2 days later now with the story? Okay, for me, guys, could this have been real? Well, yeah, sure, of course it could have. And again, it would just be then the biggest botched security for literally the entire American government inside one room that we've probably ever seen. The fact, again, pretty much the top 10 line in succession are all in one room, and there's basically no security there, and a guy's allowed to run straight into a lobby, armed to the teeth, and start firing shots. Okay, again, if that's true, then probably we need to examine what is going on at the Secret Service. There should probably be a congressional inquiry into how does this keep happening. If these are real, and then you have what seems to be more likely is that it seems like a staged PR event for a ballroom. I mean, we saw the script immediately after from every single one of the Trump influencers. And again, let me go back to what my buddy Aaron Love said about this. Just scratch your head type stuff.
So you're telling me that a liberal school teacher named Cole Allen took a train across America with a bag full of guns and knives, found the only unsecured location in a place where the president, the vice president, the head of the FBI, and every other big person in politics was, only to open fire to have a running gun battle with Secret Service and the Capitol Police. Nobody got killed, we apprehended the guy, and now we're here. You know why we don't trust you? It's because stuff like this happens immediately afterwards. I hate it when the liberals do it. I call it out every single time. I'm going to call it out this time too. Look at all these conservative influencers saying, build a ballroom, build a ballroom, build a ballroom. These are huge accounts with millions of followers, and suddenly they're all on the same script.
And at first, guys, what I didn't realize about that script posting, as you saw, we talked about it in the first video, I thought that they all started rambling that off after Donald Trump's tweet about the ballroom. All right, we saw this, of course, where Trump said this event would have never happened with the top military secret ballroom currently under construction at the White House. But that script that obviously went out with dozens and dozens of the MAGA Trump influencers all saying the exact same thing about build the ballroom, I believe they were all posting about that before Donald Trump even put out his tweet calling for the ballroom. So again, super organic. And to expand on Aaron's point, this is why nobody believes anything anymore. Because the second something like this happens and everybody's got the script to go with the narrative that they're supposed to go with, none of it looks real or organic. But again, we don't know. And even with this manifesto, we really didn't get a good background on the attacker. From what we're hearing, it sounds like he was a registered independent. The best that they could find is that he donated $25 at some point in his life to a Democrat campaign. So again, not really actually working very well for any narrative, whether you have the main narrative or a counter narrative. It kind of just seems like a guy who is disgruntled with the Trump administration. And to be honest, there's a lot of people disgruntled on both sides of the aisle. So I don't know, deranged leftists, who knows, right? But again, all of this is very, very bizarre. And it just seems like anytime this type of lone wolf type attack happens, there's always really bizarre circumstances around. So that's all I got for right now, guys. I'm sure there's going to be more that gets released about this, and I'm sure we'll find all sorts of new things out that make this fit a narrative that it needs to fit. So that's going to do it for this one. Catch y'all in the next video.
What you just witnessed was a gaggle of young men concealing their identities, recording themselves, running into a Scientology office building to see how far inside they could get, all while blasting air horns while they recorded it. The first half of that description just sounded like the video you're watching right now. Listen, it's for blind viewers. At least one of them exists. This is an emerging speedrunning category where an individual or group of individuals try to get as deep into the LA Scientology office, like past the bits that are supposed to be publicly accessible, as they humanly can. Hi again, guys, and personally, I have no love for Scientologists. They are often compared to a cult, and as an organization, they have a lot of power that really muddy the waters for things like I want to enjoy. Like, when you set aside how off-putting Tom Cruise and his middle tooth are, there's a lot of me that wants to like him. He's a short guy doing big stuff. Every new method he concocts to try and get as close to killing himself that he can while filming it and then using it to make $1 bajillion looks really cool. And a lot of things you hear about him from other celebrities makes you think that maybe he's different than the impression his off-putting demeanor might lead you to believe. Like, he's really good in Tropic Thunder, man, a performance that was apparently entirely up to him. But it's like always in the back of your head. It's the little Scientology thing that just won't stop bothering you. Back to Scientology as an org being infamous, calling it an org like it's fucking Face Clan juicing its members for money. Maybe it's not that different. Anyways, there's the whole like Project Normandy thing where Scientology almost took over the city of Clearwater, Florida, an operation that was later described as a a paramilitary operation by a terrorist group. Scientology is covered endlessly, and the most nefarious rumors of their tactics, cover-ups, and alleged psychological manipulation have been covered in documentaries and movies and in YouTube videos that make them seem like a really threatening presence that you don't want to get in the bad graces of. But then you just have some random shitters on TikTok, multiple groups of them just managing to almost effortlessly infiltrate deep into the building like it's nothing. That just really breaks the facade of this unstoppable juggernaut of a shady organization that comes to mind when talking about Scientology. Not that they aren't, like, still a dangerous group, but it's very funny that they're having trouble with this because of a dumb viral trend. So I figured we'd look through some of these clips today and the wider machinations and reasoning of some of the guys who have been doing it. If you enjoyed this video, this card at the end will take you to another one like it, and be sure to drop a like and subscribe with notifications on so you never miss an upload. Now, it's interesting because the clip I showed you at the start of the video is like the full-fledged version of the Scientology speedrunning we've seen after it's escalated. But as far as I know, it started much lower key. I believe it began with this guy, Scientology Audit, just kind of filming from the outside of the building and talking to the guys at the front door.
Hey guys, back inside.
Did the
condescending good boy always gets me. Like, if you're a dude with a camera and start giving orders, then the guys out front will just do what you say as long as what you say is to go inside. I can only assume this is standard procedure after a while because they acted so quick at the first inkling of a guy about to press them, and there's no way the Scientology Audit guy was the first to ever do this. Part of me has some empathy for the day-to-day employees of Scientology who are just trying to work the register to get people into their alleged cult. It's the system itself and the dudes at the top who, like, I would say most people think are the major problem. And I am really sorry. It's still hilarious when it happens to you, innocent door greeter. Like, this Scientology Audit guy comes back all the fucking time and knows these door greeters by name, or at least, like, people who work within the building that he's shouting the names of.
Shannon.
Why is it muted?
Personally enjoy writing fanfiction about random people I see on the street, like just making up characters for them in my head. It's the main reason to people watch for me. So I like to imagine that Scientology Audit and this Shannon individual are like actually good friends off camera, and that's why they're on a first name basis. The woman up front is actually a plant/informant, here to run anti-Scientology propaganda with the dude actually recording. That's why he knows her name, not because it's what she introduces herself as to people Scientology is trying to lure in. I can just imagine them getting coffee together after a hard day's work, and she's just particularly enjoying a random one-liner this guy said that played well in the YouTube Shorts comments, like, "Wow, that was a real zinger. You really had me going." That's why I had to duck behind the desk, because I couldn't stop myself from laughing. Of course, I'm making all that part up. So that's how Scientology Audit got started with this shtick. He would just go to the same location and apply frequent pressure to the guys waving to you at the door and just make it unpleasant to work there. But somebody else had the idea to take it a little further and see if they could actually penetrate the outer walls. But first, a quick reminder that you can use my code QUITE to get 10% off of Cheeky soap. Cheeky is the shit that I use to clean the shit out of my butt crack, because yes, I do clean down there, but also the thing I just generally use to keep myself smelling fresh in the shower and out of it. 2 different bars for those 2 different tasks, by the way. I have pretty dry-ass skin, so the moisturizing properties of Cheeky soap have been a very good thing for me, and I never have to worry about running low, because you can get Cheeky soap on a subscription through these things just with my daily use. But if you guys want to support the channel and get 10%... If you look at Scientology Audit's shorts, you can tell that the staff of the Scientology building he's trying to run into is pretty used to his and probably other people's antics. Like, they have a protocol. There's literally a type of buzzer system they have that rings whenever, I assume, somebody on cams sees like a known op get near the building. So they send like a little signal buzzer to the door greeter that tells them to just get the hell inside before they can start getting heckled by passerby. But the just get the hell inside strat falls apart like a knockoff Lego set when you have a dude who's determined to get in there with you. Like, if you rewatch the clip we just looked at, the lady closes the doors so that the cameraman doesn't get in, but there was already a dude who has beaten his personal time for this section of the run, making a sprint for the back left hallway to get deeper in the building. I don't know if the lady realized that dude was already behind her, and then she just closed the doors, trapping herself in there with him. That was a lone individual able to pull that off. So, do the guys at Scientology have the personnel to ward off roving gangs of LA play clout chasers as this gets more popular? With that in mind, it's time to check back in on our current deepest explorers. Scientology run patch notes. Added co-op. Up to 8 players can take on the Scientology building in either local or online multiplayer. Nerfed Tom Cruise's health by 10%.
Go up, where are you going down for?
If you weren't sure, these guys had a pretty clear goal of getting to the top floor of the building. Like, one of them literally says, "What are you going down for?" I'm almost certain it's because the elevator was taking a minute, just like every elevator seems to when you're the one who actually has to use it. Like, sure, the guy you watched walk right up to it just before you got there, pressed the button and the door opened immediately. But now you have to sit here for a few minutes with your thumb up your ass while you wait for it to get back down to your level, you lesser life cretin. You can see them pivot pretty hard when they actually see a guy coming up to try and stop them. Like, the dude in the hallway at the back of that scene when they got down the stairs looked a tad menacing, I'm not gonna lie to you. I just don't have the stomach for this sort of thing. But a huge part of this exercise for the people who are actually doing it is exploring and seeing what they can find in the areas they are able to get into. Getting information to improve their speedrunning techniques,
like
even if they weren't
cave.
able to go all the way up to the top floor like they wanted. You gotta build your knowledge base even off the failures. In fact, it's mostly gonna be off the failures.
Get out! Get out! What are you doing? Get out of the building! Now! You're trespassing! Get out of the building! Get out! Get out!
Okay, we all know this whole thing is a bit absurd, but these guys were concealing their faces for a reason. No matter how you or I feel about Scientology, this is probably not allowed by the law, and we're getting to a point where they're pushing past security officers physically to try and get further in, which brings up the question of, is this going to escalate into something? You could argue we already have with where we're at, like how deep they're trying to get in. It seems like that lady being the last line of defense was what made these guys decide to go, you know what, let's just double back. That's good enough for this look around. And I wasn't kidding about this whole thing being an exploration exercise. The craziest part of it to me is that with every new run that people do, as it gets a little crazier in terms of manpower and how deep they're able to get into the building, people have been able to draw a more detailed map of what the inside of the Scientology building looks like.
Says they go all the way downstairs because they are mapping this place out. They are trying to map out the entire inside of the Scientology building in the state of Los Angeles. Honestly, and even more wilder, after the speed run, the map just got a massive update. And even
You have this person, Strawberry Fox _studio, who claims they have no relation to the people subway surfing the LA Scientology building, who themselves has been drawing more and more detailed maps of the building's interior so they can practice drawing maps for their D&D caves. They've been doing this for like the last week, updating it as more speedruns get released and more information comes out about it. And I think the map drawing of it all is a funny exercise to take part in for your own personal memes, but they've been posting these diagrams around, and their drawings have been getting passed between hands as the layouts of the rooms pretty rapidly, so the knowledge is like spreading of an actual blueprint. It's probably not exactly to scale, but I think with the information people are gaining and like it's circulating around, it brings up that same question. People are collectively running into buildings and blowing past people physically. They're not just getting rowdy in public anymore at someone we can all like agree to sneer at, but they're getting close to physical scuffles pretty consistently. And 5 minutes of fame can be a powerful motivator for those looking to do the same without having the same due diligence others before them might have had. Like, I don't think we are at the very end of this trend, and the people working at this building are probably only getting more on edge, like our old friend Shannon, as it gets more and more hectic. And I'm afraid kind of what that could mean on both sides of the equation. I think generally most of us are against being too much of a public nuisance for the sake of content. Like, if you're just like IRL streaming, that's one thing, but trying to disturb people going about their day and actively like antagonizing them is generally frowned upon. But because this is Scientology, we just don't really give a fuck in the same way. We even find it entertaining as it gets more absurd because the organization it's happening to is something we already all agree sucks dick. But as I leave off today, I guess my main concern is how far this is going to escalate if it keeps going on. Scientology audit, that guy who would just let Scientology close their doors in his face, like he would say like really agitating stuff about them to their faces, but he would let them close their doors on his face. He'd approach these guys in public, stay outside like the private headquarters, heckle them a bit, and weather the storm of the blowback they gave him without rushing people head on, at least like, you know, like a hint to punch kind of way. And he has already gotten a ton of Scientology going after him for that from what I've seen. And hopefully there's a good chance the shit will peter out like most stuff on the internet does, but are we gonna go to a more serious level with this than we'd like? I guess my fear is that some rando one of these days is gonna go to the Scientology building and individually attack somebody in there in an irreversible way. I'm not like saying like bloody murder is gonna happen, but something closer to that I think would be ideal. With the coverage it's getting, it really only takes one out of the millions of people who have seen others do it for that to be a possibility. The other extreme is that so many people start going there at once, like en masse, that it becomes a fire hazard of some sort. I don't think it would get to crowd crunch levels unless like a bunch of people decide to just filter into a singular like 3-foot wide hallway, but the possibility does come to mind. What I will leave you with is to exert caution if you are doing this. In fact, I would say you shouldn't get involved at all. Gawk at it from home and leave it to the guys who are going to do this no matter what I said. There was probably no stopping them anyways. You sit your ass back down. Scientology speedrunning seems to me more of a spectacle than something I would say you should personally commit yourself to the cause of, and I can't kick the part of me that's worried this will go to an ugly place that I don't think anybody involved would want to see it get to, but even still what we have so far, very funny. Either way, that's all I got. That card I mentioned should be on screen now. Be sure to drop a like and subscribe with notifications on. If you guys are interested, I found some stuff on how Scientology acts on social media more generally, like their official platforms, that could be a fun topic. So just let me know in the comments if you want to see that. Anyways, this has been Quite, and I will be keeping my comfy ass at home.
Streaming has got to be one of the greatest ways to make money in 2026. Don't get me wrong, there's some great streamers out there. I see the vision. But there's also streamers that'll do anything for the clip. And it's gotten to the point where I question who is genuinely watching these streamers. Like Faithful Sheriff.
Hey, when you grow up, you got any ideas?
A fireman for a SWAT team.
Ooh. That's cool. Maybe we could work for ICE.
This guy's got to be one of the biggest chuds to ever touch streaming. He was first known as Dr. Witnesser, aka Dr. Chud. So I mean, it makes sense for him to be a big chud. Pretty much what he used to do before he rebranded, which we'll get into later. He pretty much told a kid on Fortnite. They were playing Fortnite, by the way, and he's bringing up religion, preaching to him about Christ, and told him he was gonna go to hell because he didn't practice Christianity.
Hey, forget the fact that it's America, dude. It's just the Christianity in general. It doesn't matter that I'm in America. So look, if you were to die in your sins today, you would be sentenced to hell. You would be sentenced to hell.
Okay, I don't know how old this dude is, but just by looking at him, he's grown. You're grown, buddy. You are... Okay, I don't know why I'm calling him buddy. You're grown, big unk. Saying this to a goddamn child in a game. And rightfully so, he got banned off Twitch from this in 2021. But he made the craziest comeback of all time, guys. He turned into a peanut.
Get the fuck out of here!
This is the most pathetic rebrand I've ever seen in my life.
My friend just said you're a burnt peanut. I'm not a burnt peanut. I actually got turned into a peanut by said peanut. You won't admit it. Because I called his friend boring. I woke up as a peanut the next morning.
It was that quick. It was just overnight.
It was overnight. Yep. He used some dark evil to do it.
His whole rebranding strategy was to clone the burnt peanut. Bro, you came up with a whole lore about yourself on how a streamer that doesn't even know your name turned you into a peanut. This shit did not happen.
I really don't. Why am I doing it? Well, because for fun, because I find it fun. And 2, for exposure.
Bro, your career is beyond saving. No peanut transformation is gonna make you any more popular. Yeah, it's gonna get him exposure, but dog, no one is tuning in. Sometimes I'll ask people really personal questions like where they're from, and if they don't answer, they give like something really vague, he'll get pissed.
So where are you from?
America.
Don't give me that crap, bro. Don't give me that crap, okay? I know.
America.
Yeah, I'm from America too. What state, genius?
A state.
You're an...
I don't even know why
The
you ask
American
these kids
state.
on Fortnite where they're from. Why do you even need the info in the first place? They don't want to answer. They don't want to answer. My parents always used to tell me, stay away from chuds like this on the internet. Now we got to talk about Rakai.
Now you got mental health, gang. Deadass. What is mental health though? I know what mental health
it's like, okay, with the mental health.
Rakai's quickly become not only one of the most hated streamers, but one of the most hated people online in general. And I mean, it's for a pretty good reason. But yeah, disclaimer for the AI bots at YouTube. Don't do this. Do not do this. I don't even think I have to say that, but still. I found this one clip where he almost crashed his car because he was texting and driving, or looking at chat maybe.
Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh shit! Oh, what's up, Blake?
He had no hands on the wheel. Not a single hand. How did this dude get his license? I don't know. He could have like swerved the wheel for dramatic effect there, but this dude was locked on his chat. Not a single crevice of his eye was looking at the road. This is the type of influence that's going around right now. Like, I know people in real life that can't scroll without driving. You're just putting other people on the road in danger by doing that. It's a no shit thing, but somehow people do it. This dude even ended up getting himself a 2-year ban from Twitch, but for some reason it went back down to 30 days. And as to why Rakai got this ban, it was narrowed down to 2 possible reasons. The ban was marked as illegal activities, so it could have been him scamming clicks in Fortnite, after clicks clearly won the wager.
Rakai, if you want to fucking scam, you said right hand on Bible, and I know you're a religious man.
Look at my face and look at my eyes, my nigga. You thought my black petite ass wanna pay you $6,500 for subs?
And the next day, he stole flowers at Walmart and gave it to some random lady.
Have a beautiful day.
You too?
I got it for you.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And obviously the lady didn't know that he stole them. She thought it was just a nice gesture. But as soon as he gave her the flowers, he ran away before security got involved.
All right, have a good day. God bless you.
All right, bye-bye.
The fact that there's still more I could go over says enough. And this dude was put on by Kai Cenat. He didn't even have to like grind his way to the top. And he's just throwing that all away just to do some dumbass clip farming. But yeah, they excused this 2-year ban as a visual bug. I'm not even trolling. Just stand on that shit at that point. I can't picture a real person over the age of 10 years old watching Rakai. Next, we gotta talk about streamers who bot. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. If you're botting, no one's watching. They're really inflating their numbers to make it look like they're still on. Sometimes the views don't live up to your expectations. It is what it is. Maybe a segment in the stream isn't the most engaging and your viewers fall off. I don't know, just get them on the next one. Why bot? And then when the brands find out you're botting, they're never coming back. So recently, this streamer Extra Emily apparently got caught botting, or at least she was on the website. But still though, she was thinking about it. She was considering botting. I guess just so brands glaze her? Is that really why? Just so the numbers look pretty for the sponsorship?
How cool. But, okay, anything else?
Oh, this is Emily. Have you met her?
Yes, Chris!
Oh.
Okay, I'm not that tapped in with this situation. I don't know if she was just visiting the site or she was actually using the bots, but still though, looks pretty suspicious if you're on there. Then she also had another incident where she ran a red light. What? You had 30 business days to react. Like, you had to do that on purpose. Why would you even do something like this on purpose? Nah, this shit was red for ages. No way she flipped the camera to show her Chad do it too. Like, wow, do you want a cookie? You ran a red light. Or you're more concerned about the perfect angle while driving. And I guess she tried to excuse it by saying it happens all the time in Austin.
Okay, no problem. That happens all the time. In Austin, you know, like...
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not the best driver in the world. I have my moments. So you know what? I don't even know if I have room to speak, but damn, she did have 30 business days to react. All the oots and ahs, like, bro, you could have been hitting the brakes instead. Dean the Great. Yo, this dude has to be a walking humiliation ritual. He recently went viral for being the streamer that everyone beats up. No, I'm not trolling. He's been beat up over 10 times within the last few months. And I guess he's decided to run with that content. And he just baits people and prays for them to snap and beat them up just so he could get more views and clips. Now, I don't even know if I could show any clips of this guy because he just gets his shit rocked. I mean, I could show it blurred.
I'll make you another clip. Don't do that.
Seriously?
Don't do that.
Whoa.
And that's that. That's pretty much what he's been going viral for. I don't even know if he was like an actual streamer before the punching days, but this is what he's doing now. He's really moving like that one game, Kick the Buddy, or Beat the Boss. Natalie Reynolds. Like, we got ourselves another engagement bait streamer. Like, she went into the gym with painted pants on.
If you don't have clothes on, you need to be out of here, man. I do have clothes on. That's funny.
Go closer.
How's your wife? That is fine. I work in the industry enough to know. I work in the entertainment field.
He's saying you need to leave. He's not.
This is somebody's idea of a prank. Anything for content. Anything. You're in a public space. What if that shit comes off? What then? Like, this is the type of shit that would, like, get you some charges. Would it not? I'm not a lawyer or anything, but damn, bro. This is just insane. All these views gotta be botted, bro. I'm sorry. Who is watching your streams? Like, yeah, people watch your TikToks. That doesn't mean people watch your streams.
No, not a bunch of her. Report me. Cool. I mean, she's covered, so.
Yeah, she's covered.
She's covered. So we're not supposed to video.
I mean, dude, she's covered, man. Bro, zip it up when you're done. Holy shit. I get it, you know, you're the cameraman. She got you a job, but yo, bro, how can you defend this? Like, just go to the gym to work out. Is it that hard? There's plenty more examples out there of Natalie Reynolds doing dumb shit for clips. Now we gotta talk about Johnny Somali. I don't think I've missed yet throughout this whole video. Johnny Somali, especially, has been on the internet shit list for over a year now. This dude really took the whole quote-unquote public harassment prank streams to another level. He would basically go to foreign countries and harass the citizens and completely disregard their culture and wishes. And he would do it all for the sake of views and content. And this dude's been arrested, I don't even know how many times. I've completely lost count. This dude really was the phrase anything for the clip. Now we gotta talk about TikTok live beggars. There's no entertainment value at all. They just get on live stream and just start begging for galaxies. A lot of people made decent money from doing those TikTok NPC streams. There was this one guy who was a Miles Morales NPC, and he got actually a lot of money from doing that. So this pretty much motivated everybody to come out of the woodworks and just start doing TikTok lives. And they thought this was gonna be the way they pay the bills. Now last year, there was a guy who got a following from showing off his 9-to-5 life, his day in the life. It was pretty authentic content. Until one day, he just quit and just started begging for galaxies live on TikTok. No way you just threw away a stable job for TikTok live. Okay, I shouldn't be talking. A YouTuber's the least stable job of all time. His whole content strategy in business revolved around his 9-to-5 job, and he left. What are we doing?
You gotta send a galaxy, bro. I gotta get a galaxy, guys. Send me something, man. Time making a living. I don't know if I saw a galaxy come through, man. I can't answer any of these.
This dude is gatekeeping common Q&A questions for a galaxy. A galaxy is like $14, by the way. He's doing all of this for $14. I know the saying's overplayed by now, but bro, the bills can't be this high. And this dude even busted out the guitar as well. And he'd even like try doing this first before leaving his job. He just straight up quit. You gotta give the people entertainment if you want donations. But yeah, the people deadass ask him a question like, curious if you're in any other investments than a 401k or an IRA. And then this is what he said.
If any investments other than 401k, you gotta send me a galaxy and I'll answer that.
Yeah, you gotta send me a galaxy and answer that. Bro, are we dead at? Oh my God. Just answer the question, you cheap fuck. This dude's acted like it's a payphone. The Red Pill Avengers. Earlier in the year, the link up of Doom happened. We'll just say that. This has got to be the nightmare rotation. I don't care if I'm going to goddamn Fiji. If I have to enter a room with all these people in it, yeah, nah, I'll pass. There was a moment in the stream where they were just singing HH by Kanye. This is the prime example right here of trying too hard to be edgy. This is like some middle school type shit. I don't know why they're doing it at their grown age. All right, next we have this dude, Tiags. I think that's how you say his name. This clip alone got him in the video. I don't know who is watching this type of shit, but here, the clip will explain everything.
If I got him. You a Birkin, like, what's up?
What you mean?
Like, what's up?
What you mean? If you give me a Birkin?
Yeah, if I get you a Birkin right now, boom, what's up?
Then I'm getting a free Birkin.
Huh?
Then I'm getting a free Birkin.
But, like, that's it? Like, you just take it? Like...
I'm gonna just take it. Like, what?
I mean, like, yo, what's up, girl? Yo, wrap it up. This dude is gonna buy a Birkin bag for a girl that he just met, just so he could have the opportunity to hit. First of all, holy airball and terrible shot. Just because you buy a girl something expensive doesn't mean her legs are just gonna magically open up for you. There's some Birkin bags that are listed for 20 grand, 40 grand, 25, 32. So you think he's gonna back off now because she said no. But he went through with it and bought a $50,000 Rolex.
Hey.
No way. Guys,
Oh,
he really
shit.
got me it. What the fuck? Actually, let me give you a hug. Thank you. That's actually crazy.
At this point, he shouldn't even be getting mad. She said no. Her intentions were clear. They're just friends. She doesn't want to go any further than that, but I don't know. This dude ended up crying in the whip afterward.
It's okay, you know, like, that's
Obviously,
life,
it's not okay if you're like butthurt
No,
or
but
something.
I don't know. I just thought, you know?
You
Just
thought
thought
wrong,
what?
my boy.
Okay, bro, can we go?
So I guess he thought she was just gonna magically change her mind and be like, yeah, bro, let's hit. After she made her intentions very clear from the start. She said a hug, and he got a hug. That's it. End of story.
That's
this
what
is the
happens
first
when you have
time
money,
hanging
but
out
no
together,
riz.
and he's already doing
Money
all
does
this.
not buy
But next we gotta
riz,
talk
dog.
about Jack Doherty. Now, Jack Doherty, man, whoo, I've talked about him way too much, but he deserves a spot in this video. I mean, the list goes on with him. We would be here all day. But if you want to hear more
See,
about
that-
Jack
that's
Doherty,
riz what I
watch
just
this
did.
video
That's
right
riz.
here about the biggest LARPers on the internet. He's one of them. So go watch it now. Run. Go.
Jonah Hill once said, "I think I'm pretty good at making movies, but I am not good at being a famous person," and then spent his whole career proving exactly that. Everybody has a different perception of Jonah. Some see him simply as a comedy film legend. Some see a self-important Nepo baby who takes himself too seriously. Others see a toxic man-child who weaponizes therapy speak to control his girlfriend. And if they aren't talking about any of those things, they are hyper-focused on his weight loss and weight gain, gawking at him like some sort of zoo animal. Over the years, Jonah has attempted to respond to all of the hatred towards him, but every time he does, things only get worse. Critics and fans never seem to be satisfied, making it seem like he just can't do anything right.
I came up like, you know, in goofy comedies and this kind of like curly-haired, overweight kid, and everyone had their own opinion on what I should be, how they could speak to me, how they could treat me.
Jonah Hill went from a complete nobody to securing roles in countless early 2000s comedy
look like they
bangers.
could be
The 40-Year-Old Virgin, Grandma's Boy, Click, Accepted, Knocked Up, Evan Almighty. In 2 short years, he became a reliable
I like Bruce
secondary
Almighty
or
more.
tertiary character that would give audiences funny moments.
Ask me about my winner!
However, it's unsurprising that Jonah got so many opportunities early on, considering he fits the standard definition of a Hollywood Nepo baby. Jonah's father, Richard Feldstein, is an extremely successful Hollywood business manager who manages the business and financial affairs of high net worth and high income clients. Richard started as an accountant for various Hollywood acts, and notably served as the accountant for the iconic rock band Guns N' Roses. Jonah's mother, Sharon Feldstein, is a costume and fashion designer in Hollywood. Her first big job was working as an assistant to Mr. Daniels, who was the executive producer, on the set of the popular 70s and 80s show Taxi, and from there worked on various popular 80s and 90s TV productions. Jonah grew up in Hollywood, and with his parents' connections, he had too big of an advantage to fail. Then again, he proved to the world that his parents weren't the only reason he would be successful after his hilarious performance in the smash hit Superbad. Superbad was written by Seth Rogen and his childhood best friend Evan Goldberg to loosely resemble their real experiences as teenagers. Teenage Seth would be played by Jonah Hill, making it his first leading role on a major Hollywood set. Jonah knew this was his biggest opportunity to date, so he wanted to make sure everything went perfect. He did not hold back from letting everyone know that he did not want Christopher Mintz-Plasse to get the role of Fogel, aka McLovin. Immediately after Chris's audition, Jonah Hill was like, "Not that guy." In the film, Seth and Fogel have animosity towards each other, which was also the case behind the scenes. Seth Rogen said, "Jonah effing hated him. He was all over Jonah's lines, completely disrespectful of the process, probably due to a lack of experience." Then Jonah said, "Chris just immediately shut me down. So combative. I was really annoyed because this guy wouldn't let me say anything."
Jonah Hill hated me so much after my audition. I walked out. I get it. I was 17. I was not a professional actor. I kind of went in. I was in high school, and we're playing high school kids. So, like, Jonah's roasting me. And you remember being in high school, you were just like, yeah, it's my buddy roasting me. It's not going to bother me. I'm going to roast him back. And that's what I did in the audition. And I left the room. I was like, oh, my God, Seth signed my script. Nothing's going to happen. Oh, my God. And Jonah's like, that guy. To, like, Judd Apatow and Greg Mottola and Seth Rogen. He's like, that guy, don't cast that guy. And they all said, we got to cast that guy.
After Jonah told director Judd Apatow not to hire Chris, he said, "That's exactly why we're hiring him. It couldn't be more perfect. The fact that it bothers you is exactly what we want." And their intuition was right. Jonah despising Chris only helped the hilarious dynamic between their characters on screen.
Didn't you say something to me? I wasn't with you when you parked. Yeah, but dude, you saw from afar that I was parking there. You should have said something.
I didn't think we were gonna be that long, man. I didn't.
You're so stupid.
Since McLovin became nothing short of a cultural icon after the movie's release, Jonah's contempt for him makes him seem like a jealous co-star in hindsight. Despite having far less screen time than Jonah, McLovin stole the spotlight. Maybe Jonah knew Chris was great and tried to prevent his casting to make himself look better. Or maybe he was just young, working on a life-changing project, and his stress was through the roof. But you'll notice Jonah's petty behavior would grow to become more of a pattern as the years went on. Jonah's role as Seth is considered by many to be the best work of his entire career. He delivered countless hilarious moments that
BRB.
Remain quotable 20 years later.
Hey, Greg, why don't you go piss your pants again? That was like 8 years ago. Oh, people don't forget.
Superbad became one of the most successful, and my personal favorite, early 2000s comedy films, securing $300 million when including revenue from DVD sales. Unfortunately, it also cemented Jonah Hill as the funny fat guy of Hollywood.
Jonah, do you think it's important to be unattractive to be funny? Can skinny people be funny?
I don't think it has to do with like anything besides just being funny and like being yourself.
How heavy were you in Evan Almighty?
I just don't think it's like I don't think it has anything to do with like what.
Even though that interview clip was a comedic sketch, it does accurately reflect the way reporters and the general public treated Jonah. Hollywood determined that his weight was a defining trait that made him valuable. He often got cast as the overweight, awkward guy who constantly was the butt of the joke. It even defined his iconic role in Superbad. But unfortunately for Jonah, his on-screen image also defined his real life too. You see, comedies have a way of blurring the line between the character and the real-life actor. Comedy films often look like normal people hanging out and saying funny things, and because of that, audiences often assume what they're seeing is just an exaggerated version of the actor's real personality. And for Jonah, that meant a lot of people didn't see him as someone playing a role, they saw him as the funny fat guy. And nobody knew it yet, but Jonah despised this, and he knew if he kept accepting the role as the funny fat guy, then he would never be able to escape this caricature of himself. From there, he did take on secondary roles in films like Strange Wilderness, Forgetting Sarah Marshall, and Funny People, but none matched the success of Superbad. And while voice acting roles in How to Train Your Dragon and Megamind kept him paid, in 2011 he made efforts to establish himself as a legitimate actor after he landed a major role in the sports drama Moneyball alongside well-respected actors like Brad Pitt and Philip Seymour Hoffman. Moneyball was one of those rare films that was loved by both critics and fans. fans. Jonah's performance was so great, it earned him his first Oscar nomination for Best Supporting Actor, which you could tell he felt was a major highlight of his career.
I hope it never sinks in a real way because it's just so exciting and, you know, for my family. And when you say you want to become an actor, it just, you know, you shouldn't ever do things for awards or things like that. You should do them because you love them. But something like this just says, hey, you're maybe supposed to be doing the profession you're doing.
But Jonah still had a lot to prove, even to his co-star Brad Pitt. In a promotional interview for Moneyball, Brad heavily implied that Jonah was not a serious actor.
If you could adopt a personality trait or mannerism from one of your Moneyball co-stars, what would it be?
What would it be? A personality
Any one
trait?
of them. If they're sitting right here, that could be one of them. If it's Phil Hoffman, whatever.
No, I got to go with a serious actor.
Okay.
As if his co-star calling him unserious wasn't bad enough, Jonah's worst nightmare started coming true. Instead of his performance being the main topic of conversation, his physical appearance was becoming central to his identity. After Moneyball, he started trying to slim down a bit, and tabloids about Jonah frequently made comments about his weight, writing things like, "Jonah Hill looks like he's regained all the weight he lost a while back and his fans couldn't be happier? Hey, they're just thinking about his career," implying that he can't be considered funny if he loses weight. You could tell that Jonah tried to downplay his weight loss, as he definitely did not want all of his interviews to devolve into just talking about his body.
All my friends were in college, so I was living like a frat guy. Like everyone was just drinking beer and eating pizza with all my friends. And you know, as I mature, you know, even with this movie, I'm maturing as an actor and growing up and in front of everybody's eyes. It's like you just a certain time where you go, all right, it's time to be a responsible adult. You've got to be stop being a kid at some point.
Was there build up to it, or was it just like one day? And
No,
I'm
it
like,
was one day
that's
I
it?
made a
Wow.
like looked up a nutritionist and called him up and went and.
Do you mind me asking how much weight you've lost? Or
I don't mind at all. I just don't know. I didn't know before or after, whatever.
Did you ever worry that people would perceive you differently? I talked to Seth about that when he lost a bunch of weight. You know?
No, you know, it's so funny. I think people make such a big deal about that, but I think if anything, it's like you can do all kinds of parts now. You know, it's like when you're a big guy, you can't play a thin guy.
You're limited.
It's impossible unless you use that
But they
like
can put
Captain
some pads
America
on you.
digital stuff or whatever.
Are you getting hotter chicks?
Oh man, no man, don't worry about that.
Don't worry about that.
I you know have a lady. That's great.
But eventually, he would shut down interviewers bringing up the subject completely.
But are you still considered the fat guy when you go to a party or anything? Because I run into that a whole lot. I'm the fat one. So are you the fat guy in Hollywood still, or is everybody like look at you and they're like, oh wow, you know, this is great, now you're healthy?
Do you have any other questions that are smart?
For a while, Jonah handled these types of comments like a pro, laughing it off or just avoid engaging with it at all. Because when you're a celebrity of his scale, there's a pressure to stay composed. Don't overreact or give anyone a moment they can turn into a headline. Because if they crash out, then that becomes the story. Jonah eventually started giving critics a piece of his mind, which did not fix anything. It actually made his life much worse. After meeting Jonah in person back in 2012, CNN anchor Don Lemon tweeted, "Said hi to Jonah Hill in a hotel. Think he thought I was a bellman. I didn't know his name till the bellman told me. A lesson to always be kind." And before we get into Jonah's response, this tweet is a perfect example of how Jonah Hill simply could not do anything right to satisfy the media. In the same breath, Don downplays Jonah Hill by saying he didn't even know who he was, essentially implying that he's not that important, but still expects Jonah to respond to him with a certain level of warmth and respect. It's this weird double standard where a celebrity can be reduced to just some guy but still expected to act like a celebrity. Unfortunately, Jonah's response only further painted him as emotionally insecure. "I said hi, what do you want me to do, move in with you? I was in a hurry, didn't realize you were a 12-year-old girl. Peace." He continued, "I walked out of the restroom and found you waiting for me, shook hands, said hi, and was on my way. Sorry if you found that rude." Don replied, "Was waiting for luggage. Bellman and I laughed at how self-important you were. Just being honest. Be nice. Stardom is fleeting." But Don couldn't be more wrong about his stardom because Jonah was skyrocketing in success at the time, proving he was still a comedy powerhouse with the release of 21 Jump Street, which grossed over $200 million at the worldwide box office, and once again gave us hilarious moments that will be quoted for a lifetime.
We're not finger popping each other's assholes. What we're doing is getting
Done.
But as Jonah's star power increased, his inability to let things roll off his shoulders would get worse as time went on. In 2013, Jonah was interviewed by the Rolling Stone alongside Seth Rogen in anticipation of his upcoming film, This Is the End, which is a stoner comedy about a bunch of potheads facing the apocalypse. However, the interviewers seemed entirely unhappy with Jonah's responses. Seth, we say, coming out of our reverie. No, I'm Jonah, Hill says blankly. That's a great way to start. We blanch, sputter, cough, and try to explain ourselves, but Hill is apparently in no mood to cut anyone any slack, which may just be how he is. He is serious. He is, which I'm not, and neither are Franco or Danny, Rogen had told us. By starting the interview off referring to him as Seth, Jonah is being reduced to the superbad character people refuse to let him outgrow. And the moment he pushes back, not even aggressively, just correcting it, now he's the problem, because to the interviewers, they were just joking. They try to break the ice and begin talking about exercising, to which Jonah replies, "My workout routine is of little relevance." For a while, they converse with Jonah and it goes smoothly until they ask a question that pisses him off. Liked when they asked, "What kind of a farter is he?" His eyes nearly jump out of their sockets. I'm not answering that dumb question. I'm not that kind of person. Being in a funny movie doesn't make me have to answer dumb questions. It has nothing to do with who I am. Jonah continued, "I've done one of the biggest challenges you can do in Hollywood, which is transition from being a comedic actor to being a serious actor, and I'm really prideful of that. I could have made $1 billion doing every big comedy of the last 10 years and didn't, in order to form a whole other life for myself. Now I have fulfillment doing both." The authors of the article then wrote, "That being the case though, you'd think he'd be able to relax a little bit, open up, take it easy." Once again, Jonah is in a situation where he cannot win. The interviewers expected him to act like the same goofy, raunchy character he played on screen, because that's what people associated him with. If he leaned into it, he'd just reinforce the exact stereotype he was trying to move away from. But the moment he tried to take himself—
I'm gonna get my pop.
seriously, he came across as uptight and rude. Then again, some people think Jonah's attitude comes across like he is doing this Daniel Day-Lewis level method acting. He did 2 serious dramas at this point and the rest were comedies. He still had a lot of work to do to prove his dynamic range as an actor. Jonah was so determined to be taken seriously that he took a minimum salary of just $60,000 to play as Donnie alongside Leo DiCaprio in The Wolf of Wall Street. Not only did he know the movie would be a hit and help him build a new reputation in Hollywood, but he wanted to work with one of the greatest directors of all time, Martin Scorsese.
As far as Jonah Hill is concerned, yeah, I met him in Mexico and he basically said to me, I know people like this. I know what these people represent in the culture. I've met people like this, and there's nobody on earth that should play this character except for me. I'm the man for this job. And I said, no, I hear you. He's like, no, you don't understand. This is my favorite script I have ever read in my life, and I'm destined to play this. So I immediately called Marty. I said, there's an actor out there that, really feels like they're the person for the job. But I think Marty met him a week later, and I heard it was one of the best meetings he'd ever had with an actor, and hired him kind of on the spot. And in a lot of ways, Jonah Hill set the tone for this film. I think he really is one of the most unbelievably talented improvisational actors I've ever gotten the opportunity to work with, and took scenes in directions that we never even thought possible.
Donnie is probably in contention with being Jonah's most memorable performance next to Superbad. Although Wolf of Wall Street is a comedy, Jonah approached the role with a level of commitment that went beyond just being the funny side character. He fully leaned into the world of the film, making you believe he truly was this desperate, greedy, power-hungry, twisted businessman who was constantly on hard drugs. But again, more fame meant more attention from the media, who wanted to push him to his limits. Except this time, he would have to make a formal apology for his actions. On May 30th, 2014, Jonah Hill was walking through the streets of Los Angeles as two paparazzi followed him, filming him.
I like the shorts though, bro. They are pretty sexy.
For the next minute or so, they followed behind him, not saying much, but filming and taking pictures. Typical annoying paparazzi. However, at the end of the interaction, Jonah called the cameraman the homophobic F-slur.
Have a good day. Enjoy. Suck my... Oh, a real bully.
At the time, many of Jonah's fans defended him, suggesting the paparazzi were annoying stalkers. But Jonah decided to use some time on his Jimmy Fallon appearance to apologize for using the word.
You know, I didn't mean it in a homophobic way. I think that doesn't matter. You know, how you mean things doesn't matter. Words have weight and meaning. And the word I chose was grotesque. And, you know, no one deserves to say or hear words like that. I've been a supporter of the LGBTQ community my entire life, and I completely let the members of that community and everybody else down when I used a word like that this weekend.
Apology accepted. He seemed to be very genuine. That was very responsible and mature of him. Instead of discussing his upcoming film, 22 Jump Street, many mainstream programs were refocused onto his controversy. When speaking with Howard Stern, Hill said, "I think I'm pretty good at making movies, but I am not good at being a famous person." After 22 Jump Street grossed over $330 million at the worldwide box office, Jonah Hill had officially stamped his legacy as one of the best comedic actors of the early 2000s and 2010s. It seemed like everything he was cast in became an absolute smash hit, but he still had moments where he felt like he had to call out disrespect from the media. In a confrontation live on French television, the female co-host made frequent references to Jonah Hill getting sodomized in his movie This Is the End. As he received the translations through an earpiece, the host continued with another joke about a fantasy she had about Hill, saying, "We would meet up in a hotel room at night. We would chat, you'd make me laugh, then all of a sudden you'd bring your friends DiCaprio and Brad Pitt, and then you'd go away," implying that he was too unattractive for her to sleep with him. In response, Jonah said, "I'm glad I came on this show to get ridiculed by your local weather girl." It initially appeared that Jonah was simply laughing the joke off and sending friendly shots back, but his response was completely genuine, and after, he canceled all future media appearances he was scheduled for in France. The interviewer eventually apologized on camera with the statement, "Jonah, the problem is that for 10 years I have lived with you through your films. In fact, Jonah, I really had the impression that I knew you. So last Friday I thought I was just messing around with a friend, but the reality is that we are not friends." This once again reinforces the friendly, buddy-buddy image a comedic actor is expected to maintain in the eyes of the general public. Jonah is expected to be able to take a joke at his expense and shoot the with anyone who feels like calling him fat or ugly, but when he cracks back or tries to correct them, he's the problem.
First of all, you smell good, which is surprising.
Why is that surprising?
I don't know. I just wouldn't think of a guy who would have a nice scent on, and it
that's
seems
such a like. I'm gonna really work hard to not take that as a shot. You know what I mean? Like, because I think you would smell nice.
A 2016 article best describes the sort of limbo that Jonah was stuck in. Despite establishing himself as a legitimate actor worthy of Oscar recognition, he was not taken seriously in the eyes of the public. The hilarious sidekick roles make up a numerically small but neon bright portion of Hill's career, and no number of contrasting performances can seem to override the public impression of him as a man who might, at any moment, moment start humping the furniture. Unfortunately for Jonah, the public's perception of him would never change. His desire for approval as a serious actor, paired with his inability to manage the stress of stardom, led him to moving away from the silver screen and stepping behind the camera, focusing more on writing and directing. His first major film he directed in 2018 was called Mid-90s, which was an awesome debut. It is a coming-of-age film about youth skateboard culture in Los Angeles in the 90s. It wasn't a box office banger, but most definitely a classic that I and many other skate fans thoroughly enjoyed. He hadn't stepped away from acting entirely, but his new focus allowed him to fade from the public view while remaining a part of the creative process he fell in love with. His shift in career direction also marked a willingness to be more open about his insecurities and the difficulty he faced early in his career.
I became famous in my late teens and then spent most of my young adult life listening to people say that I was fat and unattractive, and it's only in the last 4 years writing and directing my movie Mid-90s that I've started to understand how much that hurt. I really believe everyone has a snapshot of themselves from a time when they were young that they're ashamed of. For me, it's that 14-year-old overweight and unattractive kid who felt ugly to the world and wanted so badly to be accepted by this community of skaters.
However, even as he stepped away from the big screen, his physical appearance remained a topic in the press. The late 2010s were plagued with articles discussing Jonah's weight, and it appeared that there was nothing he could do without it being brought up. One of the best examples of this is the Daily Mail. It has been documented that Jonah had lost 40 pounds after he stopped drinking beer, a decision he made all the way back in 2016. The Daily Mail would consistently find ways to shoehorn this fact into any article they could, regardless of its relation. Jonah making a quick stop at the coffee shop, they wrote, he lost 40 pounds when he cut out beer in 2016. Surfing with some friends, they wrote, Jonah Hill pulls down his wetsuit in Malibu to show off his bare chest filled with several large tattoos after losing 40 pounds. And after years of this, Jonah responded to a 2021 Daily Mail article once again about his body while he was at the beach surfing. I don't think I ever took my shirt off in a pool until I was in my mid-30s, even in front of family and friends. Probably would have happened sooner if my childhood insecurities weren't exacerbated by years of public mockery about my body by press and interviewers. So the idea that the media tries to play me by stalking me while surfing and printing photos like this and it can't faze me anymore is dope. As tragic as Jonah's history of ridicule was, it was nice to see that he had finally made peace with himself and his image. He continued to embrace this new image with a body positivity tattoo and became a cultural symbol for self-love. However, this was a double-edged sword. It wasn't just negative comments that bothered Jonah, but even positive comments about his appearance were deeply upsetting to him. I know you mean well, but I kindly ask you not to comment on my body. Good or bad, I want to politely let you know it's not helpful and doesn't feel good. Much respect. It was only a matter of time before all of this would compound, and Jonah would announce a departure from the public eye to manage and deal with what he describes as a 20-year battle with severe anxiety attacks. It was clear that Jonah had become much more vulnerable in the latter half of his career. He had spent years being ridiculed for one of his deepest insecurities, but was now exposing his most sensitive struggles for the world to see with new confidence. This was thanks in large part to his commitment to therapy and relationship with his therapist, Dr. Phil Stutz. Jonah was so deeply impacted by this that he documented himself attending real therapy sessions in a documentary titled Stutz. The film seeks to normalize therapy and introduce those who may be skeptical of the process. Dr. Stutz discusses a concept he describes as tools, which are essentially coping mechanisms and mental habits you can utilize in moments of stress and discomfort. These tools are the backbone of the documentary's narrative, and Jonah emphasizes their importance in helping him manage the many stresses of his life. However, it would come to light that Jonah hadn't entirely used these tools for good, and he would be accused of weaponizing the lessons he learned in therapy to control and manipulate his ex-girlfriend. Jonah Hill made viral headlines in July of 2023 when his ex-girlfriend Sarah Brady exposed text messages he had sent to her 2 years earlier. Shortly after, he revealed that he and his current girlfriend were having a child. Plain and simple, if you need surfing with men, boundaryless, inappropriate friendships with men, to model, to post pictures of yourself in a bathing suit, to post pictures, friendships with women who are in unstable places, and from your wild recent past beyond getting a lunch or coffee or something respectful, I am not the right partner for you. If these things bring you to a place of happiness, I support it and there will be no hard feelings. These are my boundaries for romantic partnership. My boundaries with you are based on the ways these actions have hurt our trust. Two things in particular stand out. Number one, Sarah is both a professional surfer and model, and Jonah specifically tries to restrict her ability to do those things to continue their relationship. It's also worth considering that Sarah had been doing both of these things prior to when the two started dating in 2021. Almost immediately into the relationship, Jonah began making subtle implications that he was uncomfortable with her lifestyle. He writes, "Oh, and modeling, which is the last profession I would be with as a partner." She replies, "Well, maybe you should have asked me more about what I do for work before you decided to date me then." Jonah replies, "Keep taking me for granted." He sarcastically continues, "Go model. It's a fulfilling life. You'll love it. Real depth and substance and sustainability for relationships." But actually, I'm done with this convo. Besides his seemingly insecure and petty attitude, much of the discussion was surrounding the usage of the word boundaries. Many felt as though Jonah was misusing the word entirely. On the surface, it sounds like he's being self-aware, like he's calmly communicating what he needs in a relationship and trying to avoid conflict. It frames him as someone who's being honest about difficult topics instead of lashing out or controlling someone outright, and that's what caused many men online to rush to his defense.
Yeah, he's insecure. Yeah. But like, he's not saying like you can't be a human being. He's like, I wish you well. I just personally don't want you posting your ass on Instagram. I just personally don't want you going on these little surf dates with other men. I just personally don't want a partner that's gonna do that. And if you need to do that, you go for it. I wish you the best. You got it. But I can't have that.
I think he did a pretty good job. My boundaries are this. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. Isn't that what we wanted? People to express themselves? True. People to be able to just say what they want, not keep that inside, not bottle up. That's what he did. Now,
oh wait, shit.
Sarah has a choice.
Oh wait, no, never mind.
To stay.
Thought my
or
meds
to get.
went off for my.
That's it.
However, others interpret Jonah's words entirely the opposite way. Instead of setting boundaries on his own behavior, he's outlining restrictions on hers, what she can wear, who she can be around, and even the career she had before they met. So while it's packaged as vulnerability and communication, it can also be interpreted as him attempting to pressure her into changing her lifestyle to surrender to his expectations. Sarah also shares a text conversation shortly after an argument. She voices her frustration at the restraint she feels in the relationship, noting that she was constantly trying to avoid an uncomfortable situation or argument. She looks for reassurance from him, describing her insecurity that he would eventually leave her. However, Jonah responded with hostility and passive aggressiveness. "You're right. We can't do surf social things or develop trust until you consider me and make decisions that give regard to our relationship. I have been as vulnerable as possible, and I'm telling you I am needing you to step up to the plate, which you can. I am sure of it. But these losers don't get your time if you want me. Straight up. It's consideration. If you want marriage and family, you can't use the 25 card. Step up and cut These people don't get your time or your kindness at the sacrifice of minds. It was also revealed that Jonah was forcing Sarah to remove pictures or videos he found to be inappropriate from her social media, once again saying, "I've made my boundaries clear," and using degrading language like, "It's not my place to teach you." It appears that Jonah would constantly give Sarah an ultimatum: delete these pictures, don't hang out with these people, or you don't respect me and I'll break up with you. He consistently brings up that Sarah does not respect him when it doesn't read like he has much respect for her either. Take some accountability and operate with respect. It's that simple. F that contest, F that place, and F not respecting me in every situation within surf culture, or you don't get it, and you don't get me. It's hurtful and unacceptable to me. All of this seriously begs the question why he would start dating someone who clearly doesn't live a lifestyle that conforms to his own. Why would he choose to date a bikini-wearing surfer with allegedly tons of toxic friends if they violated his boundaries? It came across to many that he was extremely insecure and trying to change a woman who he was likely not compatible with. Others that defend Jonah see this as nothing more than clear communication. He's being blunt and maybe a bit hostile, but he is angry and we all get angry. And others see his communication as calculated usage of therapy speak. Dude's a prime example of someone who learned just enough therapy speak to weaponize it against others. Geez, you don't have boundaries, you're just a controlling act. This was easily the biggest controversy of Jonah's career, with countless media outlets labeling his behavior as abusive. However, even those who were opposed to the way Jonah was speaking to his girlfriend were quick to say that this was not abuse. Insecure? Yes. Rude? Yes. Toxic? Potentially, but not abuse. This created a PR disaster for Jonah, but he chose to stay silent in regards to the situation. However, he did respond through his lawyers after Zoe 101 actress Alexa Nicholas accused Jonah Hill of shoving her against a door and kissing her without her consent when she was 16 years old and he was 24. His attorney, Marty Singer, responded calling Alexa's accusations a complete fabrication, adding that it never happened and that she was a serial accuser who has made assorted accusations against multiple men in the entertainment industry. Jonah has continued his separation from the spotlight and hasn't made any form of public appearance since the call-out. Still to this day, most of what you see from him is paparazzi capturing photos of him on the streets of Los Angeles, still commenting on his weight loss whenever they see him looking different. He recently made headlines again after being pictured looking completely unrecognizable, although it's worth clarifying he was on set for a movie he's starring in. Jonah Hill's Hollywood legacy is a strange one. He's undeniably one of the iconic comedic actors of his generation, responsible for hilarious performances that have lasted decades, yet the conversation around him rarely stays focused on his work for long. It always drifts back to his body, his personality, his relationships, anything but the thing that made people pay attention to him in the first place. And no matter what version of himself he presents, there's always a reason to critique it. If he leans into comedy, he's unserious. If he tries to evolve, he's pretentious. If he speaks his mind, he's toxic. And if he stays quiet, he's guilty. And that's the uncomfortable reality of his career. To a lot of people, Jonah Hill just can't do anything right. But at least he gave the world some amazing comedy films. That stretch of early 2000s comedy movies was one of the greatest runs in history. But now, comedies are dead. But check out this video if you want to hear how that happened.
Hey, who's this back here? That's your wife, bro. Just not concerned at all as she's in high heels by herself. And keep in mind that where the lobby would be to Cheryl Hines' left. So she's just an open target right now without her husband or any Secret Service trying to help her as he just completely abandons her.
My fucking head hurts so much. But we're gonna die. Sometimes you gotta fuck through the pain, you know?
Welcome back to the channel, everybody, and it's time for part 2 of that totally not fake and staged White House correspondent dinner event, and this one is going to be focused on the absolute heroism and bravery of the MAGA men in that audience, everywhere from Kash Patel hiding under a table to RFK literally running and abandoning his wife with no security and no help. Amazing. It's wild out here, a lot more than that. Then we're also going to talk about a new conspiracy theory. Already, they were already coming after 12 hours that the gunman may actually be the time-traveling child of Erica Kirk and this Fox News anchor. So, whew, wild stuff. Let's go ahead and talk about it. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Follow us on Patreon. Grab some America First, America Only merch. Let's do it. Let's talk about it. And man, again, the heroism and bravery on full display, especially of the FBI director at this event. Let's start with him. Then we'll move into some of the other Trump officials. So yes, the director of the FBI, the one person you would want on site for an event by this, so he could completely take control of the situation. He could be directing traffic, getting all of his guys where they need to be to keep everybody safe, to probably what you should have done, evacuate the event, because we didn't talk about in the last video that anytime that you're dealing with an active shooter or some type of security threat like this, you always assume there are multiple threats and multiple gunmen, rather than just, you know, once you got the first guy, you just say everything's fine. You would actually want to get people out of the area to make sure that there isn't any more potential threats. But yeah, what do I know? So let's take a look at Kash and his reaction while all this went down.
I'll go first. I'll be the sacrifice.
Again, Kash Patel literally hiding. Now you might say, well, everybody's down. No, they're not. There's literally people standing right next to Kash Patel. And yeah, I would assume rather than hiding for cover, you would be immediately moving to start taking control of the situation and making sure you're locking down this facility. And while Kash didn't evacuate the guests, he did evacuate himself right away.
Do you guys have any idea what happened in there?
I know. Sorry. Kash Patel literally just standing outside on his phone. Meanwhile, there's an active shooter event going on in the building. Thank you, Director of the FBI. Well done. A lot of urgency here. Just busy on his phone, texting. Well done, sir. So it turns out that's what you get when you put a theater kid podcaster in charge of the FBI instead of somebody with an actual law enforcement background. But, you know, that's the way that goes. Now let's move on.
To 100%, this game is going to take so fucking long. Oh my god. It's going to take the rest of my life.
On to RFK, maybe the biggest coward in the entire event, and he bailed. I mean, he left his wife and bounced. Let's check this out. All right, so great still photo as we see here. There's Cheryl Hines looking absolutely terrified. Secret Service grabs RFK. He's not concerned at all about his wife. And then, oh my God, let's take a look at this. All right, let's watch RFK make sure his wife gets out safely with him. There goes RFK. Stephen Miller. Oh, hey, who's this back here? That's your wife, bro. Just not concerned at all as she's in high heels by her.
Well, I mean, to be fair, who's going to go after his wife, you know? Like, maybe. I don't know. But.
Herself, and keep in mind that where the lobby would be to Cheryl Hines' left, so she's just an open target right now without her husband or any Secret Service trying to help her as he just completely abandons her. See ya. Doesn't turn around, nobody's out. Then you have Dana White and Pete Hegseth, and I'll actually give Pete some credit here. He's the only one in the entire administration to actually wait there and put himself between his wife and the threat. Wow, one guy. All right, so at least good job to Pete there. Now let's take a look at this picture that's going viral that's really making MAGA angry at anybody who questions the bravery of Stephen Miller. All right, here's brave Stephen Miller as he hides behind his wife. A little bit of an awkward grab there as he's doing it. And I see a lot of MAGAs trying to say, this isn't fair. He's trying to guide her to safety. And then I understand they have no idea how to protect someone in a situation like this when there's an active gunman or an active threat. But the way this actually works, and hopefully this helps some people, we always have to remember that you, as the man in this situation, your job is to place yourself between your wife or your children and the threat. So let me break this down for you so you understand. No, he was not trying to protect her. You have the stage to Stephen Miller's left, which puts the lobby to Stephen Miller's right. So what he should have been doing, and what any man should do in this situation, is to place himself. He should have been into her front and to her right as he guided her through. That way, if rounds started lacing through that building, Stephen Miller would take those rounds first, not his pregnant wife. And so in this case, it's actually his wife who's leading him to safety. And if you think that's a good job, you don't know how to protect your wife either. So you might want to go get some training on that. Now, there's also some other really important moments that we haven't covered here yet, and that was this moment when a magician walked up and showed Donald Trump and Melania this piece of paper, literally right as this happened. Melania's face. Huh.
Love the dramatic music.
And as you can see, they all get drug away. Now, is this one big coincidence? Did this magician just happen to walk up, show Melania that piece of paper? She looks at what it says, and she's immediately horrified and gets ready to leave? I don't know. Again, maybe that's all one giant, perfectly timed coincidence. I don't know. But we do actually have a good still image to shows what that piece of paper says. Yes, when we get some better fidelity on that piece of paper, it turns out it says Big E didn't unalive himself. Now, we also have to talk about this wild time traveler theory that involves Erica Kirk because, of course, she was there looking a little bit psychotic and demonic as usual, and of course we saw in that last video as she was escorted out.
For the longest time, I was trying to remember what she reminded me of. That one chick doll from Chucky, the seed of Chucky.
I just want to go find
Now, we're all used to those crocodile tears at this point, but there's a wild theory. Yes, the internet is all over the place. So this, I don't know about these AI images if they're not, but I just saw these ones. Now, a little bit confusing at first. Not sure if he actually is staff at the University of Oregon. That's the school I went to. But anyway, kind of weird. But I want you to take a look at who he is. And this is where the theory is getting wild. Now, the internet is actually tinfoiling that he's actually the love child from the future who has come back in time to stop Donald Trump. The love child between Erica Kirk and this Fox News anchor. Wild times. And I mean, side by side,
Wait, what? No,
it is kind of close, but who knows, right? At this point in 2026, anything's possible. Now, let's throw in a couple extra memes on top of this because the internet is going crazy with this one. Of course, we have the who did it better. Yes, who healed faster? Donald Trump's ear after Butler or Erica Kirk? I'm not really sure, but I know that ear cartilage definitely regrows on 80-year-old men. And I don't know which one is which here, but one of these people was actually shot in the ear, and I don't think the other person was, but I'm not sure which is which at this point. Maybe you guys could let me know. Comment section. And a couple more memes. Of course, we have Donald Trump as Tyrone Biggins asking if anybody's got any more of them psyops to pay for the ballroom. As we saw in the last video, yes, it is appearing that most of this seems to be one big push to finish Donald Trump's ballroom. Then our friend over at OAF Nation said, the crazy thing about the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner is that Trump's name appears in the Epstein files more than Jesus' name appears in the Bible. Yeah, that's actually true. And of course, the artist renditions are already out of control. Just a day later, as you see here, here's the cartoon graphic of what it looked like during the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Just a room full of heroes. Now, next thing, what are we expecting to see? Of course, we got to get the manifesto from the lone wolf gunman, right? We got to figure out why he did what he did. What's it going to be? From the looks at it, they're going with the typical deranged leftist. That looks like what it's going to be. A little bit boring, to be honest. You know what I mean? I thought for sure we'd probably get like a trans furry Iranian sleeper cell, right? Like that's what we would expect. But again, plenty of time to find out more and more. Because again, as we saw that, you know, those pictures of him in an IDF shirt, which are a little odd, but we'll find out more, I'm sure. And I gotta say, they're learning a little bit. They got a little bit better. This time they at least had, you know, him come in with a backpack and then pull the weapons out of the backpack. You know, compared to what we saw with the Tyler Robinson fiasco with a 30-06 and then him trying to say that he broke it down and put it in a backpack that wouldn't fit in the backpack. At least this time, he had the correct weapons that could fit in a bag. Again, the fact that he literally just walked into the event and just ran through the lobby, a little bit bizarre. But don't worry, I'm sure we're gonna get the truth and not a Fed slop narrative like everything else. So, sure we'll have more to cover here in the next couple days. That's going to do it for this one. Catch y'all in the next video.
Shots were fired in the White House during a correspondents' dinner in Washington, D.C., causing Trump to be promptly escorted out by the Secret Service while guests took cover in the room where they were dining. Trump almost immediately began uploading images and videos of the man responsible, as it seems he's keen to get the ball rolling on the media cycle surrounding the possible assassination attempt. After all, his prior assassination attempts saw the news and social media dominated by word of the president and how he feels about everything going on, so it's clear he knows this will be an exploitable way to garner attention. Right now, it seems like clips from every single angle of the incident are being uploaded and watched at lightning speed, as all these high-profile politicians were in the same room as journalists, making it the perfect storm for a news story. And it seems Trump is using the situation as a way to advertise for a new proposed ballroom, claiming it would be larger and more secure than the one they used for the correspondents' dinner. This marks the third high-profile assassination attempt on Trump, with the most famous occurring just before his election, leading to an image that was hung up in the White House. However, some of his disillusioned fanbase believe the assassinations to be staged, given the positioning of the journalists and the lowering of the American flag during that particular incident which was documented so heavily. Wired wrote an entire article about it not long ago, highlighting those who are more minded towards conspiracy theories within Trump's hardcore fanbase. Of course, there's the possibility some high-profile previous Trump supporters are saying this just to stroke up fear and uncertainty and use the outrage to attract fans who are pro-conspiracy theory. Or there's no chance that it was staged and he really did get shot in the ear. Meanwhile, it seems highly likely the media will be dominated by many attempting to dissect every single detail of the attempted shooter, trying to determine his motivations. If they're political, the details will be shared en masse across digital spaces, and he will briefly become a subject of great interest for many media groups who wish to use the story to their advantage. As a result, as these assassination attempts become more and more frequent during Trump's presidency, it does make one wonder if there's going to be any drastic policy changes to address them in the near future. Or perhaps they will only fuel the conspiracy cycle, as some are convinced these moments are grand orchestrations by the FBI to keep Trump in power. See you next time on Lessons in Internet Culture.
We're gonna lose it.
The commission was from a London magazine I'd worked with before. It was a long-form piece about 6,000 words, and a photo essay, all on the ecological recovery in the Chernobyl zone. The angle was genuinely good, genuinely surprising if you hadn't read the science. In 38 years without humans, the exclusion zone had become, accidentally, the largest wildlife sanctuary in Europe. Surprisingly, wolves had returned in numbers not seen in the region since before industrialization. There were lynx, wild boar, white-tailed eagles, and a population of Przewalski's horses introduced as an experiment in the 90s that had thrived beyond any reasonable projection. The absence of humans had done more for the ecosystem than any conservation program, which said something worth saying. The radiation was still there, measurable, but it turned out wolves didn't care about elevated background radiation in the way they cared about being shot, which they no longer were. This was the piece. What happens to a landscape when people leave it entirely? I'd spent 3 weeks reading the ecology literature before I came, and I had a genuine interest in the subject that made the work easier. I wanted to photograph a wolf if I could. I wanted to photograph the zone's edges at dawn, where the forest had reclaimed the outskirts of Pripyat, and you could stand in what had once been a residential street and find it fully wooded, the pavement broken by roots, the street signs lost in undergrowth. My counter clicked up to 1.4 microsieverts, and I noted it and moved on. That was part of the job. As a sucker, you learn not to dwell on the numbers. The helicopters absorb your attention anyway. There were hundreds of them, spread across the flat ground in rusting rows. The Mi-8s and the M26s that flew over the reactor in the weeks after the explosion, trailing their water in sand and lead. Some still had their rotors, some lost them to weather or theft, and sit with their necks exposed, the stumps of their rotor hubs corroded green. From a distance, they looked like a parking lot from a war that finished badly. Up close, crouched between two of them with a 2470 at f8, the scale of the things hits you again each time. The cockpit windows were still intact on most. When the light catches them, they reflect the sky. I got the shot I wanted, a line of 5 of them receding into morning haze, the nearest one sharp and the furthest dissolved, and stood up, and the counter clicked again, and I checked it. It had climbed to 1.9. Back up, Mikola said from behind me, not urgently. I backed up 3 steps, and the reading dropped. He nodded, and we moved to the next row. That was how it went with him. Information delivered as it became relevant, in the same even tone he used for everything. The floor on the 3rd level of the administration building had collapsed into the 2nd, in the school in Pripyat. You could touch the desks and the floors, but not the window frames. Something in the paint had concentrated it. And everywhere in the zone. Not the air. Never worry about the air. The air is fine. The dust was the problem. Don't touch your face. Don't put anything on the ground that you'll be touching later. He had been doing this for 15 years. He had a way of standing slightly ahead of you in any given space, positioned between you and whatever direction he hadn't cleared yet. I'd stopped noticing it after the first few hours, the same way you stop noticing the presence of the cockpit on a long flight. You don't verify the pilot. You require a pilot, and so there is one, and you extend the necessary trust, and that's the whole transaction. The first day was clean. New material, the work running ahead of the anxiety. We were in Pripyat by 6, before the zone's perimeter opened to the trickle of tourists permitted in organized groups, and I had the fairground to myself. The Ferris wheel was the obvious shot, and I took it anyway, because obvious shots are obvious for a reason. And then I moved off and found angles that were less obvious. The bumper car arena with the cars still in their positions, as if the power had cut mid-ride. The soles of their wheels
That should
rusted
have
to
been
the floor.
so fucking easy.
The Palace of Culture, with its Soviet mosaic facade,
fuck were these
still
idiots
largely
doing way over
intact.
here?
The workers and cosmonauts rendered in tesserae, looking out over a street empty of everything except weeds growing through tarmac. I worked for 5 hours, and Mikola was somewhere nearby for all of them. I say somewhere because I wasn't tracking him and didn't need to. Every time I moved to a new building or a new section of the street, I was aware of him in the peripheral way you're aware of the light, when you're not focused on it, but its absence would register immediately. The Zone Authority's accommodation was a converted administration building at the checkpoint. 2 bedrooms, a shared bathroom, a kitchen with a table, and a mounted television that received 4 channels. It smelled of old concrete and the specific institutional cleaning product that seemed mandatory in post-Soviet buildings. I'd slept in worse. The bed was narrow, the mattress had a dip in the center, but I slept well enough in it. Before I slept, I went through the day's photographs on my laptop, which was the routine. Flag the keepers, delete the obvious failures, make notes on what I still needed. I'd shot 400 frames, and maybe 60 of them were worth examining seriously, which was a good ratio for a first day. I worked through them slowly. The photograph was from the 4th floor of one of the apartment blocks on Lesia Ukrainki Street. I shot it mid-morning, looking down and west, into the street below and the tree line at its far end. A good frame. The geometry of the empty street, the way the trees had started to reclaim the pavement at the edges, the sense of the forest waiting at the boundary of human construction. I'd flagged it already as a keeper. I zoomed in on the tree line and looked for hints of the wildlife I was seeking. A shape was at the tree line's edge, half in and half out of the shadows between 2 birch trunks. I pushed the zoom to the pixel limit. Compression noise, the image breaking into blocks. But the shape was there. And its proportions were wrong for a wolf and wrong for a boar. Subtly off, the way a word looks off when you've stared at it too long. The thing my eye kept returning to was the height. I looked at it for a while, then closed the laptop, got into the narrow bed with the dip in the middle, and went to sleep. In the morning, Mikola was already in the kitchen with a coffee made and a map of the day's route on the table, and I sat down, poured a coffee, and looked at the map. I said nothing about the photograph. I have thought about this decision many times since. I don't have a clean explanation for it. Something like, the photograph was mine, the shape in the tree line was mine, and giving it to someone else would make it real in a way I wasn't ready for at 6 in the morning with a day's work ahead. So, I said nothing. I drank the coffee, I looked at the map. We left for the hospital at 8:30. Mikola told me to wait at the Jeep. The same flat instruction as every time before we entered a building, and every time I waited, and he was back within 5 minutes. I leaned against the Jeep with my camera and went through yesterday's frames and didn't think much about it. The hospital entrance stood open, the double door frame without its doors. He went through it, and the building swallowed him. 5 minutes. 10. I radioed him and got static. Tried again at 15. At 20, I started calculating how long it would take to reach the checkpoint on foot if his radio had simply died, and this was nothing. At 25 minutes, I went in after him. In the ground floor, the plaster peeled off in sheets, graffiti across every surface, the flat grey light coming through filthy windows. I called his name. My voice went into the building and stopped, absorbed rather than echoed, the silence reasserting itself immediately. No answer. I went upstairs. Second floor clear. I kept calling every few rooms and getting nothing back. On the third floor, I stopped halfway down the corridor. A sound below me, too far down for the second floor, maybe the ground floor, possibly lower. A scraping, intermittent, the sound something makes moving carefully through a dark space. Mikla had gone down to check a basement, I thought. I started down the stairs to meet him and pulled the radio off my belt.
Although the term fangirl was first made official in 2004, fangirls have existed in some form or another since the dawn of man, or rather woman. They're often viewed as overly obsessive and socially inept, but is that really all fangirls are? Are they actually harmful, or is fangirling a form of escapism that's shadow driving our modern economy? In today's episode, we track the evolution of the fangirl from Paleolithic to modern day in order to answer the age-old question, should women have hobbies? Let's investigate by first going way back. In the late Paleolithic and Neolithic period, there were few things worth obsessing over apart from surviving, but interests such as eating, not freezing to death, and reproducing gave birth to the hunting fandom, the natural elements fandom, and of course, the woman fandom. We don't see this a lot in early history, but the number of fangirls 10,000 years ago was significantly less than the number of fan men, especially in what were presumed to be matriarchal tribes. Now, I can only theorize what things were like literally 20,000 years ago, but fanboy activities included making goddess statues and engaging in hunting rituals, while fangirl activities were possibly talking to the rain and getting pregnant. There's not enough evidence of fiction given that there was no writing, so unfortunately a crucial part of fangirl culture, fanfiction, could not flourish. That being said, animism or early persona conceptualization fan art has been preserved. Now, to see the first instances of fangirls being a crucial and respected part of a male-dominated society, we go to ancient Egypt, where without question the biggest franchise was the pantheon of gods, covering all genres and aspects of life, from nature to society, the soul, war, like freaking moisture. The cast of gods was very diverse, featuring many respectable female goddesses. And although these are unrealistic expectations for women's bodies, all women of ancient Egypt participated in this fandom. In fact, the woman of the house would be responsible for creating shrines for the gods inside the home and making sure they're well kept, while the women most devoted to the gods would serve as priestesses, aka the ancient equivalent of whatever the owners of Twitter fan pages are called. They would reside in women-only temples, aka whatever the opposite of a pub house is. And activities of devotion included making music and hymns for the deities, providing offerings, and tending to the goddesses' estates. Now, it's important to mention that these women's significance has often been overlooked. Their exclusion from history is perhaps due to the Christian exclusion of women from priestly activities. Some early historians concluding, a bunch of women in one place, gotta be a harem for the priest that's actually in charge of this whole shtick. But most often these temples' leaders were of noble descent and females had the same duties male priests did. Additionally, like a dominating Twitter fan page, these chantresses had the power to cancel and control people with seemingly high social standing, such as military officials. Here we have both fan art and literature that's been preserved. I believe the impact of this franchise is so major because of its size, mandatory nature, and vast canon. Ancient Greece and Rome also had their deities, which have fangirls even to this day. Like, do not impregnate me. But with time, we see a shift in fangirl culture from religious figures to celebrities. This is thanks to what is perhaps to this day one of the largest, most lucrative forms of entertainment: sports. Yes, there were poets and playwrights and philosophers, but during the height of the Roman Empire, nothing won the people over like some pre-industrial Formula 1 and public porn. Like, forget gamer go bathwater, gladiator sweat was sold as an aphrodisiac, and wealthy women would also hire gladiators as bodyguards. quotation marks. But craziest of all, charioteers. To this day, Gaius Applesauce Diocles is considered the highest paid athlete to ever live. Charioteer fanboys and fangirls were very similar to modern day sports fans, except that one time a group of fans stabbed the commander to death for arresting their favorite charioteer right before a race, leading to Emperor Theodosius ordering their town to be massacred, leading to him being excommunicated by the bishop and not allowed entry into the church until he serves a public penance. And I'm kind of adding this last bit of info as an example of how the church was at that point powerful and important enough to do shit like that, which is a perfect segue to the next era of fangirls, the Jesus fandom. This Tumblr post is something I often think about. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? It's basically a drawing and someone is asking, hey, where's this from? And their reply is like, the Bible. During the medieval era, feelings, plumbing, and women were frowned upon. I mean, back then, women weren't even allowed to hang out without males present. Unless nunneries. Oh yeah, female mystics and brides of Christ. Some of these women were even free to write fanfiction, aka theology, and had spiritual influence, mirroring the modern phenomena of Tumblr snape wives and homoerotic Harry Potter fanfiction. Although the church was somewhat responsible for the negative view of women during this period, it was at the same time their only solace, because expressing certain emotion was seen as inappropriate, bad. But in the context of religion, those emotions were seen as a sign of devotion to God. Oh, okay. So, he who is without sin cast the first stone. So true. Oh my god, he died for our sins. Also, fan art was permitted and encouraged except during these two periods. And it's also worth mentioning there was another much smaller community opposing the Jesus fandom, the witches, and their fandom was called the Coven. But I've already talked about those plenty, so the next step that led to the fangirl evolving was opulence. From deities to sweaty men to queen worship. Literally, queen worship. Fangirls are finally nearing what they somewhat resemble today, a monetizable status symbol. See, Elizabeth of York would surround herself with powerful, beautiful fangirls at all times that maximized each other's slay, and every noblewoman wanted to be them so bad, Mean Girl style. Queen Elizabeth I, some 50 years later, amplified this, creating numerous ridiculous and harmful trends for fangirls to strive for, such as light skin whitening makeup, defeating the Spanish Armada, and rotting teeth. Post-Renaissance is where we get the closest to the modern fangirl. During the 18th and 19th centuries, we see a rise in literacy. Entertainment is more accessible than ever, and romanticism has transformed genius into charm. The pianist Franz Liszt is probably the best example for this romantic cult of genius. He was a very technically skilled performer and piano teacher who made a name for himself in Paris and later toured Europe for 8 years. But more importantly, during his concerts, women especially would lose their freaking minds, almost making hysteria seem like a plausible medical diagnosis. See, his piano skills made it sound like he had an extra hand on the keyboard, but also, he was kinda cute. Cute enough to have ladies acting improper, screaming, throwing flowers, letters, undergarments, following him to places where he dines to steal his used napkins, or taking his leftover cigar butts and pressing them into lockets. I mean, there was freaking merch. His face was painted on brooches and necklaces, and you thought your Harry Styles pin was special. Also fun to mention, his hair was kind of a big deal, and he would send some of his locks to fans that written to him. Except it wasn't really his hair, but his dog's. To sum this all up, he ran so Frank Sinatra, Elvis, the Beatles for 2008 teenagers, and Korean Beatles could walk. And here we are, modern times. Celebrity worship and non-existent men. Now this video would be hours if I had to talk about every James Dean, Brad Pitt, and Vince Neil. But everyone knows about the groupies, the stalker fans, the second coming of the Jesus fandom in the form of the Harry Potter franchise. He died for his sins alongside a plethora of fictional men. Online White Boy of the Month worship communities and social media have given an abundance of spheres and subjects to fangirl over. I'd say the abundance has lowered the standards though. I mean, seriously, fawning over someone called Timothy? Timothy? Come on. I would say longevity and levels of devotion have decreased as well, but still. We've tracked the evolution of the fangirl and we can safely assume they have always existed and always will. Now to answer the question, is it really so wrong to be a fangirl? Yes. I'm joking. There are 2 instances of obsessive fangirl behavior I took into consideration while making my conclusion. Women crying during a Taylor Swift album party, and this woman making erotic fanfiction of herself and a fictional teen on TikTok. This is something that I had a hard time understanding. It upset me. It made me angry. In my head, this was a severe overreaction to a billionaire crying about fabricated forecourt struggles. But then I realized what actually upset me about it. I was jealous. Because this is a community. This is the temple of Hathor. Something that resonates with these women has created a bond between them, and the lyrics, regardless of whether they are superficial or not, have opened the door to a friendship that's definitely real. While I spend my evenings alone making this bullshit. We like to make fun of a lot of things that are mostly enjoyed by women, but we don't really think about how these are positive, safe spaces for girls. Books made for a female audience are seen as less intelligent. Female metal fans are definitely introduced to the music by their cool dad or ex, while female sports fans need to name the quarterback and they're still probably only fans for male attention. The community aspect ultimately gets spoiled by things like this. Taylor is like an unethical ozone-destroying Jesus for these women, and as far as I know, they've never stabbed a single commander that the Emperor might favor. Yet I've listened to people with so much venom talk shit about Swifties and declare that they would never listen to her. And whatever, I get it, you like Radiohead, why say it in a way that brings others down though? These chicks out here making bracelets and sharing them with each other, while the largest media representation you've gotten so far is fucking terror men who hate his parents. We all need some self-reflection time before ripping on others. He who is without sin or whatever, right? Subject number 2, on the other hand, I can't really make the same excuses for. This is someone sinking into a false reality. This person has people in their life that they actively disregard in favor of an obsession.
Okay.
How can a healthy community exist when there are no principles to bond over, when the only aspect of the infatuation is an unhealthy false attachment based primarily on sexual attraction? He did not die for our sins, he is just a B-plot with long hair. I want to wrap this up by really just asking you, the viewer, how did fangirling have a positive/negative effect on your personal development? It's a really broad subject, and I was really more keen on delivering, fun history tidbits and having the more serious talk in the comments. But I end this video saying fangirl should be a gender-neutral term, and you can like what you like as long as you remember to touch grass and talk, but also listen to the people that love you. Okay, bye.
Oh, it did get destroyed. That's an epic, bro. Some might even say that's Epictetus. I've been working on
Today, I'm going to share with y'all my least popular dating advice, which as a psychiatrist, I have found to be incredibly effective. And that is to stop dating people that you are attracted to. Now, when I say this, the most common response is anger. Cancel this guy. What is this guy saying? Oh my God, this is so terrible, right? I deserve to date who I'm attracted to. You can't control who you're attracted to, right? Are you asking me to settle, Dr. K? Like, that's insane, dude. Like, I want this, and I want to become an alpha, or I want to become great, I want to become successful so that I can date this person. But let's think for a second, okay? Should we eat the foods that we're attracted to? Right? Not necessarily. Should we do the things that we're attracted to?
Alcohol.
Not really.
I guess.
But when it comes to love, this is when our mind or our brain gets it right? Like, this is the one part. The brain can make mistakes when it comes to food choices, when it comes to how we spend our time. But when it comes to love, this is the time where our brain makes great calculations. Obviously not. So, in order to understand why you shouldn't date people that you're attracted to, you have to understand basically how the mind works on a basic level. First thing about the mind, it does not like internal conflict. So when we have cases of cognitive dissonance, mind hates that. So if I want something and I'm afraid of it, this is a problem, because cognitive dissonance leads to inaction, and the mind needs to make its mind up. That's what the mind has to do. Like, this is really fascinating, but you go to like a grocery store and you're trying to figure out what kind of chips should I get. The mind doesn't know, and then that confusion gets resolved. Do I want to get this kind of chip, or do I want to get this kind of chip, or do I want to get this kind of chip? And like 30 seconds later, it's like, I want this one, right? So it's kind of weird. A moment ago, you were conflicted, and then your mind goes through this process of getting rid of the conflict. And if we are internally conflicted, we cannot move forward. So our mind has this thing called defense mechanisms. Now, here's the interesting thing about defense mechanisms. You may say, which defense mechanism are we talking about, Dr. K? Are we talking about rationalization? Are we talking about suppression? Are we talking about narcissism? Which depression? The answer is basically all of them. So all of these defense mechanisms do basically one thing. They wall off a part of our mind. That's what they're for. Let's say that I have a lack of confidence in myself and I'm trying to get a job interview. And I go to the job interview and someone points out something that I'm not great at. The narcissistic defense activates and protects me from that insecurity. Okay? So here's the key thing. Defense mechanisms in the mind of the person convince them that things that are true are now false, right? That's what defense mechanisms do. If I feel guilty after breaking up with you, I'm going to rationalize the breakup with you. I'm going to come up with all these reasons why it was a good idea. I'm going to wall that guilt off. This is how defense mechanisms work. Take a part of our mind that is accurate, split it off. Now we have a basic problem. Just because a part of us is defended doesn't mean that it disappears. Case in point with a narcissist. They're defended against their insecurity.
Get that with the rifle
call
or
them
the
insecure, they will argue against you, they will fight, they will defend against you, right? Because they're defending against themselves, they can't face the truth. We know this about narcissists. But there's a problem. That emotional energy is still there. Just because a narcissist is defended, just because I've rationalized something away, doesn't mean that the guilt disappears. And if you look at studies on trauma, for example, we know that people with high amounts of emotionality, basically they numb that part of their brain, but the part of their brain is still active. This is why they have nightmares. This is why they, will jump when a door slams. There are all kinds of other things, but that emotional energy is still there. It doesn't disappear. Then the brain runs into another problem, which is that defending against stuff is very cognitively exhausting, right? So if you attack a narcissist's insecurities, it's going to drain them immensely. So we need some place for this emotional energy to go. And what we do is something called projection. And if you want to understand why you should not date people that you are attracted to, it comes down to projection. So let's understand this, okay? If you find yourself in a pattern of dating, so this could be, I continually date people who are afraid of commitment. I date people who are fuckboys. I date people who are clingy. And even, this is what's really interesting, even if you don't end up dating, you find yourself attracted consistently to people who are out of reach. People will say like, okay, they're incels, they're femcels. Why don't the incels and femcels date each other? They'll have companionship. Done, solved, fixed, right? No, but incels only want supermodels. They're attracted to a very specific kind of thing. So if you find yourself in a pattern when it comes to dating, which can include never even dating because you're attracted to someone who's out of reach, if you understand this, you will understand the root to not all of those patterns, but it's huge. Loneliness is at an all-time high. Sexlessness is at an all-time high. Relationships are probably in the worst state they've ever been in the history of humanity. And that's why I made Dr. K's Guide to Love, Sex, and Relationships. Let's talk about who you should actually date. Falling in love is sometimes one of the biggest mistakes that you can make. I started to do a lot of research about how to have
Yeah, I think this is just a ad.
Good luck out there, motherfuckers. Y'all are gonna need it. The first example that we're going to use is the movie Mean Girls, starring Lindsay Lohan. So this is a movie about a group of high school girls who are pretty. But here's the thing. Even if you are a pretty girl in high school, there's a good chance that you are insecure and you are afraid of being ugly. Even pretty girls will feel ugly. I see this all the time with things like body dysmorphia. You'll see all of these beautiful actresses. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but everyone in Hollywood looks the same now. Like we're homogenizing appearances as even young women and men are starting to get work done, right? So even pretty people are afraid they're ugly. And so what do? We find an appropriate vessel. This is huge for projection. So when we have this emotional energy that's walled off, we need a place to stick it. And what we look for is an appropriate vessel. So cue Mean Girls, and this is why the movie is so successful, because everyone can relate to this. I'm gonna find an ugly girl for the friend group, right? And once I have the ugly girl in the friend group, I'm gonna project all of my feelings of ugliness onto that vessel. And the vessel should be receptive. So the girl feels ugly at the beginning too. So it works out fine. Then we run into a problem, because if the vessel no longer becomes appropriate, if the vessel gets a glow up, they are no longer able to contain the ugly energy. And as they are no longer able to contain the ugly energy starts to seep out. And we will see this time and time and time again. And sometimes what can happen is when someone starts to become an inappropriate vessel, when we can no longer pass off our ugliness onto them, we will sabotage them. We will do something called induction, where we will fucking make them ugly. I'm going to cut her hair. I'm going to talk crap about them. I'm going to attack their social standing. We see this also in friend groups when there's one person who's like the butt of the joke. And if that person, this person is the butt of the joke, right? So let's do this. Let's practice this model. I am confident, and inside I am a loser. So I'm going to find a friend who we are going to bully. I take my feelings of being a loser, and then I'm going to bully one person in the friend group. And friend groups love this because we have a vessel now for all of our insecurity. We all feel like losers. All of us are 25% loser. But am I a winner? I don't know. Am I a winner? Am I a loser? Let's find one person who's a convenient punching bag. And we're going to all gang up on this person together. And here's what's really cool. When we all gang up on them together, they cannot become a winner, right? So we induce in them, we force them to stay a loser, which is awesome because then they can, all this projected energy, they can keep taking it and keep taking it and keep taking it. Making sense? Really scary. This is how this works. So I'm going to go over this model for just a second, okay? So what do we need? We need a vessel. Here is the conscious mind. This is what we are aware of. And this is the unconscious mind. This is what we are defended against. And what we need is the qualities in here are going to be the same as the vessel. This is what we're going to see. So let's look at several patterns and see how this plays out. First pattern that we're going to look at, the nice guy. Okay, so let's go over who the nice guy is attracted to. Oh my God. Nice guy is attracted. Oh man, she's amazing. And I'm there for her. She's beautiful. She's awesome. She's talented. She keeps on dating the wrong guys, so she's unavailable. She doesn't appreciate me. She doesn't see, like, she's like, oh my God, I want someone who's just like you. I need to find a boyfriend who's just like you. Like, I'm right here. Like, fall in love with me. Like, why don't you fall in love with me, you bitch? Come on, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I'm right here. I've been here for years. Why can't you see this? Like, I'm exactly what you've been looking for, you fucking bitch. So she's unavailable. She's evil. She's a bitch. She doesn't love me. So in the conscious mind, what does the nice guy view themselves as? They view themselves as the good guy. I'm a good person. But remember, when we talk about nice guys, we discover something really scary, which is that there's good guys and they're nice guys, and the two are not the same. So let's go through our psychological equation. If good guys are over here, if being a good guy is in my conscious mind, what is over here? Being a bad guy. Right? And this is what's really scary. If you like talk to people about nice guys, what you discover is that many of them will say nice guys are not good guys. They're actually bad. They're manipulative. They're like emotional. They're like, you know, they're not actually good. Now, here's a really cool thing. Oh my God, look at that. The vessel for their projection, this person who they get really frustrated with, and they think it's love, right? They think it's sacrifice. They think it's commitment. Perfect vessel for their own walled off nastiness. And eventually nice guys will crack, right? Eventually they'll start to become resentful. I know this is what's so weird. That person, the person that the nice guy chose to fall in love with, was fundamentally unavailable from the beginning. And this is the weird thing about being a nice guy, right? Is like, as the person signals to you, I'm not interested in you, you fall in love more and you fall in love more and you can't stay away. Think about that from a psychological, energetic standpoint. Why?
I think it also might have to come from maybe a competitive type of mindset or state of mind or some shit like that, because it's kind of like, oh, this person doesn't like me, well, challenge accepted. I'll do like whatever I have to, like, or I don't know, but maybe not. I don't know.
Can't you stay away? Because they're the perfect vessel for the part of yourself that you are unwilling to look at. Let's do another one. The fixer. I love this one. See this all the time. I like this example because this is an example that I think actually is like less defended against. I think a lot of fixers who try to find people to fix, right? And we all love this. I can fix her. I can fix him. Like, I can do it. Like, oh my God, this person is so broken. I'm so into this. Like, yeah, give me that goth chick who engages in self-injurious behavior and cutting, and like, I will fix her. She has so much deep sadness in her heart, and I will show her love. Like, I will show her, like, I can fix it. Like, I can do it. Come on, guys. Like, oh my God, I'm so into her. Right? So we look for someone who is broken. This is super scary. So I've had like patients who have like bad depression, and then we'll try a particular medication, we'll go into therapy, things like that.
At that point, it's like you don't actually love the person, you just love the idea. Like, I don't think I've ever really, like, I don't know, fantasized about an idea. I fantasized about a person, but like ideas like that, I don't know. Plus, me personally, the only way I like have ever actually like felt anything towards someone is if like I'm with them for a long period of time. Like, it has to be at least a fucking year. Like, I've dated people who I've never felt anything for, and I've been just like God damn it. And I've been like madly in love with people who I've just like been friends with for like fucking anywhere from like a year to like 3 years and more and shit. Cause like, yeah, someone could be attractive, but at the same time it's like your personality is shit, dog. Like, nah, like fuck you. Like, I might fuck on the side and shit, but fuck you. Like,
and then as the patient gets better, their partner who brings them to all of the appointments starts to sabotage the treatment. So sometimes we'll see this on things like House and stuff like Munchausen's by proxy. But if you are in a fixer and fixie relationship, one of the most terrifying things that can happen is the person can get fixed. You can actually succeed. And then what happens? So if you're the fixer and you're in a relationship with someone broken and you help them get healthy again, then things can become really problematic, right? Because now they're like, what do you have to offer? They're going to move on. They're going to find somebody else. They deserve someone better. And so you start to withdraw from the relationship. And think about that. What happened? They're no longer an appropriate vessel. They had the glow up. They can't hold your ugly energy anymore. So you will start to retreat or you will sabotage. Doesn't happen 100% of the time. This happens to, like, I want to say 30 to 40% of people who have chronic relationship problems. Projection is a huge part of it, okay? So I'm the fixer. I am capable. So let's think about it. What is the cognitive dissonance? I am broken, right? And I look for someone who is broken. If they get fixed, they're no longer an appropriate vessel. Well, like I said, what I like about this example is oftentimes people who are fixers have greater insight into being broken. And this is what their experience is. Like, when I'm a fixer, I know I'm broken, but I become less broken when I help someone else. I can't get my shit together. I can't show up for my own appointments. I can't take care of my health. But when it comes to helping somebody else, then I can show up in a big way. The best version of me is brought out by helping someone, which has other mechanisms involved, but this is the psychological structure that sometimes cripples people. They're aware of their brokenness, and they keep it at bay by fixing other people. Did we talk about this? Oh yeah, incels. So incels do not want to date femcels. They want to date supermodels. They want to date 10 out of 10. So this, once again, is a vessel. Now, here's the weird thing. What is that a vessel for? Let's see if we can run our script again. What is this person? This person is attractive. This person is good. This person is capable. This person is amazing. This person has self-esteem. Okay. Now, hopefully you guys are seeing the pattern already, but you're like, hold on a second. That's not what incels are. You're right. Incels are hopeless, right? If you talk to an incel, they're losers. They're pathetic. And they try really hard to convince us of that, right? They're deplorable. The second you meet them, they'll start opening their mouth. And when they open their mouth, you will start to think all of these things about them. They're so bad, so bad, so bad, so bad, so bad. They'll say it. You'll say it. We'll all agree. It's easy. They're pathetic. They're hopeless. They're ugly. Oh, I forgot ugly. So, if we look at this, I know you guys are going to fucking hate this because you already know this. What's on the inside? What are they defended against? That there's hope, that they're decent human beings, that they're not ugly, okay? I had a really interesting interview with an incel a couple of years ago where The dude showed up in a ball cap and a mask, and he was like convinced he was really ugly. And at the end of the interview, like, it was a live interview, and chat was there, and we kind of asked him, hey bro, can you take off your like mask? Like, do you feel comfortable taking off your mask? We really want to see what your face is. And the dude was like a solid 7, but in his mind, he's like a 2. In his mind, he cannot like show up in places publicly. Mask on, hat on, all you can see is his eyes. Convinced he's ugly. Now, here's the really interesting thing. If you try to tell an incel, hey bro, there's hope. You're not a loser. I have faith in you. I think you're a good person. What do? They argue with you. They're defended against that. They intellectualize. There may be hope for other people, but there's no hope for me. Such a potent intellectual defense mechanism. And what are they defending against? The belief of hope, because hope hurts. If there's zero chance, there's zero need for effort. See, human beings are really resilient. We can live through genocide and Holocaust and all kinds of stuff. We can live through all kinds of terrible things, terrible economic times. We're survivors, but don't give us hope, because if we can hope, we can hurt. So if you find yourself in a repetitive relationship pattern of being attracted to someone, you have to be really careful that the nature of your attraction is not projection. Why does projection manifest so much in romantic relationships? Because they're the best vessel. Because if I can find a vessel that I can get married to and spend the rest of my life with, that is the best way for me to offload this psychic energy, right? And we as humans are communal animals. This is like part of the way that our psychology works. We see it in high schools. We see it in movies. We see it in relationships. So step number 1, ask yourself, do I have what I'm attracted to? And the answer will probably be no. So think about all the things that you're attracted to in this person. Look for them within yourself. You may find that this stuff is hard to access for you. And this, by the way, is why we do things like coaching and stuff like that, because we were doing some data analysis on our coaching program. And like, one of the things that we discovered is that, when you spend 12, 14 weeks with someone, they analyze your patterns. They can point a finger to the things that you are ignoring, right? So this is where shadow work comes in. But shadow work is hard because it's hard to see the things that you're defended against, because the instrument that is doing the seeing is doing the defending. So look for what you're attracted to. If you want to break this pattern, there are 2 ways to do it. The first is to not follow that initial instinct. This is really important to understand. A ton of research shows that what you are attracted to is not the same as fit in a relationship.
Oh, it's right
What
there.
makes you satisfied in a relationship is not the same as what you are attracted to in a relationship. So I had a patient who once said, Dr. K, I don't understand why I only attract fuckboys. And then what we discovered is she actually attracts everybody. She chooses the fuckboy. Second thing that we want to do is integrate this. So as we integrate whatever it is, as an incel develops hope, as someone who is pretty starts to acknowledge that they may be ugly as well, as we integrate, we no longer need a particular kind of vessel. And then we can be attracted to the qualities that make that person themselves. We can fall in love with who they are instead of what we project onto them.
Interesting.
Just a lot of big, happy smiles on literally every single person's face. And another candid moment of Pete Hegseth walking off from that press conference. Seems like he's in a pretty good mood given what just happened. Welcome back to the channel, everybody, and you already know what we got to talk about today. Yes, the biggest story in the world right now, and that is that totally not fake, definitely not staged attempt on Donald Trump last night at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And guys, I'm not going to make you wait till 5 minutes into the video for me to let you know what I think about this. There are 2 potentials here, and that is it. 1, this was completely staged for a PR event because Donald Trump realized what happened to his poll ratings after Butler. Or 2, this is the biggest failure in White House Secret Service history when it comes to physical security. So we're going to cover both of those options and see which one we think it is together. All right, so don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Follow us on Patreon. Grab some America First, America Only merch. Let's jump into this thing. Let's talk about it. All right, first let's talk about real or fake, and then we'll get into security failures. And guys, I got to tell you, there is so much in this when we start to look at all the pieces that just, it doesn't really seem like this was very organic. But Who knows? Again, it could have just been major security failures. But let's start taking a look at some things that are a little odd. Now, let's start at the beginning. We have this full frame of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Everybody's sitting there, Trump, everybody's seated. And then this is the breaking moment where they find out there's a potential gunman in the building. Now, when we do this, I want you to direct your eyes over to this gentleman. Now, the audience gets the news, and there's just individuals who didn't seem very panicked by the whole situation. All right, the news comes in. Everybody starts to get down, and oh, he's got his phone out. And who's he filming? Oh, he's filming JD walk out, and he's filming what's going on with the president. Not a care in the world over here, huh? You got SWAT teams everywhere. Now, look, I've been in situations where I've been shot at more than once, and I gotta tell you, I've never seen anybody quite so calm and collected as that gentleman right there. And why is that important? Well, because immediately that video was then posted. And as you can see, this is the same gentleman who was just filming, and this was given to mainstream media about 2 minutes after this took place. No one protecting Donald Trump at all. Keep in mind, the threat is in the lobby, so no one actually protecting the president for a good, 10 seconds now? So that's a little odd. Now, what gets a little bit even more interesting in this is after Donald Trump had been evacuated out of the area, you can then see him just standing behind the curtain watching the entire thing unfold. So it doesn't look like they even brought him into a secure area. So, again, a little bizarre. Now, we're going to get to the security camera footage of the guy running through the lobby here in a minute. That'll be in the security failures. But also, this was just really, really odd at the press conference right after this active shooter scenario. Now, this is the entire Trump administration just minutes after this all took place. And I want to direct you to all of their faces and their emotions. Just a lot of big, happy smiles on literally every single person's face. And when we zoom in, this to me just really doesn't resonate as people who were just potentially in an active shooter event minutes prior. Now, I can tell you all the times I've been shot at or in a gunfight, I promise you, I didn't see a single person, and these are Green Berets who are actually conditioned to these types of environments and these types of events. I didn't see anybody about 6 minutes after potentially having their lives taken, completely calm, cool, collected, with big grins and smiles on their faces. But again, I don't know. And another candid moment of Pete Hegseth walking off from that press conference. Seems like he's in a pretty good mood given what just happened. And here's photographer Andy Harnick just casually snapping photos as there's potentially a gunman outside in the lobby as he's still even holding his bourbon in his hand. Wow, nobody seems very panicked by the entire situation, which is very bizarre. And just more, I mean, just amazing how there was photographers everywhere ready for this, right? And this is a great point. Here is Secret Service. I gotta ask, what is she pointing her gun at? And why is she looking away from where she's pointing her gun? It's almost like this was completely staged for a photo op. Again, maybe just incredibly negligent and terrible at their job. I'm not sure yet. And again, just some really bizarre things to say right before this happened.
This speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room.
Yeah. Pure coincidence. It's all coincidence. It's all coincidence. And of course, everybody's wondering, like, what is this? What was the purpose? What was this for? Of course, we thought, maybe immediately we'd find out, of course, it was an Iranian sleeper cell, and now we got to go to a ground invasion, right? Was it going to be a transferee? What were we going to get out of this? Well, turns out Donald Trump let us know what this was all about, and we can tell by the script that dozens of MAGA influencers are going with this morning. All right, Donald Trump says this morning, what happened last night is exactly the reason that our great military, Secret Service, law enforcement, and different reasons every president for the last 150 years has been demanding that a large, safe, and secure ballroom be built on the grounds of the White House. This event would never have happened with the military top-secret ballroom currently under construction at the White House. It cannot be built fast enough. While beautiful, it has every highest level of security feature there is. Plus, there are no rooms sitting on top for unsecured people to pour in. And inside the gates of the most secure building of the world, the White House, the ridiculous ballroom lawsuit brought by a woman walking her dog who has absolutely no standing to bring us such a suit must be dropped immediately. Nothing should be allowed to interfere with its construction, which is on budget and substantially ahead of schedule. Thank you for your attention to this matter. In the comment section immediately. So, it was staged to get him a ballroom. Laughing emoji. We doing false flags for anything these days. And of course, what followed immediately after Donald Trump's tweet. It's like this every single time. The same crew with the same scripted talking points, huh? Andrew Colvett says, this is why President Trump needs a ballroom. Libs of TikTok, this is why Trump needs a ballroom. Jack Prosobiak, thank God Donald Trump is building a ballroom. In wokeness, now you know why the left is suing to block Trump's ballroom. Meghan McCain, I don't want to hear one more effing criticism about Trump's new ballroom. Yo, Randy Fine, huh? We better never hear a peep about anybody about the ballroom. Old Brinley Hollyhan, when Democrats don't get their way, they're dangerous. Build the ballroom. Yes, just minutes after Donald Trump's post, they already had all of their scripted talking points for them to post their paid posts on Twitter. It's just... Again, the fact that this was probably staged to try to get support for Trump's ballroom, yeah, yikes. All right, guys, right now I know it feels like the world is constantly on edge from the war in Iran and political turmoil in places like Cuba that we're talking about invading. New conflicts seem to be appearing every day. Luckily, there's a solution if you're looking for a good source of unbiased news, and that is going to be Ground News, which is a website and app that pulls in thousands of news stories from around the world every day, organizing them by story and showing you the political bias and the reliability of the source. Take the story about Carg Island that we've been covering a lot on the channel recently, where Donald Trump is threatening to send the Marines and the 82nd Airborne to go try to take those oil exports. Being covered by over 90 news outlets, with most of the reporting coming from the right and center, and only 72% of the sources are reliable. But the feature I like the most as an independent is called Blind Spot, which shows you stories that are covered mostly or entirely only by one side of the political spectrum. So no matter where you sit politically, you're always getting a filtered version of reality, and Ground News helps you see what you're missing. So go to ground.news/Valhalla or scan the QR code for 40% off unlimited access to the Vantage plan. It brings the price down to just $5 a month, like buying a cup of coffee. Give Ground News a shot for yourself today. Now let's talk about the second option here. This was actually real and organic, but it was just a massive failure in security. I mean, it had to be. You start to look at this and just shake your head for a bunch of different reasons. And Trump and MAGA are already trying to say that the reason why this happened is because the building was just so unsecure. Well, let me ask you this. If you're the Secret Service, why are you hosting an event with the President, Vice President, Secretary of State, DHS Secretary, literally every head of the government, all in one room, in a building or a facility that is incredibly unsecure? That seems like a poor choice right out the gate, doesn't it? Also, not a great excuse. Now let's talk about real failures as we go in here, because what we do know, the way he got in was apparently he was a guest who got there a day or two prior, so that way he was staying at the hotel, which, again, if you were actually going to have this event, this level of an event at this hotel, you would have Secret Service monitoring this building for days, if weeks not prior. You also would make sure that hotel is not letting any random guests into the venue ahead of the event, because again, every American leader is in that building. And so apparently he was able to just walk a backpack down with what we're hearing at the moment is a pistol and a shotgun, take it out of his bag, and literally just run through the lobby. We can even watch it on a security camera. What we'll see is he just comes out this door and just literally runs past about a dozen Secret Service and SWAT team members.
Lieutenant Hudson, you monitoring this area?
There he is, sprinting, and just runs right by everyone. So let me explain this, right? As Green Berets, we do a lot of physical security. We do POTUS, VPOTUS protection when the president goes to foreign countries, like let's say in Vietnam. Green Berets are actually the ones that assist Secret Service with protecting the president or vice president, because we are the ones that in that foreign country, we already are working with the police force, the militaries. We already know these locations. All right, we speak the target languages. And so there's just some obvious immediate failures you notice here. Every entrance and exit to this event should have a security guard posted at it. Every single one. That's just a starter standpoint. Any event like this should have 4 to 5 layers of security before you could ever even get into that lobby, again, given the people who are inside of this event. But what we're hearing from a bunch of the press that was there is there was essentially no security at all. All right, here's one of the people from the press that says, this was the only thing that was required for entry into the Washington Hilton Ballroom. There was no security screening prior to entering the lobby. Yes, all you had to have was this little guest pass. And apparently you could get all the way to the lobby of the event without going through security. Yikes. Now, this is a pro-MAGA Israeli influencer, so if she's saying it,
Honestly, as somebody who went, there was no security. You just showed your ticket and you were able to completely get in. There was just no pat downs, no metal detectors, nothing going on. So really horrible setup, and I just don't even understand how that was a thing when the United States president was going to speak, who has already had assassination attempts on his life. So really crazy.
Yeah, doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it? But luckily we were able to get some footage of the security at the event. And even John Fetterman himself, and I don't think he realized what he was actually saying here by saying this, because again, this was more of a sim thing for the ballroom, but he says, "We were there front and center. That venue wasn't built to accommodate an event with the line of succession for the U.S. government. After witnessing last night, drop the TDS and build the White House ballroom for events like these." What they're trying to tell you is that there is no venues anywhere in Washington, D.C. that you could have a safe event at other than the White House ballroom. Yeah. I'm sure that's the case, right? But again, he admitted himself there was basically no security, and that venue had no business being used to host all of America's leaders in one building. So why was it? Why was the decision made by the Secret Service that that was a good location for this? Now, let's find out a little bit about our bad guy.
You're telling me that a liberal school teacher named Cole Allen took a train across America with a bag full of guns and knives, found the only unsecured location in a place where the president, the vice president, the head of the FBI, and every other big person in politics was, only to open fire to have a running gun battle with Secret Service and the Capitol Police. Nobody got killed, we apprehended the guy, and now we're here. You know why we don't trust you? It's because stuff like this happens immediately afterwards. I hate it when the liberals do it. I call it out every single time. I'm going to call it out this time too. Look at all these conservative influencers saying, build a ballroom, build a ballroom, build a ballroom. These are huge accounts with millions of followers, and suddenly they're all on the same script.
And people love to do these now. The Google search histories, yes. What did we find, of course? Under Cole Allen, yes, just 12 hours before, a massive ramp up in searches for this person's name in our greatest allies country. Well, okay. Pretty weird. And I haven't been able to verify if this one is for sure true yet or not, but it's all over the internet. Apparently, yes, our bad guy here, seen wearing a IDF sweatshirt in his Instagram photos. So, again, who knows? Now, let's get some reactions from the internet and people involved. Ian Smith says, amazing how all these people keep getting guns near the president. It's almost like it's all completely fake and gay. And yes, of course, we know who can't miss an opportunity to make everything about them, Miss Erica Kurt. And as the internet says, how do you know that this whole thing was fake? Well, because there's videos of Erica Kurt crying. All right, we're going to wrap it up here. I don't want this one to be too long. There's still a lot more to talk about. And one of the next things we got to talk about, of course, is all of the brave MAGA men who hid behind tables and abandoned their wives to run for cover. So we'll cover that one in the next video. For now, it's going to do it for this one. Catch y'all in the next video.
Well, boys, today's tomorrow, and items is in the bowl. Hey, I want to try something new. Someone in the comments of the last items video say I should do that. Hey, shout out to you. Just saying, boys, if you comment, know you could change the bowl forever. But items is in the news because in the last video we talked about him, top right hand corner. He decided Twitch no longer pays the bills. All right, it's just not paying the bills. It's just not. All right, having like 130 viewers on Twitch, don't get me wrong, you can make some decent money off of that. It's not really a full-time job, but you can make some decent money off of that. Enough to, you know, pay off some Uber Eats debt, but that's really it. But this man decided, well, if Twitch is not paying the bills, we're gonna have to switch platforms. So now he started multi-streaming to YouTube as well. This was actually a devastation for him. He did not want to multi-stream at all because 99% of his content on Twitch is literally going to get him terminated on YouTube. And he knows that, right? Because he watches 90 Day Fiancé, he listens to copyrighted music, he watches other people's YouTube videos without even pausing and commentating over them. At least, you know, with the Fishbowl, from time to time, we commentate over the video. That will play a video through and through. No breaks, no stops, through and through. But obviously, we have to take a look at his first day streaming, boys. All right, his first day on the block. I've been here doing this for a while, and I'll let you know, YouTube streaming is one of the hardest streaming platforms out there. So let's see what he does. Because we have Items gets 2 super chats for less than $20 total. Expect so many more that he will only read them on the hour. All right, let's see. What is this? What is this? What we got here?
Oh, thank you guys so much for the top chats and all that. Let me read these.
Chats. Super chats.
I'll
Get it
probably
right.
read them every hour or some.
What a
love you,
great
Ian. Thank you, Jack DeMac. Hey, Ian, bad unboxing fan mail, please. Yeah, I've been thinking about doing that. We're definitely bringing back Kickstarter Craft.
He is not bringing it like
Do you
that.
miss old YouTube? Nah, not really, dude. We're woke now.
I need that as a soundbite. Nah, dude, we woke now. I don't know why. That made me cackle a little bit. I was like, what the hell? Nah, dude, we're woke now. I was like, all right. So yes, the new boy Items is on the block. Obviously, the donations, they kind of dried up quickly, all right? Obviously, the few fans that didn't know he streamed that came in were like, oh my god, who is this? Who are you? But this man is something else. Let's go ahead and see. What they got to say up in here? Alt user 2025 says, I don't keep track, but he got like 4 or 5 donations for not a lot of dollars in the first 15 to 20 minutes, very early in the stream. Probably people that saw he was live and remembered his old videos and thought it would be nice to support him. Chat, you guys do have to realize, not everyone keeps up with their favorite YouTuber, right? There's some YouTubers that I used to watch that I don't know what they're doing. They could be full-blown Adobe formatted files, and I just don't know. I don't know. I'm subscribed to them still. I don't know what they doing. Right? So there probably are people that have jobs, that have lives, that never even knew Creator Clash was a thing, let alone knew that Items became a, locale. They just don't know. So they think, oh, yo, he hasn't made a bad unboxing in a while. I haven't seen him make a Kickstarter crab in a while. Let me go in there and ask him. Little did they know that bro is a completely separate person. He is not the same
brother.
person. There's some website that tracks YouTube super chats. It's more of a leaderboard type thing, so I doubt Items would show up. Says $19 for 4 chats. Chat, we can get more of that. We can get more than that. Chat, we can get more dollars than that in super chats. $19. Bro got $19 dues over that. Hey, that's a good stream. I ain't gonna lie, that's a good stream. That's a good day for me. But also, I don't have 6 million subscribers. You guys have to realize, for me, $20. Hey man, $20 for one stream, that's a really good stream. For him, those are bills that haven't been paid. Brother is actually relying on those super chats. Just like the fishbowl, because hey, I'm just saying right now, YouTube is on our ass. Just saying, boys. Thank you for the last video. You guys really did show up and show out. We still aren't out of the woods yet, so please like, subscribe, and also hype up the video as well and comment anything down below, because we really are beating the algorithm with you guys helping me. Trust me, I've been seeing a little uptick. There's a little uptick going right now. All right, please keep the comments going. We're fighting back. It's actually kind of cool to see. Redemption gets more donations than Ian, but you gotta realize, he's been in the game for a while. He's been in the game for a while, all right? That boy's been doing this low count for a hot minute. There ain't nothing like Wings of Redemption, all right? He's a special case. He's a special boy. He knows what he's doing. How do you think we got the I can't take this anymore clip? All right, a beautiful one. All right, that's generational meme right there. That's a generational meme right there. Bro knows exactly what he's doing. He's giving us the content served on a silver platter. I Love Reggie says, Wings is also a top tier locale. Hey man, he's a luxury locale. DSP gets more donos and money. The sad part is it's true. It's true. And the thing about it is, like, DSP really ain't gaming like that. He's really not gaming like that. Wait, let me show you guys. Wings is more talented? Yeah, I know. Bro, look at this. DSP tries to walk through a glass panel as if it was work, as if it will work if he just keeps trying. Hey man, sometimes you gotta run your head against the wall to know that it's there. All right, you can't blame him.
So someone changed ITIS. Someone did an upgrade to ITIS that wasn't authorized, and it ended up with ITIS maybe going haywire.
Come on, Wings,
All
you got
right,
it.
so we can't go there yet.
Wings,
Nope.
DSP,
So you
get
can't
it.
go through here.
Come on, Wings. Wings? Top tier gameplay, by the way, Chad. What do we have here? After wasting 20 minutes slamming his head into a boss with nothing but starter gear, Phil concludes that Crimson Desert is not a good game and rage quits.
What am I?
I'm fricked.
What am I playing this for? No, really. What am I playing this for? I don't have to play this. The game is awful.
Bro.
Yeah, I'm sure that's why I did it. The game sucks.
Bro.
Now that you actually got to the first point in the game where you actually have to fight for real, the game is terrible.
Oh,
that is just atrociously bad. There's nothing fun about that game engine at all. When you fight regular enemies, they're all weaklings. You hold a trigger and you murder hundreds of enemies in a row. Then you get to a boss and none of your attacks do anything. This game. Really? Well, let's do a quick shout out.
Bro, he's just like, man, fuck this game. Bro,
What?
say, I
Behind
guess
me?
since we're
What?
already here at the end of the stream, might as well give out some shout outs. But continuing on, because obviously the streams can't go on without a hitch. I'm gonna be honest here, chat. There's some things I can't blame Ian for whenever it comes down to multi-stream, because as you guys just saw, multi-streaming is a hell of a beast. All right, it just cuts out randomly sometimes. But that's not Ida's problem, right? His problem isn't that his stream randomly cut out. His problem is that his audio was bad.
Fuck me.
For some reason, he had audio issues. I'm like, bro, that's one thing you can fix. You can fix the audio now. Because we have, Idubs has audio issues, tells his viewers to deal with it. Bro is DSP maxing, all right? Bro is DSP maxing. He said, man, I ain't even gonna try to fix that. Hey, man, that's up to you. That's up to you. Why is no one coming to my stream? I just have terrible audio.
All right, guys, let us show the YouTube chat what Wordle is all about. Maybe they'll be good at it. Maybe they'll be smart. Thank you, Fleece Booty Johnson, for the 6 months. Legend. Bro, the couch in the background is drip. You think so? I got it for $50 and it's got stains all over it. I got so much louder. Oh, no. Oh, no. What did I do to get louder? 1 second. I'm going to go back to the other and see if I can find a difference.
Bro, we have people in here talking about some vape nation. Bro, this oh.
It looks the same to me, but I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna switch it while maintaining a tone. Okay.
It's like he's like a gnat in your face. Ah!
Sounds better in mobile. That doesn't help me. You looking for something? Okay. You go up by like 10 decibels, dude. Oh wait, it says 1 hidden. What does that mean? Oh no, that's my DSLR.
What you need a DSLR for?
Let me look at filters. Here it shows it as 12 decibel increase. Here, it also shows 12. It should be the same though. It should be a global mic. So what's the deal?
Nice.
Noise suppression, noise gate limiter. Everything's the same. It's fine for this. I'm showing OCD. Don't fret too much. Thank you. I needed that. I need because you're stressing me out. I mean, here I'm doing my YouTube stream, and you're like, yeah, you should focus on this thing. Okay, here we go, guys.
Way too high.
You guys know Wordle, surely.
No, I don't. Like a gnat, bro. Bro, he knows exactly what these people are coming in here for. They don't give a fuck about the audio. How many transitions? Oh my god. Brother, if you guys don't know, that is the Big Bang Theory transition, by the way. This man, back in the day, used to talk about how bad of a show the Big Bang Theory is. And now it's like one of his favorite shows. It's like, oh my god. This truly is a completely different person. Not even like a different person in the sense of his opinions changed, his whole personality changed. But continuing on, because obviously, if you guys don't remember, we were trying our best to become a moderator. All right, we wanted to become a moderator for Ian Pooh, our baby boo, our favorite streamer. He has out mod applications. I'm assuming no one signed up for it, because literally we have items invites people watching for the first time on YouTube to become moderators. I could have became a moderator. Chat, I should have been in there. Me.
I'm fucked.
I would have been a great moderator. Please, iDubbbz, let me mod for you.
Squirrel Game update? Yeah, it's on hiatus for a little while. No updates.
Update us.
Oh, and for all of the YouTube users, we're taking moderator applications, moderator for the Discord and or the live streams.
Imagine having to fill out an application to be a part
Shout
of
out Edmonton weather, this bummy. Yeah, dude. Waking up this morning and there's more snow out, it put me in a terrible mood.
Why?
But if you look on your, just look on your weather app, it shows 17 next week.
38.
Does that pay? Oh no, hell no.
Bro, I like how they started asking the real questions. So you mean I have to do an application to become a moderator? Are you at least gonna pay me? Oh hell no! That boy was offended. He was offended that they even asked, "Does it pay? Does it pay? What? Excuse me? Why do you think I'm streaming on YouTube? Hell no, it don't pay." Bro, I like how he just don't he. I like how he doesn't even beat around the bush. Like, you know, maybe one day if we get big enough. He's just like, I'm never gonna pay you. The reason why you're wasting your time filling out this application instead of me just finding someone in the community that I can see as a very ardent defender of me and has my best interests in mind is because I'm too lazy to read a chat. Bro was about damn near too lazy to make sure that, like, all right, I see this person comes in every day. Let me see if they actually want to become a moderator. But no, he doesn't do that. Bro's just like, hey man, I don't know who the fuck is in this thing. If someone, I don't give a fuck who you are. You want to moderate? Moderate. It pays in XP. True, his XP is low. Him and Saikuno should do a collab stream. Him and Saikuno would do a great collab stream. Does it pay? Hell no. He was gonna murder that guy.
It doesn't pay, but you can be part of a community and
part of community. That's not the fishbowl.
Paid or volunteer? Oh, it's volunteer for sure. For sure.
Ew, I don't like the way he says it like that. He wants to take advantage of us, chat, and our loving, our kindness. He wants to take advantage of our kindness. What do we have in the comments? Gonna need a lot of eyes on the 200 live viewer chat. Brother, it is not even that. Trust me, it went down. It went down. There was a lot of comments tonight. I wonder if this old mod gave up on him. Maybe if Ian stalked their pages and called them, they'll be nicer. Buddy's big day, he couldn't bother to wash his hair. That is something we talked about in the last video, by the way. For some reason, I don't understand, like, what is his obsession with not washing his hair? Connect says, bro genuinely looked better groomed when he was bald and pretending to have cancer. I mean, like, at least then he had a reason not to wash his hair. You didn't have any hair. I'm like, that is if you're not gonna take care of it, at least get rid of it. I'm like, one of the two. You can't do both. Have it and not take care of it. Aiko says,
I'm not gonna get him.
He locked the stream VOD behind a paywall.
This
oh yeah, he
dude's way
did do
too
that, by the
good.
way, chat.
Like,
He literally made it for
Like,
his members only.
I'm just so bad.
Guess I will just watch it on Kino Casino for free. Great business decision, bud. What happened to his old mods? Probably got bored of him as well and took off like Pirate Software. I'm just saying, boys. I'd be like, hell, that boy Pirate Software couldn't help himself. Like Ian can't help himself.
The fuck was that?
iDubbbz can't help himself. All right, what can he not help himself with though? That's the real question.
It's going to be harder.
Him or them or whoever.
It's going to be
to
really
kill.
hard to guess this prompt.
Oh, how hard?
Right.
How thick?
Guess the prompt.
Depressed streamer? Why does it have two stands? Why does it have two microphone stands? These are two.
Any ideas? Any ideas?
GG, well played.
Depressed streamer and a suckbok. So iDubbbz Twitch stream.
And JJ, well played.
I don't know.
Steven Crowder? Oh, you wish. You wish.
What up, ACV? Yo, ACV, how's
There we go. It's the Her podcast.
Bro, I like how no one knew that. No one guessed that. No one guessed that. That. Oh my
I didn't even
god,
use
this man
mortar, I
is
don't
so.
think. The fuck?
Bro, he wants a response from H3H3 so bad. Because if you guys don't know, H3H3 is doing this thing now where he's ignoring Ian, right? Ethan is ignoring Ian. He's no longer going to make content on Ian. He's just done with the whole situation. Because, like, ultimately, H3H3 won. Like, bro, after a while, you're going to get tired of slam dunking on the little kid on the basketball court. You're going to want to, you know, punch up sometimes. And this man, Idubbbz, has been trying his best to poke and prod at Ian to get some kind of response. He wants some kind of response because without, you know, Ethan responding, no one goes into Idubbbz' channel. Literally, ever since Ethan stopped responding to Idubbbz, Idubbbz' channel has been going down, by the way. Literally, without Idubbbz somehow getting some kind of response from him, I don't think he has stream content at this point. I truly don't think he has stream content. Dread King says H3 lives in his head rent free. He brought that beast on himself. Pineapple says he doesn't want to roll in the mud anymore. Knows that nobody wants to do that with him because it's like a lose-lose game. You're only giving him a shout. It's like right now if someone started doing a chat, like if I started beefing with Tectone and Tectone kept saying my name on stream, after a while his viewers would come over to my stream and be obviously, I don't know if this is gonna happen to Idubbbz whenever H3 talks about him. I'm sorry, if someone beefs with me, you're losing your audience to me. I'm sorry, I'm just too charismatic. The bowl is too great. All right, I actually have a theme and a personality, unlike those people. They would just be giving me free shout-outs.
Look at all these level 1s I want to get to their max level. Oh my god. It's just not going to be possible. It's just not fucking possible. I don't know what the fuck I'm thinking. What was I thinking? And then look at all these I got to fucking unlock. Oh my god. Holy shit. I'm crazy. I'm cooked. Oh god.
Idubbbz, I guess it kind of worked the same for him because ever since H3 stopped mentioning him, all his metrics have been down in the gutter. Pay Wooden says having the nerve to call it the podcast after he started the storm is so funny. And also, by the way, they stopped talking about him, by the way. They stopped talking about him. He's now the Idubbbz is the H3 stopped talking about him. Why are you still talking about him? That's the real question. I thought you wanted him to stop. He stopped and you continue to go? I'm sorry, but it seems like you are a podcast now. And then doubled down and said he was meant to live in the storm with Ethan. Meanwhile, he previously begged Sam Hyde to stop dunking on him. He is, in fact, not meant to live in the He's a baby and a hypocrite. How is his laugh so consistent? I mean, like, you have to practice for a while entertaining people instead of naturally having the talent to entertain people. After a while, you know, a lot of things start to become, you know, formal. All right, they become, you know, unionized. They become standardized. All right, only detractors can tell whenever he fake laughs. Idubbbz demonstrates his practice erudite skills to his audience or his YouTube audience. Let's see.
Oh, I'm not looking at chat. I'm not gonna look at chat. Okay, I'm sure you guys have the answer for this, but I'm not gonna look. We're creating groups of 4.
I'm assuming Wordle. He's still listening to copyrighted. Oh no, it's lo-fi.
Cheese has holes in it.
I thought it was copyrighted music.
It's not too much.
I'm already distracted by damn self. I'm already distracted myself.
Cups is very specific. Kind of feel like some of these are like associations with like children's toys. Like children's toys have suction cups, arms, helicopter blades. Oh, blades on a helicopter, lawnmower. What else? Helicopter blades. Oh, blades on a helicopter, lawnmower. What else? Ice skates have blades. Helicopter blades, ice skate blades, lawnmower blades.
Oh, he's gaming. Chat, he's gaming. He's gaming.
Suction cup blade, arm
Suction
blades.
cup blade? What? Grass blade. A blade of grass. Grass blade.
What's a fucking cheese blade, ink blade?
Grass blade. Grass.
I don't know what Callaway is.
Does he not know grass blade is? Grass. No.
I think a dough blade exists because you cut.
Chat, look at this shit. Blades of grass. Blades of grass. Arm blades equals sad. Dough blade, baking? Bro don't have a lawn. Bro does not have a lawn.
The dough with a giant blade at some point.
Swiss blade? I guess
Fuck
Swiss.
that.
Why
Grass
the blade?
Grass blade? That's kind of what a lawnmower is, right?
Oh my god. No, chat, he's not actually playing though. He's not actually playing. Chat. Streamers do this thing where they'll act dumb on purpose for a clip. No, this is legit. Oh my god. He has been failed in life, and I actually feel bad for him now. Like chat. He actually does need someone to protect him. Like, I actually do feel bad for him now. There's no way he actually just said that.
You just
Mashed
call it a
potato.
lawnmower blade. You wouldn't call it a grass blade.
It's a blade of grass.
I might have to look at chat for this one.
Brother, chat, look at this. A blade of grass, though. Blade of grass. What the fuck is he doing, bruh? Bro, they're like, bro, what is going on? These are people who are just like, wait, hold up. This is not the items that defeated Leafy back in 2016.
Okay, I'm looking at chat. Blades of grass, grass blades. I'm a God damn it. Thank you, chat.
Brother, you looked at chat 2 times already.
Next up.
He's trying to make it. Brother did a whole pirate software right there. I'm not gonna cheat. Cheated instantly, did not believe the answer to the cheat, and then cheated again. And the answer was right there. He cheated twice, by the way. He cheated twice on one question. Zenergy says, his choice of game is really questionable, and watching him playing is as fun as watching paint dry. Watching my grandma playing Candy Crush is more entertaining than this. Hey man, at least she get a little animated whenever she wins. She's like, oh hell yeah. Got them little peppermints to crush each other. Try Celeste. Celeste makes me laugh every time. He's such an... Jesus Christ, he is thick. How did Blade of Grass not come to mind instantly once he got to Blade? Like I said, the school system failed him. The adults around him failed him. Everyone in his life has failed him, Chad. Everyone in his life has failed him. Simple Ian has not touched grass in a long time. Has not touched a blade of grass in a long time. Hey, you see what I did there. But boys, obviously, this man in his first stream, it started off strong. All right, chat. His first stream started off strong on YouTube, but it was like his first stream on Twitch. He's streaming on YouTube, and it shows, you know, he got around 310 people in the start. All right, 310 people in the start. That's not bad. That is not bad at all. It was so incredibly boring. I tried to troll for a bit in the chat, but he wasn't even paying attention because he was on Twitch as well and only reading that chat. No, there's no way. What? That is a sin of multi-streaming YouTube. I'm not, or not just multi-streamers in general. Because chat, on his Twitch stream, at max, he had 152 viewers, and on his YouTube stream, he had an influx of 310 viewers. And yet, instead of him paying attention to the bigger chat, he was like, no, man, I want to be a Twitch streamer now. So I'm just going to only pay attention to the Twitch chat. He doesn't know how to combine chats. You don't have to combine chats. You can just pop out the chats. This is what I do. Like, I just pop out both of the chat widgets. I just pop both of them bad boys out, and that's it. The only fun things about these is trolling and getting them to react. So, yeah, it was pointless. Chat, by the way, he has 6.8 million subscribers, and he was only able to pull 300 views. Don't get me wrong, 300 views is good. But there's people with way less subs that can pull 10x his viewership. And let's just say it's official. I think we can officially say his channel's dead. It's just dead. Because literally a few minutes into the stream, it went from 300 to 188. brother absolutely ignored any amount of new viewership he was gonna get from this. He ignored and just basically shooed away any amount of viewership he was gonna get. Bad streamers typically, they like go out, they crash cars, they do anything for views. iDubbbz does everything for no view. Like, he wants you to not watch it. Like, it's almost an anti-streamer mindset that he has. Like, at least with like someone like Darkside Phil or Wings of the Redemption, they understand that them playing video games or reacting a certain way is the way they get money. iDubbbz knows him playing video games or reacting a certain way will get him more viewers, so he doesn't do it, so he can have less viewers. Like, he's almost anti-viewer. But it seems like iDubbbz's streaming career very much is where it's gonna be. All right, it's not getting any bigger, it's not getting any better. All right, I hope iDubbbz doesn't think like, oh, I just need to be seen by a wider audience and I get more attention. This man could stream with literally Hassan Piker and he would gain 0 followers. He has streamed with Hassan Pikers and gained 0 followers. So I'm like, my theories, you know, it rests on that.
God damn it.
But yes, boys, that is iDubbbz, the man, the myth, the legend himself. Somehow, the one locale that cannot even beg for donations correctly. And it seems like all his mods are going to be leaving him, or if not already have left him, just like Pirate Software's mods. Boys, click this video right here because Pirate Software responded to his mods being called out, all right, or his mods leaving him. Click this video right here to find out what the hell's going on with Pirate Software. Other than that, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment down below, and I'll see you all tomorrow.
I'm just kidding.
Yes, Maxwell's lawyer says there's a good chance Trump will pardon her, and he hasn't even asked yet. Attorney David Oscar Marcus reveals Maxwell's hopes for clemency while navigating ongoing legal challenges. Welcome back to the channel, everybody, and we have an absolutely insane story that broke this week, and it's going to shock you to your absolute core, and that is that Congress, the House Oversight Committee, is now discussing a plan to have Donald Trump pardon Maxwell. Yes, and you might be asking yourself, why in the world would we want to pardon a convicted international sex trafficker? And well, I promise you guys, it has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that she may have massive amounts of incriminating information on the president. And we actually have to go back a little ways to understand this story, because this has actually been the plan all along, and there's been a lot of moving pieces to get her ready to be pardoned. So that's what we're going to talk about in this video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Follow us on Patreon. Grab some America First, America Only merch. Let's jump into it. Let's talk about it. And yes, it almost feels like satire, right? Like this could not be real. The Republican-led House Oversight Committee discussing pardoning Maxwell, Big E's co-conspirator. I mean, why would anybody do that? Isn't that political suicide? Well, let's take a look. All right, let's get the rundown from Anna on this.
If you can believe it, and I had trouble doing so, but it's real, members of the House Oversight Committee are divided on whether or not President Donald Trump should pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. You know, the woman who is a convicted sex trafficker, Epstein's co-conspirator, that Ghislaine Maxwell, the woman who was moved to a minimum security facility after Trump's former personal lawyer, now acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, had a meeting with her. Who knows what kind of deal was made during that meeting? We're not privy to it, but immediately afterwards, she was, moved to that minimum security facility where she's now playing with puppies.
Yes, and that is all true, but Anna brings up some very important things contextually that we need to understand where this went back to, where this plan to pardon her actually started. And what she mentioned there was, yes, Todd Blanche, who was at the time the Deputy Attorney General, but also remember, we've talked about it on the channel before, he was Donald Trump's personal criminal defense attorney. He is now the acting attorney general, and he was the one who went and met with Maxwell at that original prison that she was then transferred from. And yes, they sat down behind closed doors, had some type of discussion, and immediately after, Maxwell was moved to a new minimum security white-collar prison where she is now taking yoga classes and has her own puppy. So I'm sure there was no promises made behind closed doors on that, right? So yes, as we see here in July, August 2025, convicted sex offender Maxwell was transferred from a low-security federal prison in Tallahassee, Florida, to a minimum-security federal prison camp in Bryan, Texas. The move followed a meeting with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, sparking controversy due to her high-profile status and the generally restrictive policies regarding sex offenders in minimum-security facilities. Yes, so the reason why this initially was so controversial and such a big deal is that convicted sex traffickers are not supposed to be allowed in white-collar prisons to begin with. But of course, when you're someone who has a ton of incriminating information on the President of the United States, sometimes you get special treatment. But Todd Blanche came out and defended the reason why he did this, and let's see what he had to say. As it says here, Deputy Attorney General at the time, Tom Blanche, defends moving Maxwell to a minimum security prison. At the time I met Miss Maxwell, there was tremendous amount of scrutiny and publicity towards her, and the institution she was in, she was suffering from numerous threats against her life. Blanche said he did not elaborate on the threats. Now, also remember that Maxwell came out and said immediately after that meeting and being transferred that she never witnessed Donald Trump doing anything naughty or bad. Yes, a little quid pro quo, as they would call it. But again, I think the entire plan here has always been, in that meeting, I'm sure, there was massive discussions between, hey, if you keep your mouth shut about the president, we're going to take care of you. And what I think most likely the promise was made was after the midterms, when Donald Trump becomes a lame duck president and he doesn't give a about anything, couldn't care less, that is when we will see him issue that pardon to Maxwell. And how will they run it? They'll run it as a story about how he pardoned Maxwell. She'd somehow been exonerated after the House Oversight Committee looked through the case. And then Maxwell will come out and clear Donald Trump's name of all wrongdoing in the files, and Fox News and the MAGA base will eat it up like it's biscuits and gravy. And that's how they will exonerate Donald Trump from all this mess, while of course the literal only person, by the way, that's in prison for the big E files and client lists and all of this trafficking and pedophilia and literally eating children, the only person that ever faced any justice will then have been pardoned. Wow. Impressive stuff, isn't it? And of course, according to Donald Trump, he barely knew Maxwell and met her once or twice. Melania had no idea who she was, even though she sent her private emails, talking about how pretty she looked at some event and was looking forward to see her soon after she came back to Palm Beach. But again, these people have no connections to Maxwell or Big E whatsoever. And isn't this just amazing in the system of rules for thee but not for me? On the same day that we found out a Green Beret was arrested for betting $34,000 on himself to be successful in the Maduro raid, Congress is also announcing how they're going to pardon one of the most notorious international traffickers in history.
Nice.
Wow. What a time to be an American. Now, the vast majority of people that are following this just simply believe that Maxwell is actively blackmailing Donald Trump right now. And so what she's willing to do, and telling Donald Trump she's willing to gag herself and completely exonerate him in exchange for a pardon out of the prison system, which I think makes complete and total sense, actually, given the entire storyline. Now, Donald Trump has been asked multiple times, actually, if he'd be willing to pardon Maxwell, and he's never actually said no. We'll take a look at a clip back right around the same time as when Todd Blanche moved Maxwell to a new minimum security prison, and then we'll look at one he was just asked again yesterday.
Todd Blanche interviewing Ghislaine Maxwell. What are you hoping that they get out of that?
I really have really nothing to say about it. She is being talked to by a very smart man, by a very good man, Todd Blanche. And I don't know anything about the conversation. I haven't really been following it. A lot of people are asking me about pardons. Obviously, this is no time to be talking about pardons. But a lot of people have asked about pardon. This is just not a time to be talking about pardons.
Of course, when Preston asked if he'd be willing to pardon Maxwell for her horrific crimes, he of course says, this is just no time to be talking about pardons. He has no idea what's going on, and he had no idea what conversation Todd Blanche and Maxwell had before that deal was struck to move her prisons. Right. And then Donald Trump was again asked recently about this same thing, following the fact that, of course, the House Oversight Committee is discussing this pardon, and here's what he had to say.
The Supreme Court is back in session. They rejected today an appeal by Ghislaine Maxwell to overturn her conviction. That means her only chance at getting out of prison is a pardon from you. Is that something you're open to?
Who are we talking about?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
I haven't heard the name in so long. I can say this, that I'd have to take a look at it. I would have to take a look. Did they reject that?
She wanted to appeal her conviction.
And what
They
happened?
said that they were not going to hear her appeal.
I say, well, I'll take a look at it. I will speak to the DOJ. I wouldn't consider it or not consider it. I don't know anything about it, so but I will speak to the DOJ.
Donald Trump claims, I haven't heard that name in so long, doesn't even remember who she is, and then says, I have to take a look at it. And of course he says he is not ruling out potentially pardoning her, but he's going to talk to his DOJ about it. Now, at the same time, it's kind of interesting because nobody actually really believes that Maxwell is in prison to begin with. Because the last time we saw her, they rolled out this Filipino man in a tan jumpsuit, and that is, of course, obviously not Maxwell. And again, here's another time Donald Trump was asked and refused to say no.
Would you consider a pardon or a commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell if
It's something I haven't thought about. It's really something. I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about.
Very telling that every time he's asked, he never says no. No, I'm not going to pardon an international trafficker. What he always says is, I got to take a look at it. I need more information. I don't know anything about it. My options are open. I can do it if I want. Again, I think we all know what's coming on this one. So what the situation really sounds like is happening here is that Maxwell is getting really irritated, frustrated, and pissed off that she hasn't received her end of the bargain yet, right? For coming out and claiming Trump did nothing wrong and exonerating him, she's expected to get her pardon, which she has not received yet. And even her lawyers just came out and said this 2 days ago. Yes, Maxwell's lawyer says there's a good chance Trump will pardon her, and he hasn't even asked yet. Attorney David Oscar Marcus reveals Maxwell's hopes for clemency while navigating ongoing legal challenges. All right, let's get some takes from the people who actually have tried to hold Big E and the client list accountable. Marjorie Taylor Greene says, I am shocked that some of my former Republican colleagues on the Oversight Committee are supporting pardoning Maxwell. The E survivors are adamantly against her receiving a pardon as she was one of the main abusers next to Big E, and they say she is a serial liar. If Trump gives her a pardon, it sets up a very potential quid pro quo. Yeah, no shit. She will owe Trump, and she will lie to protect people he asked her to. Yep. Instead, the DOJ and local prosecutors with jurisdiction should be prosecuting the rich, powerful elites who ard and trafficked these brave survivors when they were just teenagers and young, vulnerable women. Why is this so complicated? Well, Marjorie, the reason why this is so complicated is it's not that complicated. It's the main reason is the President of the United States is a pedophile. So are all his buddies, and he will do everything in his power to try to cover it up. We've already seen that. That's the entire point. And now what they will possibly have with Maxwell being pardoned is now she'll be able to come forward in the public and tell everybody about how innocent Donald Trump and his buddies are. And she knows because she was there. She was a witness to it all, and he never did anything wrong. I can promise you that is exactly what's coming. And there's two different theories here. Okay, so mine is, again, that Maxwell receives this pardon after the midterms. Of course, if this were to be just yet another thing right before the midterms for Republicans, yeah, not great. And so I could see, again, once Donald Trump, Democrats take over Congress, he will then just not give a shit and will start doing absolutely unhinged things like pardoning Maxwell. And then there's a secondary theory that he's going to do this before the midterms on purpose. And this is the theory that Donald Trump is trying to destroy the Republican Party in the midterms. Basically, he is a Trojan horse, right? So that Democrats can come in, they can impeach him, and then J.D. Vance can take over. And the reason why this would be important is because J.D. Vance is not popular at all. He's basically got no path to victory whatsoever to the presidency. However, his small tech overlords and Palantir have a little bit of a plan, and that is if they can actually get J.D. in there as Mr. President before the 2028 elections, what does that do? Well, it gets rid of all the Republican primaries. Yes, J.D. Vance just becomes the elected choice to run for 2028 and doesn't have to go through a primary system in which he will most guaranteed lose. So, two competing theories here on why she may get pardoned and when she may get pardoned. And overall, I think the likelihood that she gets pardoned before Donald Trump leaves office is extremely, extremely high. The odds that we make it all the way to 2028 and she's not pardoned, yeah, maybe, but it's not looking that way. And now that we have Congress getting involved and House Republicans already trying to push for this pardon, I think we all know the writing's on the wall. And man, talking about spitting in the face of all of us in America, wow, they really are brazen and they really don't care. So we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens. That's gonna do it for this one. Catch y'all in the next video.
Pimps!
This is the most important game in human history. This is the magic bullet that's gonna save gaming as we know it. This is the TikTok killer right here. None of you are ready for what's coming. They're gonna be making spin-off TV shows, movies, action figures, body pillows. It's gonna get everyone bi-curious. Even normies will be playing this. That's right, we're talking about the one, the only, the Windrose. They said piracy would kill gaming, and they were right. I don't want to hear the words Grand Theft or French coming out of your mouth, alright? I know some of you think that the latest rock slop hitting the market is the fourth coming of Jesus, but for the rest of us real gamers, we understand what a flop GTA 6 really is. Sorry. I need some water. Fuck GTA 6 and the BBL it rode in on. If it's such a good game, then just show me some good gameplay of it. Oh, you can't? How convenient. Maybe you think I'm exaggerating, but in this David and Goliath story of GTA 6 challenging the behemoth of Windrose, it's not even close. Let's run through it from the top. You can play Windrose today and do jackass-style shipboarding. GTA 6 doesn't even have ships in it. Windrose has pirates in it. GTA 6 does not have pirates in it. Windrose is published by Palworld guys. GTA 6 is not published by Palworld guys. I rest my case. I mean, what else is there to say? Sorry to all the GTA 6 fanboys out there, but it's just not happening. What are you gonna do when Nintendo sues you for having walk animations? The signs of this tragedy were there all along. I mean, just think about it. Look at how many players the Windrose demo got. Now let me ask you a question. How many players does the GTA 6 demo have again? Oh, what's that? 0 players? That's what I thought. Windrose 1, GTA 0. By God, this may be the finest addition to the Concord universe yet. And before you get uppity, the GTA 6 demo did leak recently, alright? I tried it out myself, and now my GPU is always running at 200 degrees Celsius. Clearly, GTA 6 lacks the same quality and polish that our Uzbekistani game has. Now I couldn't tell you where these Uzbekistanians are. Let me try that again. Now I couldn't tell you where Uzbekistan is on a map, but I can tell you where it is on the Steam charts, baby, at the top. Another point for Windrose. But what else do you expect from a quadruple A company like Rockstar? The reality is, they're just hitting their limits. For years, they've been able to milk GTA Online. It's generated over $5 billion just from shark card purchases. Do you understand what that means? That means people are spending millions of dollars to not have to play the game. This game must be trash. To top it all off, they've made Todd the proudest father by reselling GTA 5 on every single console generation. I'm shocked they didn't re-release this on PS2. Todd, welcome back. What are your thoughts on Grand Theft Auto 5 trying to out-release Skyrim?
I'm a big Redditor, so I do read Reddit a lot.
Alright, well that's not what I fucking asked, Todd.
Thanks, man. Good one.
Yeah, look at me, I'm Todd. Shut up, that's how you sound.
Correct. No problem,
thank you. Keep in mind, GTA 5 has been around since Xbox 360. That's when we had good games. That's 3 generations of unsupervised gamers going to the strip club because parents think every video game is Fortnite and Lego Batman. Windrose would never let that happen because you have to build your own jiggle joint. Anyways, I digress. The point is they're not doing anything new. They just want a fresh cash cow. We're gonna commit auto theft on a grand scale for the 6th time now with BBLs. And what, we're just hanging around in Miami, Florida? I want to be surrounded by the sea, man, not covered in it. Hi, Fleek here, number 13th on trending. Let's be honest here. Nobody expects the story to be good. Who cares, right? Listen, this is all about that big online mode that's gonna come 3 months after release. Who cares about story? Story. Who cares, right? This is all about that big, fat, juicy, thickle, wobbly online mode that's gonna come 3 months after release. And let me tell you something, I'm putting all of my money into that online mode. I am taking every dime out of my retirement fund and I am putting it into GTA Online so that my wife cannot take it in the divorce. Do you understand me? That being said, they're gonna be spit and polishing this game for another 13 years. So in the meanwhile, Windrose has its online mode from day one. Windrose 4, Slop Theft Auto 0. You've got people excited about RP servers, which I'm told are for jobless people to have pretend jobs. I don't even know what to say here, so let me just remind you. Windrose 5, Flop Theft Auto 0. In fact, -1 point for trying to make me have a real job. Maybe this is supposed to appeal to all those employees Rockstar just laid off now that the game is almost done. What's a little alleged union busting among friends, right? I just know that if I'm gonna role play as a crackhead homeless man anyway, Windrose does it best. Pimps, do you remember what I said in my last GTA 6 video? I don't, but let's pretend I called all of this years in advance. I don't know how I saw it coming, guys. I don't know how I saw this shit. How'd you see this? I don't know, man. I get thoughts sometimes, man. Now that you think I'm smart, let me make another prediction. Foot. Put one foot in front of the other and walk over to Gamersubs with code PIMP for 10% off all your foot-related needs. Now that we're all hardened up from that, let's look at the hard facts. Rockstar had some shocking news leak from their latest hack that's pretty damning for GTA 6. For reference, GTA 5 has sold 225 million copies across its lifetime. In comparison, GTA 6 has sold none. 0 copies sold. This is devastating news for Rockstar. As one insider source says, "Do not redeem! Do not redeem the card!" Sorry about that, that was the wrong line. Nobody is excited for this game. Go ahead, look it up. It's not even listed on Steam. Already delisted while Windrose dominates the charts. Not even Epic Games Store has this trash listed. Let's pretend it's not over for a second. Let's say hypothetically for the sake of the argument that you look at the community. Nobody even bothered to review GTA 6. That's how bad it is. Meanwhile, I'm secretly reviewing Windrose as we speak. What does that tell you? That I'm a gaslighting shitposter? No, of course not. Gaslighting isn't real. It just further proves how superior Windrose is to GTA 6. Let me put it this way. They try to brush it under the rug, but every delay GTA 6 has had is because of Windrose. Just when they were about to release, they get word Windrose is on the horizon and delayed as long as possible. Originally, they were going to release next month, but with Windrose releasing on the 14th of April, they punted all the way to the end of next year. They didn't even want to be in the same quarter as Windrose. Just goes to show how little confidence Rockstar has going head-to-head with Windrose. And to be fair to GTA 6, I'm gonna say this. With how horrible this generation of gaming has been, GTA 6 seemed like a ray of hope for everybody. Until Windrose was announced, of course. But hey, they tried. The best thing about GTA 6 coming out will be how it ruins every other live service attempt for the next couple years. Because when people see how much Windrose is dominating over GTA Online, they're all gonna give up. In the end, it looks like 12 years and $1 billion wasn't enough to defeat the king. Better luck next time, GTA 7. Which, by the way, we already got a release date for that? Next century. Unless Windrose 2 is coming out next century, and in that case, 2 centuries. Alright, what else? Thanks to the flock of pimps, and thanks to everybody for using code PIMP to get 10% off. By the way, you get free shipping for the next week. What else? In the next video, we're going to talk about the new Black Flag remake. Spoiler alert, very disappointed that Bonnet is not nearly as rotund as he should be. Alright, you can always be fatter. Look bigger. Alright, what else? A lot of people asking about the live streams. We actually moved all of those to...
Pizza time.
Skill issue.
Okay.
Boy, howdy, hooey. What an interesting evening, huh, sports fans? An action-packed late night. Trump started attacking Pope Leo, which sounds like the title to an epic rap battles of history video, Trump versus the Pope, but he actually went in attacking Pope Leo, and then a little while later posted an AI-generated image of him as Jesus Christ healing the sick while being worshipped and having some kind of demon like Baphomet leading the troops above him with the golden lights. This thing looks like something out of fucking Silent Hill. This is a real post Trump made, by the way. Big breaking news. As I was making this video, he deleted the post and he just gave a little speech out of nowhere here. I guess this was such a huge deal, it called for his immediate attention, and he was asked about it, and this is his response.
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
Oof. So that immediately throws a lot of the cope into the shitter from people that were still doing all they could to defend him, saying it must have been one of his staffers again going rogue, getting a little rambunctious, or no, this is actually a 5D chess move from Trump because he got into this, spat with the Pope. So it wasn't him depicted as Jesus Christ. It was just a little tomfoolery depicting himself as the Pope, not Jesus. And he immediately says, no, you guys are wrong on both those. In fact, I did post it, and I thought I was a doctor. That's what I thought. Which no one was saying, because I don't know how anyone could look at that and think that that's a doctor being depicted there. Holy delusion. Is there any human being on the planet that buys that? Yeah, doctors, famously not in scrubs or anything, always in white robes, white and red robes, with glowing golden hands healing people. They don't use medicine or anything. They use their hands to do that. Glowing gold hands. That's what doctors do. And also having demons flying above with golden radiant light there. What a fucking dog shit explanation. He didn't even go for what I thought would be the easy layup to weasel his way out of this in the eyes of the fucking brain-rotted fungus that still, loyally sucks his cock. I thought for sure he would just blame it on a staffer again, oh, it looks like he, did this on his own. I had no idea. This is disgusting stuff. This is gross. I would never condone that. He didn't even go for that. He just said, yeah, I did post that. Thought I was a doctor with the Red Cross. And of course he had to try the fake news angle, but that's not going to work because even his most loyal cock gobblers got very upset with this. And rightfully so, by the way. So that doesn't exactly fly all that well. Not exactly the greatest move here from old Trump. And this has finally been enough. to snap some of the most brainwashed drones out of his spell and realize, oh, this guy's not actually a Christian. Blasphemy, idolatry, sacrilege. The administration has normalized all of this, and Trump doesn't even really hide it either. And he started off rip. He didn't even put his hand on the Bible while being sworn in for some odd reason. Trump also actively talks about how he doesn't think he's going to heaven. He doesn't see any chance of him getting into heaven. This is what he says. And he even hawks $60 Bibles that he has signed. And the Bibles range from $60 up to $1,000 because he puts his signature on the Bible. He makes these Bibles for $3 in China and then sells them to the Americans here for $60 to $1,000. Like, I can't believe anyone needed to be shaken awake here that Trump uses the faith as a means of profiting for himself and a means of trying to get people to his side and rally behind his cause. And what's crazy is this comes only 8 days after I just made a video talking about his spiritual advisor, Paula White Cain. How she is also a fraud. She is a televangelist who solely uses Christianity as a means of enriching herself.
Because I'm telling you, there's an anointing of release right now. I want $100,000 to come in. I want $100,000. There are 10 people that could give $10,000. There's 100 people that could give $1,000. Get a check, make it payable to Paula White Ministry. There are people that are watching right now. If you say, I don't have it, give $100. Bring up a sacrificial seed. This isn't for me. This is about kids that will die without you being obedient. This is about kids who are going to be minstrels and instruments.
And I believe that when you honor God on Passover, starting on April 12th at sundown through Good Friday on the 18th and concluding on Easter Sunday, you can receive these 7 supernatural blessings for you and your house. According to Exodus 23, God will assign an angel to you. He'll be an enemy to your enemies. He'll give you prosperity. He'll take sickness away from you. He will give you long life. He'll bring increase in inheritance, and he'll give a special year of blessing. You're not doing this to get something, but you're doing it in honor to God, realizing what you can receive.
For your special Passover offering of $1,000 or more as the Holy Spirit leads, you will also receive the beautiful 10-inch Waterford Crystal Cross.
This directly spits on the scripture.
Because, like, by saying, like, God will be an enemy to your enemies and God will, like, this or that, like, that just sounds like hardcore ear candy. And it gets people like, oh, God is going to protect me. He's going to be an enemy to my enemy. Like, so if anyone fucks with me, then they're going to get fucked with. Okay, that's cool. Like, and also, why would that be something that you'd want God for anyways? Like, what?
Notably Matthew 21:12, which I mentioned in that video as well, but in case you don't know, that is when Jesus goes into the temple, overturns the merchant tables, those money changers and those selling doves, declaring that his temple is to be a house of worship, but it has been turned into a den of robbers. The lesson being, obviously, that profiting off of the faith, using the word of God as a means of just making money off of it, is bad. It's sinful. And it is exactly what people like Paula White Cain and Trump do, openly. And now this vile worm, Paula, has cozied up to Trump, nuzzled in his bosom, and is even trying to plant the seed in the empty MAGA mind, poison-rotted brain that Donald Trump is like Jesus. She had a whole speech comparing him to Jesus.
To say no to President Trump would be saying no to God. And I won't do that.
The truth of it is you are here because of God and because of you. Jesus taught us so many lessons through his death, burial, and resurrection. He showed us great leadership. Great transformation requires great sacrifice.
Has any president ever
and Mr. President, no one has paid
hard?
the price like you have paid the price. It almost cost you your life. You were betrayed and arrested and falsely accused.
It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him, and it didn't end there for you.
She's bouncing on it blasphemy style. And it goes on and on. She continues with this sacrilegious glaze. And she even, with her whole chest, says to say no to Trump would be to say no to God. The whole context of that was that when Trump asked her to, be his spiritual advisor, come aboard the team, part of the crew, part of the ship, she couldn't say no because God had chosen Trump, and saying no to Trump would be like saying no to God, which she will not do. And then has this whole speech, which is only like 9 days ago, about how similar Trump is to Jesus. And now, fast forward to last night, he just openly posts an AI photo of him replacing Jesus healing the sick. Now, something very interesting, the origin of this image ties back to this freak, Nick Adams, who posted this a few months ago. America has been sick for a long time. President Trump is healing this nation. But in this image, Nick Adams has soldiers above Trump. Trump's AI image has a demon leading those soldiers above him. So there's like a distinct change there that Trump has made to it to add this demon throwing up fucking gang signs there. That's very interesting. Now, it is blasphemous when Nick Adams posted it. And Nick Adams actually seems to like this kind of thing, because he also did another one from what I can see where he had this: President Trump is healing this nation and its people on a biblical scale. The devil hates this. Hey Bozo, I don't know if you're actually literate or not, but if you are, I highly recommend reading the Bible, because what you're doing, God hates. In fact, it's a direct wiping of your ass with the first commandment. This is actual textbook idolatry. He is worshiping Trump, not God. And there's so many in the MAGA movement, these fucking mosquitoes, that still are defending this. They clearly worship Trump, not the Lord and Savior, yet they try and pretend that they do through mental gymnastics. And unsurprisingly, the tool in their Batman utility belt that they always resort to, the tried and true whataboutism, they are now saying like, oh, this wasn't a big deal when Obama did it, and then pointing to like old covers on, what was it, like Newsweek or something, where they had like Obama in like a halo ring, and they had like Obama as Jesus and that kind of thing. Like, oh, now all of a sudden people want to be upset, but no one cared when Obama did it. Except it's ignoring a fundamental difference. Obama never posted that shit himself, and he wasn't openly, routinely engaging in that blasphemy like Trump does. So you can dislike Obama till the cows come home, but this is not the slam dunk comparison that the MAGA cult thinks it is. Because guess what? It was blasphemous when that was happening with Obama too, from those people that were making those posts and those images and that kind of shit. That was also bad and blasphemous then as well. But the big difference there is Obama wasn't the one doing it. Trump, in this case, literally is, and is actively encouraging it. Having his spiritual advisor even have a speech comparing him to Jesus, and now dumping this AI image of him literally replacing him healing the sick. And also adding a demon over his head for some reason. Now, I already know where the conversation will inevitably go since I'm talking about this. People are going to be pointing at me saying, oh, well, how about this, hypocrite? You also replace Jesus with yourself and then use this image as the dunk. That's a thumbnail for the gaming channel Edgar made. I recently played through the I Am Jesus Christ game, which was actually a banger. I actually had quite a lot of fun playing it. It's got some flaws. It's not the best made game, but it was a pretty refreshing, fun experience, and it is pretty accurate, a pretty faithful adaptation of a lot of the messaging of the Bible. Now, that thumbnail picture is an old meme, a meme that for some reason is still kicking. Where on Facebook there was an Instagram photo of myself that was edited and shared saying, say amen if you love Jesus or something, that kind of thing. And a lot of elderly Facebook mothers really ran hog wild with it, saying amen. Some of them even printed it off. It was like a big wacky situation that unfolded, believing that my appearance resembled that of like depictions of Jesus, that kind of thing. So it became a big meme of Charlie looks like Jesus, that thing. Now I think there's a huge difference with that of this guy looks like images of Jesus versus this guy is literally Jesus. that is the messaging of Trump's spiritual advisor and Trump himself posting that photo, replacing him healing the sick. This wacky meme has never been replacing Jesus or comparing to Jesus or anything like that. It has only ever been, haha, he kind of looks like him a little bit. In the same way that people portray Jesus in plays or something. It's not a serious, like, replacement of Jesus or anything like that, or besmirching the faith. Whereas with Trump and his administration, they are literally saying that he is just like Jesus, and even outright stating that he is healing the nation like Jesus and replacing Jesus with Trump. They are worshiping Trump over the Lord and Savior. That is blasphemy. Anyway, I just had a feeling that this would be brought up when it comes to this topic, so I wanted to get ahead of it. Anyway, this whole thing has been crazy to see unfolding here. I just had to yap about it. That's really about it. So yeah, it's finally happening. David has been arrested and is being held without bail. It's been 7 months since a child's body was found decomposing in the trunk of his towed vehicle, and now authorities have arrested him as the main suspect in her murder. Her name was Celeste Rivas Hernandez. She went missing in 2024, and her body was found in 2025. She was 14 at the time of her death, according to authorities, and according to everyone's eyeballs, was in a relationship with David. There is a plethora of evidence about these two being in a relationship together, which is something even the most avid and ferocious of David defenders, when they pick up their shield, just kind of brush over. The fact that an adult was in a romantic relationship with a 13-year-old. I've seen them use excuses of, oh, he was homeschooled, so he couldn't have known that was bad. What the fuck? It's just actual craziness. And I started talking about this when the story was breaking, and I got a lot of pushback. There were a lot of people, going ballistic about how wrong this whole thing was, and that I'm a fucking gullible idiot for thinking David was the one that did this. Just this large vocal group of deluded fans that were trying to, brainwash people into thinking that it was all a lie, so they were cooking up these elaborate, unhinged theories on what actually happened and how David is innocent and is even a victim in all of this. Oh, fucking 5G towers were blasting waves that signaled the cartel to come perform a hit on this child and then put her body in the trunk of David's vehicle to frame him for her murder. It was bouncing all over the place. I can't even remember everything that they were spewing, but it was all just complete gobbledygook, just complete babble nonsense that anyone who even bothered to look at any of the evidence could easily point to and say, no, you're wrong, just look at this. But they would refuse to look at the reality of it. The evidence, even at the time, was pretty damning. He was even leaving fucking breadcrumbs in his music about this. And he wasn't exactly shy about broadcasting his relationship with this child. So even if he was innocent of the murder, he was very clearly dating a minor. It was just crazy to see so many people were defending him, and I imagine are still actively defending him, even in the face of this arrest, because he hasn't been formally charged for anything at the moment, and I imagine that's what they're latching onto like a baby to its mother's bosom. And at the time, one of the big things that they were using as a defense for David was the fact that he wasn't arrested yet. Well, if he's guilty, why didn't the police break through his fucking windows the second that the body was found, huh? He must be innocent, then. The authorities know more than we do. He's clearly innocent, and we gotta find the real perpetrator. Completely oblivious to the fact that that's not how the world works. Not everything is a goddamn action movie. They had to also build a case as well. And yes, this did take a lot longer than I and most people would have expected, given how abundant the evidence is against David. But I imagine that this is pretty standard procedure for them to gather tons of evidence to build an ironclad case, and now they are confident enough that they've moved to the next phase, which is arresting him. Now, additional details around this arrest confirm that the arrest is not related to the grand jury that they were going through over the last handful of months where they were seeking an indictment there. This is totally separate based upon evidence that they have been gathering over these months here. This must be a long process, I suppose, but it doesn't seem like they were just sitting AFK waiting for the case to solve itself or David to turn himself in or anything like that. It's just a process that I guess took this long.
All right, and so a lot of people wondering, so many things seem to point to him. Why did it take them this long to make the arrest? We know they're pretty methodical about how they do things, but...
Yeah, it's a good question. One of the things that they were waiting on, Mark, was the cause of death. And there was difficulty reaching that cause of death, not to get too graphic, but her body was in multiple parts. It was in, we know from court documents, 2 different body bags in the front trunk of that Tesla when her body was found. So it was difficult for the medical examiner to determine the cause of death. So they had to prove or be able to show to the DA that she was murdered, that it wasn't something else where, let's say that she overdosed and then somebody freaked out and put her body in that trunk. They have to be able to prove that it was murder. They now believe
This part got a big old and a scratch on my chinny chin chin for me, because what do you mean this could have been like, an accident, like she overdosed and somebody freaked out? So then they chopped up her body and stored it in the trunk of a car. Who freaks out like that? Like, oh no, this accident just happened, quick! Give me my fucking bone saw. I've got to start chopping up this body, mutilating it, and then hiding it in the trunk of this vehicle. This accident that just unfolded. Oh, I don't know what else to do. Biting at my nails. All right, now give me the hydrofluoric acid so I can dissolve all the body and hide the evidence. Like, is that something plausible? Because to me, it's not. If that is what happened, they're psychopaths, and that is also a crime too, by the way, to do that. So like... I understand how important it is to find the cause of death. That makes a lot of sense to me. But what else could it be besides murder? This is a gruesome, disgusting, grisly crime here. I don't see any dimension out there where this is action that a sane, innocent person would take, where an individual accidentally passes away, and then the innocent person who had nothing to do with the death all of a sudden starts chopping up the body, putting it in multiple body bags, and putting it in the trunk of their vehicle, and just letting it rot, decompose, and fester there. Like, what sense does that make at all? Even if David wasn't the one that chopped her body up, someone else did it, and apparently there's this possibility that they had nothing to do with her actual death. They just mutilated the corpse, which again is a crime too. But I don't think that's the case. I don't think she accidentally died of something like an overdose, and then they all of a sudden just started, panicking like, oh, jump scare, she's dead. Okay, this is what we've got to do, boys. Everyone, let's go to Lowe's and get some equipment to start chopping up the body, because that's what normal people would do in this situation. We're scared. I was homeschooled, by the way, so I don't know any better. I'm scared. Let's start chopping up this body now and hiding it. We had nothing to do with her death, by the way. Like, that's so fucked up. Like, again, I understand how important it is to find the actual cause of death and how tricky it is in a case like this because of how long the body had been in the trunk decaying, as well as being in multiple pieces in multiple bags. Like, I get why that would be tough to discern what actually killed her, but I don't know how you could even reach any other conclusion other than murder. I truly don't. I don't even know why that would be on the table. That one kind of boggles my little noodle here.
But during the grand jury proceedings, which are secret as they're ongoing, that there were a number of other people who came forward, those who are close to David, friends of David, family members of his were subpoenaed to go in front of the grand jury. So if there are other arrests that could be coming, we don't know. But as of right now, he is the only one that we know of under arrest.
Now, apparently there were some of David's friends that allegedly started squealing, like snitching about it to a certain degree. There's also someone a lot of people have had their eyes on in David's entourage, his name is Neo. That's what everyone calls him. And it's someone that Law and Crime mentioned during their coverage of this as well. But as of right now, it's just David under arrest, but I guess there could be more if some of his friends knew and tried to help him cover it up, or just didn't report it, tried to stay, tight-lipped about it. So I guess we'll see how it all unfolds. Right now, it's just him. Overall, just an extremely sad and sick case. Hopefully there will be justice for Celeste Rivas here. And even if somehow David isn't the one who actually murdered her, it is irrefutable that he was in a relationship with a child. So he should also be going to jail for that. And I find it hard to believe that if he is innocent of the murder, he didn't know that the child he was dating was dead and her corpse was chopped up and put in the back of his vehicle's trunk. I am certain he would have had that knowledge. So again, even if he didn't actually kill her, he is not innocent. He is not some, victim in all of this. He is an evil monster, and I do believe he is the one that killed her. I think all of the evidence points to him being the person that most likely did it. But I guess we'll see now that he's been arrested. I'm assuming this will now start to reveal more and more information to the public about all of this. So anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Making fun of an IGN review is like breathing. Everyone does it. In fact, you have to do it. It is a biological necessity. And for good reason. IGN reviews will often just find a way to strike the very core of the human soul and force you to foam at the mouth because of how dumb the review is. And it's not intentional rage bait. If it was, it'd be far less offensive. It's accidental rage bait from reviewers that you have to question what the fuck they're on to reach the conclusions they do on certain things. And it's a topic that's been explored a million times for a million different movies, games, TV shows, what have you. And they get clowned on till the cows come home. I know I've shot spitballs at them a ton, but I cannot resist the urge to do it again because this review for Mouse PI for Hire. And it's not the score that's so irksome. The IGN grading scale is so fucking cattywampus it defies conventional wisdom and is an affront to God in and of itself. So it's not even the score that's bothersome. It's the reasons that the reviewer gives for why it's a 6. It's so outrageous it feels almost satirical, except it's done earnestly. It's genuinely fascinating. Fascinating in the same sense that if I went to the aquarium and a manatee shit into the glass as I was watching it, I'd be like, ooh, curious, what? One of those things. It's like, why? How did we even get to this point? So, if you subscribe to the gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming, you've probably already seen that I'm playing the shit out of Mouse PI for Hire. I really like it. I think it's a great game. I'm really enjoying it. Also, you should definitely go subscribe to the gaming channel. I play like a million fucking games a month. But Mouse PI for Hire is a standout so far this year for me. And when I watched the IGN review, I was blown away. So I want to show you some snippets here.
What bothers me, however, is how overly referential so much of it is. The world is full of mice, so everything is about cheese. Everything. A bad guy? He's a cheese-legger.
These cheese-leggers in on the shrew record.
Run into a lady mouse with a sultry voice? It'll be described as
Gorgonzola picante slapped on a mozzarella platter.
Everything is a reference to the fact that everyone is a mouse and mice like cheese, and when it's not, instead it'll be a reference to an old cartoon, or the fact that this is a video game.
When you jump, just act like you didn't.
The voice actors, led by Troy Baker, do an admirable job with what they have, but nothing in Mouseburg is allowed to just be. It has to be a mouse reference, or a literally cheesy one-liner.
Cheddar. What's wrong with Gouda?
No Gouda if you broke, Jack.
Or a reference to something.
So basically, he doesn't like that they mention cheese a lot. He doesn't like that it's constantly referencing the fact that they're mice, or that it's a video game, or other cartoons. Thinks it's too referential, which I actually think is a valid complaint. He doesn't like the writing. You can boil it down to the writing wasn't tickling him. It didn't make him giggle, and he started to roll his eyes at how many times they mention cheese. I actually think that's totally fine. The writing isn't going to hit for everybody. There's nothing wrong with that. But as the review goes on, the complaint becomes more, it wasn't noir the way I wanted it to be. It wasn't serious enough. and then starts picking out logical inconsistencies with this world. And that's where things get real fucking goofy. Like, that's turbo wacko sauce right there. This game is a love letter to the old rubber hose cartoons and noir. It is not meant to be like a serious fucking pipe smoking noir experience that's gonna have you sitting there thinking in your chair like this hard-boiled detective, real big thinker piece or anything like that the reviewer seems to want it to be. And that's like the main gripe. He starts pointing out these logical inconsistencies in the world. He does mention the cheese a lot, which I think is weird because I think it's a fine complaint to say, like, I started to get annoyed with all this cheese stuff. But it makes sense in the world because these are fucking mice. So of course cheese is going to be a big part of like that society in the world they have built.
I should have probably guessed the former when one of the first things I saw was a steamboat named Willie, but at least that and the reference-heavy power-ups are cute. Constant callbacks to classic films or other video games? Not so much. And it doesn't end there. A boss fight in the sewers? It's a literal alligator because of course it is. If you're looking for the cheese-liking foreman, Jack will quip that he doesn't look like much of a boss.
More like a mini-boss.
And then laugh at his own joke.
Just listen to the way he talks about it. He fucking hated this. I think he wanted to go lower than a 6, but then felt like the response would be too ferocious if he did. It seems like he actually loathed it, just by the way he's talking about it. I don't even understand the complaint about the alligator boss fight. Did he have the same complaint for Resident Evil 2 when you fought a sewer gator there? It actually feels like it's doing the IGN meme of too much water. If you remember that one, this one is too much cheese.
Even here, though, I have issues. Weapons can feel weak, especially the shotgun. It's got the audio kick of a pop gun, and there's a strange disconnect to seeing something that sounds like a kid's toy blow off some poor mouse's head as you paint the white of the world with black ichor that spews from his neck.
I honestly have no idea what this complaint means. I'm not gonna lie. He was going on to compliment the gameplay. It's a boomer shooter. It's a very competent one at that. It's a fun one, which he was also mentioning, but then said like he also has complaints here, and then notes the shotgun sounding like a kid's toy and then blowing off bad guys' heads in the game. It's a cartoon, man. What? Like, it sounds like a cartoon shotgun from fucking some kind of WB cartoon back in the day. Like, what do you, like, what is it supposed to sound like? And why does that matter? Like, I truly don't think that was worth mentioning. I really think he was fishing for anything else to critique, so that way it seemed like there were more complaints he had outside of just not liking that it was silly noir instead of serious noir.
Enemies mostly come out of doors marked with a skull that you can't enter, robbing these areas of anything remotely resembling a sense of place. Levels also really like to pull the "we're gonna lock you in a room and throw baddies at you until they're dead or you are" shtick a little too much for my taste. None of this is game-breaking. The combat is fundamentally good enough to carry you to the end of the roughly 12-hour campaign, but sometimes it feels like being at a show that's never quite bad enough to leave.
Here's another complaint that I think is truly pulled out of his ass just for the sake of trying to find anything else to be negative about to justify a 6. What do you mean that there were too many rooms of just killing enemies to progress? It's a boomer shooter. You know it's a boomer shooter. You have even made a mention of that. That is the core gameplay loop of a boomer shooter. You go into a corridor and you fucking blast ass until there's no one left and then you move forward. Did he have the same complaint for Doom? I doubt it, like, because that is what boomer shooters are. So I don't know why he's saying there was too much of that here for his taste, as he never played a boomer shooter. I don't know. It seems like he has, because he made a mention. So how could that ever be a complaint? If the complaint was the gameplay's not good enough to make me excited for each of these rooms, that would be understandable. But he made a strong mention that the gameplay is good and is very fun enough to carry you through it. So I just don't understand how anyone could have an issue of rooms of enemies you have to kill to move forward in a boomer shooter when that is the entire, like, meat of that genre.
Some of these locks are on a time limit, or must be solved in a limited number of moves, and you only get one shot at the good stuff they hold. Others are so easy you could probably solve them by letting an actual mouse run across your keyboard. It's very jarring.
Why is that very jarring? You got me porky pigging right now. In Skyrim, there's novice lockpicks and then there's expert lockpicks. Is it jarring there too? It's called different levels of difficulty with the lockpicks. Like, what do you mean? Yes, there's going to be easy ones, and then there's going to be more difficult ones with strict things like certain number of moves, or you're only allocated a certain number of moves or a certain amount of time. It's a scale. There's easy and then there's hard. Why is that jarring? That's like the most established thing in all of gaming. Now he goes on to compliment multiple other things about the game, but then says that he never got to do the whole detective thing because the game does it for you, and that's another thing that he had an issue with. And that's another thing I think is totally understandable to be like, I'm a little disappointed, because the game doesn't make you solve anything. It does do it for you. You gather the clues, you put them on the board, and it connects the dots, solves it, and then you just do the mission. But I think that's totally fine. The game is a boomer shooter. It is not really a detective game. It is a noir aesthetic, a love letter to noir. It is not putting you as like a detective needing to do like an LA Noire style investigation to figure things out. It is a boomer shooter at its core, so it doesn't bother me, but I think maybe he's not alone. Maybe some other people also wanted to have more like detective elements to it. So that's okay to be a little let down there. I think that's somewhat reasonable. I don't think that's a huge, weird complaint to have there. But then we get to the section here that made me really want to yap about this because it kind of just blew my mind listening to it.
That brings me to one of my major problems with Mouse PI for Hire. Look, I hate to be that guy who brings up ludonarrative dissonance in a video game review in the year of our Lord 2026, and if you're rolling your eyes right now, I can't blame you, but it's an actual issue here. Jack Pepper is a PI who kills more people in a single mission than Philip Marlowe has in every book Raymond Chandler ever wrote combined. I don't care how corrupt the cops are. A private detective can't break into a police station and slaughter them en masse and then go about his day.
It's actually not a problem here at all, because it's a cartoon. This is supposed to be a cartoon, and one that doesn't take itself seriously very... obviously doesn't take itself seriously because everything that happens in there is used as a joke or a means of like entertaining you as a cartoon would. Does he have the same complaint with Ed, Edd n Eddy? Well, surely they would have broken bones in that scuffle there with that last scam from Ed. This doesn't make any sense. How could they possibly have survived something like that? Like, it's silly. That is a silly complaint. It's not a narrative disconnect because it is a cartoon. And it is very clearly, unapologetically leaning into that. So no, it's not actually a problem here, Scrooge. You, the detective Jack, going around massacring 1,000 bad guys and then cooling off at John's with a tall fucking glass of fondue and then playing cards at the table is totally understandable in this setting because it's a cartoon.
In one particularly nonsensical scenario, Jack inadvertently burns down an opera house to save a guy running for mayor, and he ends up fighting an opera singer and shoots her. Is she dead? Did I just kill an actress for being angry I burned down her workplace? If I didn't, have I left her alive and unconscious inside a burning building?
Well, Billy Stone did get blown to Kingdom Come.
Mouse, PI for Hire, doesn't tell me, and it doesn't seem to care either way. This is to say that noir cannot or should not be violent, but the violence usually has a purpose. Much of Elliot Chase's seminal novel Black Wings Has My Angel is about robbing an armored car, but the book builds to that. It's a big deal when it finally happens, and the characters have to reckon with the fallout once it does. Jack Pepper, on the other hand, is a walking catastrophe, and nobody in Mouseburg seems to care.
Because it is a cartoon. Why didn't Wile E. Coyote end up in jail for life for being a fucking terrorist blowing up everything? Why did Elmer Fudd not die 1,000,000 times with everything Bugs Bunny did to him? Why does every cartoon character that have an anvil or grand piano fall in their head like Pepe Le Pew not die right there? Why do they come back? Because it's a cartoon, man. And this is not supposed to be a serious noir comparable to the actual noir properties that he's referencing. This is more a cartoon than a noir, and it's using that aesthetic, blending both of them together, and I think it does it extremely well. It's such a weird complaint. Like, I really think this is just so odd. Again, the score isn't even that bothersome to me, because I'm sure people have played this and they're like, it's not really for me. The writing, doesn't make me laugh, and I don't love the shooting, and, it's the same enemies are repeated tons of times. It's not like there's a ton of enemy variety, and it doesn't really challenge you to be switching weapons constantly like other boomer shooters, so, maybe I'd give it a 6. I could understand that, and I'm sure there are people that have that take. That's not the issue. The reason why this review is getting dunked on by a lot of people, and now I'm yapping about it so much, is because the reason that he's giving for it being a 6 is solely because, it seems, he just really wanted to be a serious noir, and the fact that it's silly and plays by cartoon rules instead of noir rules bothered him so much that it knocks it all the way to a 6, despite everything else being good, like all of the actual gameplay, which he makes a mention of. It's just odd. It's so weird.
He largely gets to go about his business and is portrayed as a down-on-his-luck everyman PI, like the characters who inspired him, when he is, at best, a mass murderer. Does that make for a more fun video game? Maybe. But it's bad noir and a worse detective tale.
There's no maybe there. It does make for a better game when the game is supposed to be entirely revolving around boomer shooter action. That is the main meat here. And no, it doesn't make it a bad detective game because very few people are going to be looking at it through this lens of, ruined my immersion in the mouse world here because Jack killed so many bad guys and he didn't go to jail and no one even really seemed to care about all the bad guys that were dying. And then when he was talking to that brain in the jar, it's like brains can't even speak. Like, how does that make sense? It's dumb to even have that complaint, man. It doesn't make it a bad detective story. It is fully sensible in this cartoon world.
But Will, you might say, this is a goofy Looney Tunes FPS. Why should I care about any of that? And the answer is because Mouse wants you to. It wants you to believe that this is important. You spend a lot of time talking about these characters, about putting together the clues you need to get to the bottom of what's going on, about Jack's motivation for doing the work. He allegedly needs the money, which both leads him to taking cases and doesn't track when I'm super rich from all the killing.
Oh my god, it's like it's the first video game he's ever played. He is now using the fact that you collect currency when you kill the bad guys as a way of saying, now the story doesn't make sense because I'm no longer down on my luck. I got so much money, I'm rich, look at my inventory. Brother, what? And he's dreadfully misunderstood the game if he thinks that it's taking itself seriously. At no point throughout the 10 hours I've spent with it so far have I even had a whiff, the slightest huff of something that's supposed to be taken seriously as like an emotional beat. Because at every step of the way, even during like a big reveal and like a big betrayal of someone that we looked up to, that's what cartoons do. Well, at least the cartoons that this is paying homage to. And like he mentions, it tries to get you invested because you spend a lot of time with them. Yeah, man. That's because that's called a good game that has a lot to do. You get to interact with the characters, you get to talk to them, you get to learn about them, and that's fun. And it's always entertaining camaraderie between them. But that doesn't mean that it needs to be taken to the utmost level of seriousness, like in the noir properties that you're referencing, because that's not what it goes for. And I don't know how he could possibly get that impression when he was playing it. I really don't know. I don't get it.
Mouse P.I. for Hire nails the aesthetics of both the 1930s cartoons and the detective stories that inspired it. And it's also an amusing boomer shooter that largely feels good as you're playing it. But its haphazard marriage of noir storytelling tropes and shooter gameplay are often at odds with each other in uncomfortable ways that weaken both aspects. And the writing is so busy making references to other things that it's actually painful to sit through at times. This FPS is solid enough if you just want to blast some cartoon mice and not think about it too hard. But once you do, all you'll see are the seams where disparate ideas have been fused together, and no trench coat can hide the stink of that moldy cheese.
The only stink here is this review. It is so silly. Again, the score is not the problem. I'm sure there's plenty of people that played this and find it to be like a 6, because maybe they got tired of fighting the same enemies a lot, or like I said, maybe the writing just didn't hit for them either. And his complaint of like, too much cheese, not enough substance, I didn't like the writing, I wasn't laughing, I think is fine. But that's like the only actual complaint here. The rest I just think is baloney. Too many rooms where you have to kill all the enemies to progress. It's a fucking boomer shooter. How could that possibly be a complaint? You could just say like you don't like boomer shooters then in that case, but that's not even the impression I got from his review. It seems like he likes boomer shooters. So how would you ever have this complaint in that case? And then like the other things are, it's not logical. How could Jack be a hero detective when he's killed all of these people and no one takes that seriously, all this death? It doesn't make sense. It's like it's a cartoon or something. It's ridiculous. Anyway, I'll stop blabbering about it. This review was just wild. I had to talk about it a bit more. I was talking about it a bit last night on stream when I was going through the IGN review before playing some more Mouse P.I. for Hire, and it was something, man. It really was. So anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
No.
I want to highlight a hero. And I mean that in the truest sense of the word. I'm not using that loosey-goosey as like a meme or a joke. Local Redditor posts Big Chungus under Ubisoft tweet, what a hero. I mean a legitimate, selfless act of bravery that led to lives being saved. It's a story that I feel flew under a lot of people's radars, but I think this kind of selfless heroism needs to be something that's applauded and talked about extensively, because this is rare and it is special. In Oklahoma this week, a principal named Kirk Moore tackled a school shooter and in the process got himself shot.
Heart-stopping video shows a heroic Oklahoma high school principal tackling a Columbine-obsessed ex-student moments after allegedly being shot. 60-year-old Kirk Moore charged at 20-year-old Victor Lee Hawkins, who was armed with 2 loaded semi-automatic pistols, in the lobby of Pauls Valley High School last Tuesday afternoon, a moment that was caught on surveillance footage.
A beautiful tackle from Principal Moore right there, putting it on the numbers, looking like Derek Brooks in his prime. I feel like he was even fishing for a pseudo-Goldberg spear there for a moment, and it was extremely effective. So, Principal Moore investigated the commotion that he heard, saw the gunman, and instantly sprung into action, putting his life on the line to protect the students. So he charged at him, was able to tackle him to the bench, and then pin his hand until he was eventually able to disarm him. And in the process, he did get shot. But this act of bravery saved who knows how many lives, because this shooter was inspired by Columbine and intending to kill who knows how many people.
Moore, who was the only person injured as Hawkins opened fire inside the school, was hailed for his bravery and preventing a tragedy of a much larger scale. Hawkins allegedly told investigators he didn't like Principal Moore and went to school to kill him. He ordered everyone to get onto the ground before trying to fire at one student in the lobby, court documents reportedly revealed. The crazed gunman's weapon malfunctioned before he aimed his pistol at another student, who begged him not to open fire.
So according to the reports, the deranged gunman came in, ordered the students onto the ground, and attempted to shoot one of them, but the gun malfunctioned. He then cleared the malfunction, and it is at that moment where Principal Moore charged at him and then got shot in the process. Now, he said that he didn't like the principal, he was no fan of Principal Moore and wanted to kill him, but it wasn't just him that he was there to execute. He wasn't there on like an assassination mission just for the principal. What he wanted to do was conduct his own Columbine MASH school shooting. He admitted to going to the school with 2 firearms which belonged to his father, and said his intention was to kill students, faculty members, Moore, and himself.
Moore, who has worked in the school district for more than 35 years, rushed to the school lobby to investigate the commotion. Hawkins was seen pointing his weapon at Moore's head and firing a shot, which struck the educator's right leg before he was tackled. The principal shoved the gunman toward a bench before getting on top of him, while the terrified student fled. Moore pinned down Hawkins' right hand, stopping him from firing his pistol before the weapon dropped onto the floor. Another adult male wearing a red shirt and beige pants sprinted into the shot before helping Moore and kicking the gun away.
You can see the gun was pointed directly at Principal Moore's noggin. It is a miracle that it missed and hit his leg instead, because that easily could have just been curtains right then and there. But the heavy balls on Principal Moore could anchor a cruise ship. Holy cannoli. So he charges at him, again, putting his life on the line to protect the students there. Tackles him to that bench, and then he uses like fucking Viltrumite level strength to pin him there. The way he like grabs his skull, I thought he was gonna pop it like a scene out of Invincible or something right there. He's got him like fully immobilized there with his grip strength, and then squeezes his arm until he eventually drops the gun.
Hawkins has been charged with shooting with intent to kill and other firearm-related charges, and will appear in court on May 8th. Meanwhile, Moore said he's healthy and recovering after being hospitalized.
In every sense of the word, Principal Moore is a hero. Who knows how many lives he saved that day? And he did so while putting his own life on the line to protect them. That is the most commendable action a human being can take. He exemplified true, selfless bravery in the interest of protecting others. And in the process, he did get shot, and he made a pretty fast recovery. He actually even went to the prom that happened last night, where the students crowned him prom king, appreciative of his willingness to put his life on the line to protect them. It was an extremely wholesome moment, really. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a little bit, and that's really about it. So, yeah. I've actively followed the David case since the information started breaking 7 months ago, and I want to give you the latest update on it. So 2 days ago, most of you know, David was arrested following a lengthy investigation, but he wasn't immediately charged. He was held without bail, but they didn't announce any charges at the time. Today that has changed. They have announced the charges here, and if found guilty, they could carry a maximum penalty of life in prison or even the death penalty.
These charges include the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring. That is first-degree murder with special circumstances. The special circumstances being lying in wait, committing this crime for financial gain, or murdering a witness in an investigation. These special circumstances carry with it, along with the first-degree murder charge, a maximum sentence of life without the possibility of parole or the death penalty.
Anyone who's followed this case even loosely probably isn't surprised to hear those charges being announced there. The evidence has been overwhelming. He hasn't been found guilty yet, but I gotta tell you, I think even Saul Goodman would struggle handling a case like this. And these aren't the only charges he's facing. There's also additional charges as well.
Before I get into the actual charges, and there are additional charges against Mr. Berg, including continuous sexual acts, lewd and lascivious sexual acts with an individual under 14 years old, and mutilating a human remains of a body.
This case is about as disgusting as it gets. And again, it did take a while getting here, but I imagine the fact that they have now arrested and brought these charges forth means that they have sufficient evidence to prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that David is guilty of these crimes for which he is accused. There is an overwhelming amount of evidence available to the public, by the way, right there at your fingertips. And even still, and I know I mentioned this in the last video, but I just can't get over just how bafflingly insane this is. There are David defenders. I'm talking about David drones that are constantly fighting tooth and nail, trying to proclaim his innocence, saying that this is all a frame job and he's been set up. Which is crazy to me, because no matter how you spin this, there is irrefutable evidence to confirm that at the very least, David was in a relationship with a child. And these dummies for David, this movement here, likes to plug their ears to that fact and just dodge it. But it's like trying to dodge the rain. It's impossible to overlook that because it is fucking vile. And it is not based on circumstantial evidence, which is the buzzword they love to use in regards to this case when defending David. That is provable that he was dating Celeste Rivas Hernandez, a child. And according to authorities, his motive for her murder was to protect his career because she had apparently threatened to report their sexual relationship. She was reported missing by her family in 2024 when she was 13. And according to the allegation in a criminal complaint, the singer engaged in continuous sexual abuse of her for at least a year from September 2023 to September 2024. And then when she was 14, they believe she was killed with a sharp object on or around April 23rd of 2025 when she was heading to the singer's house in the Hollywood Hills. This is the first time her cause of death has been publicized. Her body was chopped into pieces and stuffed in the back of David's trunk, his vehicle's trunk. So it was especially difficult for authorities to figure out what actually killed her here because her body was decomposing and in pieces, which is where that mutilation of human remains charge comes from. Now I want to briefly opine on that motive they allege here in this case, because based on all available information, that does track. There are photos and videos of David and Celeste together, and members of his community knew about their relationship. Notably, some of his moderators were aware of it, though, according to their own PR statement they put out to try and debunk the claims that they knew about it and said nothing, they defended themselves by saying that yes, they knew about her, but they didn't know her age nor her status as a missing person. I have no idea if that's true or not, or if they're just desperately trying to cover their own assholes there, but the point is, people did know David was in a relationship with this girl, and if she made a reference to letting people know her age, then it stands to reason that David would panic, fearing that it would jeopardize his career, which was blowing up at the time. And maybe in that panic, he took drastic measures and killed her in order to protect that from getting out.
Calling People versus David Anthony Burke. That's case number 26 CJC F02399.
Good morning or good afternoon, Your Honor. Blair Burke, Marilyn Bednarski, and Regina Peter on behalf of our client, David Burke, who's in custody.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Burke.
Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman for the people, Your Honor.
Thank you. And counsel, on behalf of your client, do you waive formal reading of the complaint, advisement of rights, including armed forces and veterans' rights, enter a plea of not guilty, denying any and all special allegations, enhancements, and priors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, unsurprisingly, David and his legal team are entering a plea of not guilty. They are looking to fight the charges. That should not come as a surprise to anyone. This shouldn't be something that has someone's mouth fucking hit the floor, jaw agape, recoil, and fly into the back of their chair like, what? Who could have seen that coming? That is standard procedure. There is no dimension in the multiverse where David was going to come in here fucking representing himself and just be like, yeah, I'm guilty, and I'm sorry, and then hit like a fucking power chord on the ukulele. That was never going to be the case. Because if he does plead guilty, he is facing those charges head on, and he might avoid the death penalty, but it's still going to be life in prison. So there was always going to be a not guilty plea entered from David's team here. That is not a shock at all.
So we are asking for a preliminary hearing to be set at the earliest possible date on the 10th day. Your Honor, we believe the actual evidence will show David Burke did not murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez, nor was he the cause of her death. And we would like to be able to have the evidence come into the light of day at the earliest opportunity in order to establish that. We're asking for April 23rd as a 3 of 10, Your Honor.
Anything from the people?
We'll be very happy to put on the evidence that we've collected in this case in the last several months.
Thank you. So the matter will be set. Plea of not guilty has been entered on.
So David's team is looking to move lickety-split. They're trying to speed run this process here. They're going for a court any percent gold split, and everyone's willing to play ball here. The other side saying, okay, you know what, we're extremely happy to do that. We would love to showcase the evidence that we've compiled over these 7 months. And what was very surprising is what came after this section.
Given almost no discovery thus far, we've received a 3-page follow-up report, no autopsy report, and a copy of the complaint. And we would ask the people respectfully to produce discovery at the earliest opportunity.
Your Honor, as I indicated to counsel, there's approximately 40 terabytes of discovery in this case. Moreover, in order to obtain the transcripts from a grand jury investigation, counsel has to file a motion. She knows the way the system works. I'm not able to gather those. They have to be provided after the court orders them released because it was an investigation. Second of all, if counsel plans on going to a preliminary hearing within the 10 days, it is unlikely that there will be very much discovery provided within that period, given the voluminous nature and how long it's going to take to copy onto drives.
40 fucking terabytes of evidence they have gathered against David from the sound of things. That is an unfathomable amount. Now, the way that information just came out, the chess pieces that got set up on the board here were David's team made a mention of the discovery, or lack thereof, that they were unsatisfied really with where discovery was there. So then it was mentioned, well, discovery is going to be kind of hard here because of how much volume there is. 40 terabytes, and you're looking to set up a preliminary hearing within such a short time frame. It's going to be extremely difficult for us to get all of that information to you for this discovery. And also, they made a reference to discovery with, like, the grand jury. Can't really do anything about that. That needs to come from a court order. But the shocking piece of information there was how much evidence they seemingly have against David here from their investigation. 40 terabytes is a ridiculous amount of anything in general. So that's a lot. That really is a lot. That caught me by surprise, because there's a lot of evidence out there available to the public in this case about David and everything here, but 40 terabytes is more than I would have possibly envisioned for this. So anyway, it looks like they're going to be moving this along very fast, so I guess we'll be getting more and more information pretty quickly. I just wanted to give you the update to things now that the charges are out there, and again, personally, I feel David is definitely guilty in the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. I think all of the evidence points to him being the only one that it could possibly be. I don't think he was framed. And again, it is proven that he was in a relationship with this child. So that additional charge of the lewd and lascivious acts with a minor, I think there is no possible defense they could even begin to squeak out there in that charge alone. Let alone everything else that is available for everything else in regards to her death, as well as her body being chopped up, the mutilation of her corpse, all of that, all seems to point directly to David. But I guess we'll find out as this process continues. Anyway, fucking awful stuff, man. This case is so fucking gross, and I really, really, really hope that there will be justice for Celeste here. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. You clearly haven't seen the 30 clearest teleportations caught on camera. We already have the technology. Actually, I haven't. How clear were these teleporting incidents? 30 clearest human teleportations ever caught on camera. Oh, this is new too. This is probably like reliable. He didn't even teleport.
What
He didn't go anywhere. How's that a teleportation? These are a lot less clear than the title led me to believe. Oh, I saw that time. Oh, here comes Alex Mercer.
When he was noticed, he bolted forward and in an instant vanished completely, leaving behind stunned witnesses and footage that looked like real teleportation.
You call this clear? Does this look clear to you, brother? But this is undoubtedly a teleportation incident. I'll give you that much. But it's not clear. I almost saw something there. That was a close call.
Leaked footage.
I did see that. He's gone.
Operation shows a tense chase in a crowded bookstore.
Where is he?
Just as agents closed in, the target suddenly teleported right out of sight, disappearing into thin air and leaving everyone stunned.
What the fuck? Damn! Wow, I don't think they yet teleported. Based on that sound effect, I think he got
serious thing.
After a hard night of heavy drinking.
Fuck this.
Hey, it's me, the Soy Pill, and I bet you thought that this would be a video about Donald Trump being racist. Sure, he promoted the Obama-Kenya narrative, and has upgraded to just posting videos of Barack and Michelle as apes, allegedly said that laziness is a trait in blacks, and then said that that quote was probably true, called all but some Mexican immigrants rapists and murderers, lied about seeing thousands of Arab Americans celebrating 9/11, lied about Somalis eating cats and dogs, told a bunch of brown congresswomen to go back to where they came from, retweeted footage of a guy saying white power, defends Confederate symbols, drew an
And before I get into it, I'm gonna pee and get food.
equivalence between neo-Nazis and protesters, says that undocumented immigrants poison the blood of our country, called bankers Shylocks, surrounds himself with openly racist people, but I had to cancel that video because Trump has a black friend. Instead, I want to talk about Trump's involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. It's been weeks since the legally required release of the Epstein files, and Trump and his administration have yet to fully comply. And for the life of me, I just can't figure out what everyone's so up in arms about. Donald Trump is the anti-child abuse president. His base includes some of the most fervent child abuse conspiracy people. QAnon, Pizzagators. He even ran on releasing the Epstein files.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
So if he's not doing it now, it's because he has a gosh darn good reason. Surely, this has to be part of Trump's master plan. Maybe, as the late great and never wrong Scott Adams suggested, Trump is using reverse psychology, telling us to move on as a way to get us to look deeper.
We should take a tip from President Trump, who is telling us, wink, wink, it's time to move on from Epstein. Wink, wink, wink. There's nothing there. Trust us. Wink, wink, wink.
But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
That's weird. I didn't see him winking, but he must be metaphorically.
Now, if you don't see the wink, then everything looks different. It looks like, I don't know, incompetence or covering something up.
I don't believe that if all the Trump-Epstein allegations were true, that he would have anywhere near the amount of support he does now. So let's go through all the accusations and evidence, who Epstein was, the timeline, his relationship with Trump, and all the recent government kerfuffle that has near infinite reasonable explanations. Oh wow, that's a lot of stuff. But you know what? When you're the most powerful man in the world, you're gonna get a lot of accusations. Look at the Obama whiteboard. Never mind. Okay, so people say that Trump was good friends with Jeffrey Epstein, right? So let's go through the abridged Epstein background. Before he was a meme,
Diddy Jockey!
Jeffrey Epstein was a man who was a math teacher, a financier, and the most notorious sex trafficker in recent history. Epstein, alongside his girlfriend Ghislaine Maxwell, groomed, trafficked, and sexually abused girls from around the world, some allegedly as young as 12. Although accusations dated back as far as 1996, his first investigation wasn't until 2005. And already, this would seem to exonerate Trump, since he couldn't possibly have interacted with Epstein prior to 2015, the year that Tea Party Republican rage manifested him into reality. No, but seriously, yes, it's true that Trump was friends with Jeffrey Epstein before this first arrest. But there is no evidence that shows that Trump knew what was going on. All the stuff you've heard about them being great friends, or as Epstein said, best friends for 10 years. All the videos of them hanging out at parties, Trump appearing in the flight logs, and Epstein's contact list. All of that was between 1987 and the first arrest. Like Ezra Klein said,
I think this guy was a predator and a pedophile on an extraordinary scale. And I think those sides of his life were mostly separate.
I'll admit, if they were close, it would be hard to keep these worlds separate, what with Trump's frequent visits and them talking 3 times a week. But these guys have big houses, so as long as he kept Trump out of the little girls locked in cages room, or dangled some golden keys in front of Trump to distract him, he could keep it a secret. Sure, Trump flew on his jet multiple times, but what, you've never needed a ride or had to borrow your friend's car? He even had to do it because he was short on cash once. So you can call him a bad businessman and a liar, but that's hardly a sex crime. Epstein was friends with lots of rich and powerful people, and friendship, a criminal co-conspirator, does not make. I've been photographed with a lot of rich and powerful people recently. If it turns out that Gavin Newsom eats babies, I'd hate to have people say that I knew about it, especially because I'd feel left out having never been invited to eat babies. Alright, moving on to accusations of sex crime. Oh, so people don't lie or obfuscate now? Let's go through some of these allegations with a fine-tooth comb. You might point to the Atlantic City casino story, where Trump had an underage girl with him, and said, Jeffrey likes him young, too young for me. But underage didn't mean underage of consent, it meant underage for a casino. It was a perfectly consensual 43-year-old, 19-year-old, 24-year age gap interaction. Sure, the other girls there appeared significantly younger, but they never showed IDs, so we can just assume it was fine. Could it be true that in 1997, at a party party with Epstein, Trump tried to rape Jill Hart. Nice try. Even if he did, she and the girl that he tried to climb in bed with were both adults. Maria Farmer, who allegedly was leered at by Trump before Epstein said, no, she's not here for you. Wrong again. She's in her mid-20s. You think Trump storms into dressing rooms of half-naked women? Okay, sure, he said he does this with women's dressing rooms and gets away with it.
I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
But he never said that he did it to teens. Only the teens and other people in the room said that.
Who do you complain to? He owns the pageant. So there's no one to complain to. Everyone there works for him.
The Virginia Guff case? Well, she was only recruited from Trump's property. She never accused Trump of abusing her. The only person alleging that she spent lots of time with Trump alone at Epstein's estate was Epstein. But anyone can make any accusation to make someone look bad, even in private emails that they expect no one else to read. All I'm saying is a close friendship with a pedophile combined with a vast history of accusations of sex crime and self-admitted sex pestery does not prove that he did stuff with minors. Plus, when Trump said, "I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy," he's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. That was before the bad stuff was public, which means the younger side thing was not said as a bad thing, but as a fun comment. You know what? Actually, it was probably Trump trying to tip off the public about Jeffrey's crimes. This is what we industry experts call the wink wink. Right, Scott? Oh, that's right. What about that birthday card story that was blowing up? That was in 2003, still way before Epstein's first arrest. Among other things, the note reads, "Enigmas never age," and "May every day be another wonderful secret." It's also written inside a drawing of what appears to be a young, prepubescent woman. Now, I know what you're thinking. What the hell could this possibly mean, if not a reference to little girl crimes? Surely, Trump was tipping off the public again. But no, this was not a public letter. It's in a collection of birthday cards, one of which had little girls massaging Epstein at Mar-a-Lago, which in fact proves that it's so damning that there's no way that Trump did it, which is why he denied the authenticity of the letter. Now, I do take malice with the defense that Trump doesn't know the word enigma.
Somebody did an AI search, and out of decades and decades and decades of being a public figure, and now a political figure, Donald Trump has never used the word enigma.
I find it insulting to his intelligence as leader of the free world. Of course he knows that word.
Now, Carson's an enigma to me. Carson's an enigma.
The real defense comes from Trump himself, who has never written a picture in his life. Wait, written a picture? Well, here's some pictures that he's drawn. So, you know what? He probably meant written a birthday letter because he wasn't good friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Anyway, Epstein was arrested in 2006 for his crimes. The FBI took over the case, and a plea deal was negotiated by Alan Dershowitz, who himself appears on the Epstein flight logs, has interesting arguments about the age of consent.
I wrote an article in the Los Angeles Times in which I said the age of consent for sex is way too high. It's 18 in many states.
And has defended notorious figures like Harvey Weinstein, O.J. Simpson, and yeah, sure, but he was just defending Trump for blackmailing Zelensky for U.S. military support. There was absolutely no weird Epstein defense. I mean, come on, didn't you guys know that Trump called the police about Epstein in 2006? Which reminds me about this video's sponsor. You probably wouldn't even know about this story if you, like many, are also trapped in an information bubble. How do I know who to listen to and when they're credible? Is it the president, the news, this cartoon avatar on YouTube? But there are so many cartoon avatars on YouTube. You're literally drowning in cartoon avatars. That's why I'm proud to partner with Ground News. Ground News is a website and app that pulls in thousands of news stories from around the world every day, organizing them by story and showing you the political bias, factuality, and ownership of every source, except cartoon avatars, because we aren't credible sources of information. They even have a specific page for this Trump Epstein story and his call to the police. Overall, Ground News shows that coverage is fairly even across the political spectrum, but there are slightly more sources on the right covering this than on the left. When comparing headlines or using the bias comparison tool for ourselves, we can see how different outlets frame the same facts. The right frames Trump as a whistleblower, while the left focuses more on contradictions with his past statements and his claim that everyone knew about Epstein. And whichever Whichever side you follow most closely, your side has blind spots too. They have a feed for that right here. Ground News shows you the coverage patterns so you can step outside your own bubble and see the full spectrum. If you want the full picture, go to ground.news/soypill or scan the QR code to get 40% off their unlimited Vantage plan, which I actually used quite a bit for this video. Remember, I only shout stuff out that I actually use and support. So thanks for trusting me to be an unreliable source of news and pointing you towards better tools like Ground News. Now, I can't verify the date that Trump called, only that it was in July, and that Trump was one of the very first people to call when the public had already found out that they were investigating Epstein. But obviously, isn't it more likely that Trump's call was the final straw that got Epstein arrested and not him, I don't know, trying to get ahead of the story? I'm sure that he had some other reason to call Jeffrey Epstein a business acquaintance in 2009, further obfuscating their friendship. Or 13 years after the arrest, when asked if he had any suspicions about Epstein, say, "No, I had no idea. I had no idea, and I haven't spoken to him in many, many years." Because that would contradict the claim about his call, so he probably just forgot about that. Like the time that he forgot who David Duke was, after publicly citing David Duke as the reason he ended his run for president in 2001. Look, he's been around a long time. Sure, some of Epstein's emails make Trump look bad, but when he's under oath, that's what we can take seriously.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
And that is clearly just Epstein avoiding perjury, because maybe he and Trump didn't verify every girl's age when they were hanging out, and he just wants to make sure he's covering his bases.
If you're innocent, why are you taking the 5th Amendment?
Oh, what does he know? As far as we know, Trump didn't interact with Epstein after that first arrest. Thanks to the plea deal, he avoided many of the charges, but became an officially registered sex offender. And at that point, while he wasn't on the public's radar nearly as much as he is now, his crimes were out there, and his name was poison. A lot of entities that he donated to returned the money just to avoid association, and anyone still hanging out with him was a little suspicious. And that's why other high-profile people are being held accountable. Prince Andrew was arrested, and Bill Gates is having his feet held to the fire for cheating on his wife at Epstein events. Now, it's true that in December of 2016, right after Trump's first election victory, Epstein sent an email to Gates saying that the new administration people were visiting. But he was probably using the word administration to refer to server admins at Microsoft or something. Or what about Elon Musk? Well, Elon did try to go to the island after Epstein's first arrest, knowing that he was a registered sex offender, cringily asking, "Do you have any parties planned? I've been working to the edge of sanity this year, and so once my kids head home after Christmas, I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for." But it seems that he's genuinely too lame for Pedophile Island. Epstein replied, "Bad news. Unfortunately, my schedule will keep me in New York. I was really looking forward to finally spending some time together with just fun as the agenda, so I am very disappointed. Hopefully, we can schedule another time in the near future." But maybe Elon just had an autistic moment where he forgot about the sex crimes and was just really lonely on Christmas, and then later lied about how much interaction he had with Epstein by saying that Maxwell photobombed him. But we all know that Elon gets stuff wrong all the time. He spent 10 years saying we'd be on Mars soon, only to pivot to the moon. So can we really trust him when he says that Trump is in the Epstein files? If he knew that, why would he have put so much money and effort into electing Trump and working in his administration and deleting that tweet and making amends afterwards? If he was really telling the truth, well, then that would make him a terrible, power-hungry narcissist who isn't interested in justice at all. Look, the point is, as far as we know, Trump didn't interact with Epstein after the first arrest. Just maybe some of the closest people in his administration, like Elon, the Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, and his chief strategist, Steve Bannon. So call Trump ignorant, call him incompetent, say that he's delusional for thinking that he's hired and surrounded himself with the best people. But anyway, the rest of the Epstein story you probably know. He got arrested again, went to jail, and offed himself while the cameras were off, even though the guards were away because he had already tried once, thus ending the Epstein story once and for all.
Once and for all!
And there's basically not much more to this story. I mean, the only reason we talk about Epstein anymore is because of Trump and his administration. They thrived on this stuff. J.D. Vance, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino. They wouldn't make it such a big deal if their guy was going to get implicated in the investigation. What deep level of incompetence are you expecting from Trump and his people?
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump.
The only reason that Bondi said what she said after the election was because there were millions of files, and they needed time to figure out that this whole thing was a nothing burger.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday.
That's why they did that big binder drop with right-wing influencers called the Epstein Files Phase 1, because they needed to segment out the drops and take time to process all the files. And Phase 2 was... Phase 2... There was no Phase 2? Well, of course there wasn't, because that was the message that they wanted to send, that there was nothing more to see. Okay, I'll admit, Trump and his admin's behavior about the files does seem a little weird. So we got the bipartisan Epstein Files Transparency Act in Congress from Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie. And yes, Trump told us to move on, that the files are not that interesting, but technically, it wasn't him that vehemently campaigned on releasing them. Remember, he was always weirdly hesitant about releasing the Epstein files.
I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
Wink, wink, wink.
And sure, it's a little weird that Trump disavowed Marjorie Taylor Greene, one of his most devoted supporters, for trying to get this act passed. And sure, you're going to say it's weird that he met with Lauren Boebert privately to tell her to vote no, but all of that is moot, because when it was clear that the bill was going to pass despite his attempts to stop it, he signed it, okay? he signed it. He could have not signed it. He's all for it. It's a hoax that he's all for. Now, there was a specific part of the Transparency Act that said that the victims' names had to be censored for protection, and we can all get on board with protecting victims. And that's why there were 500 pages of blacked out files, because I guess one of them was just the victim's name over and over, like Jack Torrance's book in The Shining. And there was some weird stuff with certain files getting taken down or censored, like this photo of Trump in Epstein's desk. They had to remove the file because Trump is a victim in all of this. Oh, they put it back up. I know Representative Jamie Raskin said that the unredacted files mention Trump millions of times, while the redacted ones have a much smaller count, and that not all of the files have been released, despite the law that obligates them to be released. And one of the inexplicably redacted files has a Trump quote where he contradicts the claim about banning Epstein from his club, saying that he was never asked to leave. But that, and the fact that there's only 4 computers with limited access and whose search history is being tracked by Pam Bondi, is just a sign of bloated and inefficient bureaucracy, something that Trump has been warning us about from day one. And we finally got the second big drop of files on January 30th, also known as the reason that this episode got delayed yet again, because I keep having to add new information. Now, this drop had some of the most serious and damning evidence against Epstein, such as the confirmation that he got banned on Xbox Live, specifically for bullying me on Call of Duty.
Securing C. Okay, which one of you motherfuckers is noob doping? Get good, scrub. Listen here, you little shit. You know that 8th grader you're crushing on? You already didn't have a chance, but I will literally fly my private jet to your middle school and take her to my island if you don't cut that crap right now.
But again, I don't really know what else to say. Like, yeah, sure, I don't know why some of the files on Trump, like the ones with assault allegations against him, disappeared. Like the one that said that Donald Trump would host parties at Mar-a-Lago, where Jeffrey Epstein would bring children in and Trump would auction them off. It said that he measured the children's and by entering a finger and rating the children on tightness. The files were put back up, and the DOJ said that it was taken down due to overload that only specifically affected the files with Trump in them. Hey, it's me re-recording at the last minute again. Looks like the Justice Department illegally withheld and removed some of the files related to Trump. Hakeem Jeffries, trans children, president of peace and strength. Fuck it. We already knew that Trump had numerous allegations of sexual misconduct with Epstein. Do you really think that he thought that he needed to censor a few more? What difference does a few more allegations make? Look, I for one trust Pam Bondi, as she campaigned on stopping sex predators and would never shy away from investigating them deeply.
And I'll fight to put human trafficking monsters where they belong, behind bars.
You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. The Dow is over 50,000 right now.
Well, you know, the Dow Jones just dropped below 50K again, so I'm sure that she'll get right on it. All right, we got through the whole whiteboard. Do you finally see where I'm coming from? Just because Trump was friends with Jeffrey Epstein for years and never blew the whistle, was closer to him than many other high-profile people that are now getting in trouble for their association, alluded to Jeffrey's interest for underage girls, spent copious amounts of time with him at parties, flew on his jet, had numerous accusations of sexual misconduct with adults and underage girls, both with and without evidence, used the same lawyer that negotiated Jeffrey Epstein's plea deal and wants to lower the age of consent, sent a private birthday card that hints at weird underage secrets and then lied about it, hired numerous people into his administration that continued association with Epstein after his crimes were known, is invoked alongside the Fifth Amendment when Epstein or Maxwell is asked about him doing stuff with minors, fought tooth and nail to stop the files from being released, censored millions of appearances of his name in the files despite him not being a victim, limited access and scope of exploration of the files while tracking the searches of congressmen, and lied and contradicted his stories and excuses multiple times, does not mean that he did little girl crimes with Epstein. Probably. Actually, wait a minute. You know what time it is. Time to shout out a smaller channel on my segment, Oops, All Ladders. Today's ladder is Chicken. He made an excellent video about AI and its coming influence in the US. At least, I think it's excellent. It was well edited, and he said everything so confidently that I just trusted him. He even had an ad featuring Jeffrey Epstein. Go check out his channel in the description. If you want to be featured on Ladders, email me at thesoypill@gmail.com with the subject line Ladders and a link to your channel. As always, thank you to my patrons, and especially my top tier patrons, Lewis Newman, Sebastian Razer, Nipple Fisting, Mushy, Anita Bonghit, Astrocosmos, Omega Omelet, Morton Grew, Marche Taylor, Babowski, Dr. Pepper Lover, Mr. Blonde, Keandre Dorsey, Swarm of Locusts, Cody Grundmeyer, Evan A, Toby the Robot, Mad, Shri Kumar, Elusive RG, Mr. Thoughtless, F Mastro, Bell 7, Lead Filled Pear, VIX3, Red High, Joseph S, and Dean. And don't forget to type 1 to end the deep state.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and today's video is going to be a little bit raunchy, okay? So for anybody with weak constitutions, you might want to sit this one out. Frankly, we are talking about the famous Walmart crapper known as the quartering, the shartening, whoever you want to call him. Now, normally I wouldn't really just recently jump into making these kind of videos. The internet controversy side of things hasn't really been exciting me as much. And the thing is normally I'm more interested in hacks and crazy other stuff like that. But I'm a YouTuber, and one of the most important things about being a YouTuber is making sure that this platform isn't necessarily abused. For years, ever since I started this channel, I've talked about scammers, I've talked about people that have filed false DMCA strikes, individuals like Quantum TV that made a complete ass of themselves. And one ass that I cannot stop seeing on the internet is a guy called the Quartering. Now, you may remember the Quartering probably from like years ago. He made a whole bunch of like content centered around anti-SJW shit and whatnot. But the reality of it is that it turns out that the Quartering might have actually used back-channel connections to remove internet videos that were critical of him and his stupid little life. So I want to start off by kind of going over these actual allegations and why I think it doesn't really paint him in that great of a light, okay? I think as YouTubers, no matter who you are, you shouldn't be okay with people who are abusing systems like this. So anyways, how did this all kind of start? Well, there's a channel on the internet known as the Kino Casino. Now, if you go to the Kino Casino's YouTube channel, it is actually 100% completely violated off of YouTube's platform. In fact, if you look for it, it's gone. The Kino Casino is this like internet live stream where two hosts, Andy Worski, who you probably remember from Super back in the day, is the internet's like favorite cokehead. You know, he actually got his life together, cleaned up a little bit, and started hosting this really popular stream. His co-host, PPP, who you may actually remember all the way from back in the day as somebody who gave like internet sermons. Yeah, and also, by the way, is so chillant and non-fuck giving at this point that he actually showed his like pooper on the internet. Like, these are two people that are actual trolls, okay? They go, whoa buddy, he's fat, he's weird on the internet. To give you an example, when iDubbbz in his infinite wisdom decided to respond to the Kino Casino and bring these guys up by name, this was their response.
I wish I could see.
This is what I'm telling you. Even they'll tell you, just don't respond. This is the dumbest thing you can do. Of course, Jeremy was their target for, honestly, months at this point. And a lot of it happened because of Jeremy's past sort of surfacing up and a lot of interesting aspects getting uncovered, especially considering he's a super conservative Christian guy. We'll get to all this in a bit. So anyways, it seems like the courtroom was getting real tired of that shit, ladies and gentlemen. And he made some statements that don't really bode well for his case. So, Your Honor, please bring up Exhibit A. Did the quartering use his mafia connections to remove channels? So, for instance, in this DM between, from what I understand, Quartering and Joshua Moon, the guy that runs the internet infamous site known as the Kiwi Farms, we'll get to that in a bit. So in this case, Joshua Moon says, yeah, I know nobody likes a Randall, though I still don't think they cross any red lines in modern era Kick or even YouTube. And to be fair, if you don't know the Kino Casino, if you're the kind of person that unironically uses like trigger warnings, this is not me being rude to you. Like if you actually go and mute words because you find that shit too triggering, their show is kind of reflective of like early 4chan, like the old internet, where anything used to go, okay? You could say whatever the fuck you want, but from my at least understanding, I didn't watch every single video on YouTube. They did a pretty good job of staying within, but still skirting the YouTube's terms of service. So ultimately, the quartering over here is like, yeah, it's never been an issue until people started spamming my wife. I literally don't care that they make fun of me. Like, her family has seen this shit. We'll talk about this shit in a bit. Unofficial truths. They delete the videos attacking our marriage. I never mention them again. The more they do it, the more I want to flex my connections to bury them. This is a one-time offer. They can meme on anyone else they want. I don't care if they meme on my friend, we'll get to all this in a bit, who apparently has a questionable past. This is an exploding offer. If they want to go to war, I will win. So ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, what comes down over here is basically he said that he's got connections to bury these people, okay? Whether it be legally, whether it be shutting down their fucking channel. So of course, more information started kind of coming out over here, and it wasn't necessarily great. In a fit of drunken stupor, Jeremy goes, first will be your YouTube, which is in violation of ban evasion. And that's not necessarily true, because Andy's channel, which was banned at one point, actually did come back through YouTube's, like, the actual appeals process. But that actually got taken down alongside the Kino Casino channel. So pay attention to these dates. 5th of April. I literally begged you two to be reasonable. What a bitch. I tried everything. You chose this. All I'd wanted was to let you guys dunk on me. Well, it turns out the dunkening wasn't in fact happening. That dunkening stopped when actually the Kino Casino channel a few days later was completely removed around April the 10th. So not exactly a great situation. And of course, there was more evidence as well in this situation. Now, in another message between the Quartering and the Josh Moon fella, obviously Quartering goes, Josh, can we agree I can take their kick in YouTube, right? If they actually wanted to, they would be deplatformed outside of DLive in a week. I don't want that. I just want them to leave my family alone. I don't care how many Jeremy's a cuck videos they put out. Like, I have a non-budget YouTube rep, you know that, right? One phone call gone. I have endured a lot with literally the tiniest request. So, again, it's a pretty, you know, like, obviously there's no hard and fast evidence, and people like Jeremy have been putting night and day into showing their channel's reporting history, which have been debunked because people have looked at Jeremy's autocorrect on his YouTube search and have seen, in fact, that he does file fucking reports on his channel.
Now, these could be completely unrelated, but again, this is a charitability that Jeremy would never extend to anybody that he has a disagreement with. And given all of the context we've seen so far, it's hard for me to believe that he's not out there flagging other channels. But this singular flag wouldn't do anything. It's that back-end, according to him, non-Pajit connection. By the way, I hope YouTube doesn't flag me because I am actually Indian. I think I should be allowed to say the P word, right? Like, that's how it works.
Now, the reality of it is that, look, listen, with all of his statements leading up to this, it is very reasonable for somebody to assume almost 100% that the person behind channel removing was actually Jeremy. And a lot of this happened because Jeremy just couldn't handle the heat. And the reason I'm also talking about this too is because when you're a channel that has basically made a shit ton of content crapping on other individuals, I mean, half this guy's is like internet like history is him shitting on people like Brie fucking Larson.
You know, if Brie Larson was to, like, fart inside a children's hospital, he'd call it biological warfare. And the reality of it is he's made so much content on her, and she hasn't done a single thing. She's also a YouTuber. She hasn't reached out to her management corporation. She hasn't reached out to anybody that would obviously also have a connected YouTube and shut this down. So he's been crapping on her for years. But the moment two Canadians start crapping on him for shit that he's publicly said and posted online, he's going to immediately jump to the point where he wants to completely shut down their channels, as he stated in those posts. Like, it's rules for thee, not for me.
That's how insane and brain dead his fucking channel is, okay? You know, I've actually never met a quartering fan. Like, I feel like if I ever met one, the first thing I'd be like, what are you fucking special? Like, why? You know what I mean? Like, that's the reality of the people watching. He makes fucking boomer slop for individuals. Jeremy does this thing where he shows off his, like, other various channels, but the guy has, like, 15 channels on YouTube. He's got, like, Unsleeved Media, The Quartering, Jeremy Hambley. We have no idea what he's actually done behind the scenes. He's not really provided any form of concrete refutation in his defense. So what kind of stuff did Jeremy not want the average person to find out on the internet? Well, let's dig a little bit deeper there, shall we? So on this website called The Kiwi Farms, which basically is this gossip forum for the internet, you know, any celebrity, any internet personality you can find, they have a thread on there, okay? They talk about Elon Musk, they talk about Jeremy, they talk about me, they talk about anybody, okay? It is what it is. Now, the reality is, if you're somebody that should have enough thick skin, you should probably ignore the kinds of people on this site, right? But Jeremy, with his activities, attracted somebody known as Return of the Mac and Cheese. So he whips out the Ingram Mac 11 and just fucking goes to town. And of course, he starts pointing out some rather crazy conspiracies. Stuff that kind of breaks...
I'm gonna be done.